All right, we are live.
Hello all. This is incredibly hype.
Howdy.
Wow, we have 310 viewers already. I don't know how that happened. Have we posted about it? Also, guys. So, for all of you here, yes, this is the inaugural alpha stream. First ever. Wow, we have 500 viewers. That's fun. So I'll just give some quick introductions. We'll probably do this a few times, but I'm Tyler, a co-founder of Clockwork Labs. My other co-founder, Alessandro, is working behind the scenes to make sure this all goes smoothly. We've got Carter, the game director here, as well. We've got Taylor, our community manager, who you might know better as Coyote from the Discord. We've also got John as well, who's an engineer on SpacetimeDB and has worked very diligently to make this all come together in the last couple of months for the alpha. It is nice to see you too, J Lemon Chegg. It is great to see you as well. It's very cool seeing you all in chat all at once. So this is super exciting. So we're going to be gearing up for the alpha. We'll be doing the release here. We might also, if we've got some room in the servers, throw out a couple of things to chat. We'll see how that goes. This is crazy. So for those of you who have not seen a stream before, we actually also do stream on another channel for more technical audience. So we stream on Twitch TV, SpacetimeDB.
You can just use the exclamation mark at Spacetime. Yeah.
Let's do that. Is it SpacetimeDB or Spacetime?
I believe it's SpacetimeDB.
So you can check that out. We've got, I think it doesn't have a link, maybe?
You know what? Because I copied it from Notion, and Notion does that stupid thing where it has the GitHub integration, and I think it didn't do it. I will fix that.
Paste it a bunch of times, so you can check it out. SpacetimeDB, go follow us over there. We stream more regularly, although not in the past 3 weeks because we've been really grinding to get the alpha ready. So that's super hype. We currently have 700 viewers, which is a little bananas.
Pretty exciting.
It's incredibly exciting, for sure. Have we also, Taylor, have we posted on Twitter and in Discord?
I posted on Discord, and Matthias will have posted on Twitter.
Matthias, are you in the chat here? Can we get a CL Matthias in the chat? I will not be able to read it because it's not fast enough. So, well, I guess while we're waiting for people to join in here, and they are joining in at an increasingly fast rate, I'll just ask Carter a couple questions here. So I guess, Carter, how are you feeling today? How are you feeling about the alpha? What are you excited about? What are you nervous about?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think there's been a lot of play testing over the last few weeks, and I think especially last week and then yesterday, things are feeling like they're stable and they're good. And honestly, we were kind of getting lost in the game yesterday, just playing, and we had some last minute fixes we wanted to push that meant we had to wipe all the progress that we made yesterday, which everyone was really disappointed about on the team internally. And so we're starting fresh, basically, with everyone who's jumping into the alpha this morning.
Probably good for a fair shake.
Yeah, we don't want to get too far ahead. But I'm sure I know from pre-alphas, people will get way past us within a day. So I never underestimate the power of our players.
Absolutely, definitely drop us a follow if you don't. If you haven't already, we're going to be doing more streaming for sure in the future, and thank you Smileyfish for that follow. Did you guys see Pirate Software's hype train yesterday? That was bananas.
Actually, it was a world record. I think it was like,
yeah, I'm pretty sure you set a new record. Yeah,
it was also, I just realized it's bananas, but it was literally bananas because the man was a banana. He was as a banana. Or if you saw, he was dressed a long lemon. Could be. I've seen that reference a few times. Long lemon. Long live long lemon.
Oh my goodness! Look at the tick up on the viewer count just now.
Yes, and thank you so much. MORO face thing. In more face for the follow. Mr. Kosick, thank you so much for the follow. The old record was 96%. Now it's 106. That's bananas. Literally insane. I contributed. I was there, and I added to it. It's actually like such a cool feature that they added to Twitch, the hype train. I mean, it's like great for the creators. It's also super fun and kind of crazy to see it Go Wild. Thank you so much, Maroon. We're getting a lot of followers here. This is quite the first stream. So a little bit later in the stream here, we're also going to be going live in the actual game as the game goes live and everybody gets let in. So stay tuned for that. Should be a little bit crazy. There is a non-zero chance, by the way, that it crashes immediately, and we have to go fix that. But you're here to see it, so you'll be watching as the panic hit our faces. Should be exciting. How did you design such a cool-looking game and then decide to call it BitCraft? It's a good question. The answer to that is that we decided to call it BitCraft and then designed a cool-looking game. So that's how that happened, is in reverse. I think so. I've actually talked a little bit about this. Thank you, Noodles, for the follow. The situation is, I needed a name for the folder to get started, and I just picked it. And it wasn't really meant to be anything. Thank you, three to Plive. Appreciate that follow. Wasn't really meant to be like a final name, but then the problem is it stuck, and the reason it stuck is because it's very easy to pronounce. It's 2 syllables. It describes the game a little bit. You do crafting. The bit's gotten us into some trouble with the crypto situation, but other than that, it's memeable. By the way, like we've got ButCraft. I mean, how can you go wrong? There's definitely some other misreadings of it that are fun. So, wow, we almost have 1,000 viewers here.
Carter, I just saw Wasa Tricky is here.
Right. Nice.
Wasa Tricky's in chat.
This is crazy. I think the thing too is some people were saying it's like a Minecraft clone sounding thing, and it's interesting because people do think of it that way. But like, there was also, by the way, like StarCraft and Warcraft and a bunch of other crafts, and they don't even have crafting in them. We are honestly open to another name if somebody can come up with a better one. We've been open for a long time thinking about it, but we just can't really lock down a better name. Cawcraft.
Oh, I can explain that. The Cawcraft, that has to do with one of our communities, the Crows. It's a player-run community.
You should put BitCraft Landscape as John's green screen. Can we do that, John? Dogecraft. I like the name. How about Terraria? Taken as far as I know. Let's try to just keep up with chat here. We've got Bum Crap. That's a strategy. Automata. Yeah, so the Age of Automata just is a little bit more relevant, I suppose, to the actual story in the game. So for those of you who don't know, thank you, Zizzle Rizzle, for the follow, and everyone else who's following and who I can't keep up with. Really appreciate it. But I'll give you just a little hint for the story of the game. So you as a player and the players that are going to play the alpha, thank you, Glucose, are waking up in a procedurally generated world with all the players in the same world. And you can change and edit the terrain and all that good stuff. You can cut down trees. If you want to clear cut a forest, like, more power to you, but good luck. It's a challenge. And we have we've been thinking very often about this for a long time, balancing the game so that people in a shared world will be able to play nicely with each other. But the idea is that as you wake up as this creature in this world, you don't really know why you're there. And there's an ancient history in the world, and you will meet creatures from the ancient world, and also the buildings that are left over as well. And they can be quirky and interesting and sometimes broken a little bit. But by the way, we just hit 1K watchers on the stream, which is pretty bananas. And then you'll learn more and more about the story. And so we as a company write the story as it was written in the past, and then players are supposed to write the story as it's written in the future. So when you wake up, you're going to begin rebuilding. Hello, Kotu fan. Welcome in. That's a long-time Spacetime DB watcher. And so that's the idea there, is we want players to rewrite. It's inspired by, I would say, like 3 games, mostly. There's a lot of other ones, but the main things that are closest are Minecraft, obviously, because you can change the terrain, RuneScape, and I would say EVE Online, right? EVE Online, there's news in the world. It's a little bit more approachable than EVE Online, but that's the situation. Get Mads, thank you so much for the follow. New name, RuneCraft. hey, that's not a bad name, to be honest. But I think it might be a little too close to RuneScape. Although we did pick Craft, so it's not the worst. We could have done it. Haven and Hearth, for those of you with keen eyes, is also an inspiration. I have not played many hours of Haven and Hearth, but I can tell you that our game director, Carter, certainly has.
Yes. For those who are in the know about Haven, I have played since World 4. I haven't played every world, but I am a long time enjoyer of that game. And I think it's probably one of the only games out there that I know of that is doing something close to BitCraft. But there's lots of things that I love about Haven, and there's lots of things that I wish I could change or experience in a different way. And that's definitely part of what we tried to take into BitCraft to, have some things that are similar, bring that to a wider audience, but also have some things that are different in a way that we want to just distinguish ourselves from that game.
We're getting some fun names in chat. We got Craft. We got Kraft Mac and Cheese. That one, we might get a strongly worded letter on that one.
Not CryptoCraft.
Definitely not CryptoCraft.
Zobi, thank you for the follow. Gardenscapes. That's not a bad one. There's actually a game called Gardens.
I think there is a game called Gardenscapes. I think that's a mobile game.
Okay. Rune Bit. There you go.
Something
Bitcoin
super
Craft,
quick. So I'm trying to aggregate questions. There's a lot of questions in chat. I'll save them so that we can answer them later.
Please.
Something interesting I saw in chat, Tyler's Chronos Chronos 7 said Pirate Software will be playing and coordinating with some community events on our end for BitCraft. It sounds like that's what they said in chat. So
that is awesome. I mean, can I also just say, you guys over at the Pirate Software Discord and in chat have been amazing. It's also extremely terrifying. It's both super exciting to see somebody, particularly Thor, hyped about the game, and also absolutely terrifying because the goblins are powerful. As Zolat Cam said, goblin power. The goblins are ever so powerful. So Spacetime. So BitCraft runs on top of a system called Spacetime DB. We've been building that for around as long as we've been building the game. We wanted to use something off the shelf, but there wasn't really anything. And it will be Spacetime DB versus the goblins. And we've done a lot to improve the scaling of Spacetime DB in the last few months. And there's a lot more to come. So it'll be, you guys may win the battle, but will you win the war? That's the question. By you guys, I mean the goblins. So we are getting your concept is incredibly good. If you have so many communities before the alpha, it's so exciting. It is super cool. So we've since the beginning had a huge number of people who are hyped about the concepts of the game, who jump into our Discord, create different groups and alliances. And there's even Taylor can maybe talk a little bit about it, but the BitCraft, ABCN, which is the Allied BitCraft Nations, or it's like sort of a United Nations of BitCraft nations. Taylor, do you want to give a couple words about the ABCN?
Oh yeah, I've spent a lot of time listening to them. They're the Association of BitCraft. Nation, yeah. And they kind of want to start their own little like UN essentially in our game, which I think is exciting. They have a bunch of people who are getting together and talking about how they want to trade with each other, or like kind of like do their commerce with one another or whatnot. And then there's a lot of communities that aren't a part of them because either they want to do their own thing, or I think just to create like a little bit of competition.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I remember I was talking with a player, and they were saying, "Oh, thank you so much for creating BitCraft." And I was like, "It's not out yet. Like, you haven't played it. What are you talking about?" And they said, even if it never comes out, and that will not happen, but even if it never comes out, I met I think it was their girlfriend or their wife in the chat, in Discord, around BitCraft. If you're out there in the chat, by the way, let me know if you were the person that told me this. So they said, like, even if it never comes out, it's already been a huge impact on my life. And I was like, wow, okay, games are powerful. Games are pretty cool. Multiplayer games are cool. And a lot of what we're trying to do with BitCraft is bring back the feeling of you're playing a game with a lot of other people, rather than you're playing a game that a lot of other people are also playing, if that makes any sense. Like, we want it to be collaborative, and that's what BitCraft's all about. Has raffle ended? So with respect to has raffle ended, I believe the Easter egg hunt in the Discord at Nintron, thank you for the follow. I believe the Easter egg hunt has ended, but there may be some additional things today. So stick around for the release. We'll see what we can do. It depends on how crashing Spacetime DB is. We will see. Will the Empire system be out sometime during the alpha? The answer to that is yes.
I would clarify, not in this alpha, but
not in this alpha.
During the alpha stage of development.
During the alpha stage. Thank you, Carter. No blog post, but based. The blog posts. I'm behind on the blog posts. I got a lot of blog posts to do. There are a lot of them cooking. There's a lot about Spacetime DB, so I'll talk a little bit about that. What language are you writing the game in? So we wrote the front end in C# because it's a Unity game, for all that is, and then on the back end we've written it in Rust, and that is for performance reasons. We actually have written the back end in a system called Spacetime DB, which you're seeing here. And this is the first question I get, by the way. I see it here from Matthias. How scalable is Spacetime DB? So I get two questions with Spacetime DB. So Spacetime DB is a database where you load the game into the database, and then players connect directly to the database. And the two questions I get is, oh, gee, isn't that not secure? And the answer to that is, it can be if you do it right, and it can't be if you do it wrongly. You don't want to trust clients. That's the main TLDR. And the other question is, how scalable is it? And I have 2 blog posts cooking on just exactly these questions. So we're going to come up with that. Nocellus, thank you so much for the follow. It's crazy to see you guys in here. We've been at this for like years. So for the game to be out there, it is terrifying, but it is exciting. And the other thing I'll say as well, while we got everybody here, is what you're about to see today is the beginning. It is very much not the end at all. This is where we're starting. It's the first sort of, the idea of the alphas. The pre-alphas were purely for us as game developers to fix problems that were coming up in the game. The alpha is the first version, which should give you the nugget of what BitCraft will be, right? Like that's the idea. It should be a full idea.
Yeah, I see a question here in chat, Tyler, that I thought maybe you want to answer. Someone said, will the XP earned in-game have any tradable / convertible value in crypto?
No. That's actually a good question. So we do not... XP is only earnable by spending your time practicing skills in the game. There are things in the game which are able to be traded, so all items are able to be traded. And we have been very careful to make a distinction between things which can only be earned and things which could, in principle, be bought, even on the sort of the black market. My little angel, thank you for the follow. I'm not going to be able to keep up with the follows. I'm so sorry, but I will try. I'll throw a name out there, like Mixer Zoo. Thank you for the follow. Will progress be released, be reset once it goes full release? The answer to that, YOLO Anonymous RL, is yes. Have keys been sent already? People are trying to get money from others by selling their key. Don't sell your key, children. It's not worth it.
Also, don't buy a key. I wouldn't recommend buying a key. There's going to be lots and lots of keys given out over the alpha. There's still a lot of, if you haven't gotten a key or into the game already, we have only given out a tiny fraction of what we're going to give out for this alpha. So I recommend holding out.
The 21 Falcam, thank you so much for the follow. Chronos7 asks, we're so excited to help you test and build your game. Thor and I are EVE veterans and love the principles behind BitCraft. We will see. We're going to do our best. I think the thing is, for BitCraft, is we did not shoot low. We really decided, like, yep, we're going to do the game that everybody's tried to do at various times and failed in various ways. And we'll see if we can make it work. A lot of it is around balancing everybody in the shared world. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with Worm Online, but that's also an inspiration in a way. And in that case, it's very important that we make sure our game is not just suburbs for days with people in their own places.
So I see one question in chat. No, sorry, not that one. Someone asked, now you see asked how many skills are in game. There are currently 13 skills that you can kind of specialize in, and I can actually tell you what they all are right now. So we've got forestry, which is kind of like cutting down and planting trees and a bunch of other stuff around that. We've got carpentry, which is like processing wood. We've got masonry, which is processing stone. We've got mining, which is gathering ore and stone. We've got smithing, which is making stuff out of metal. We've got scholar, which is the most recently added skill to the game, which I don't think was in any of the pre-alphas. So this is a new addition for anyone who is in a pre-alpha. Scholar is basically about finding ancient knowledge and deciphering it and using it to improve the research and kind of create schematics for how to advance your technology. We've got leatherworking, which is, as you can imagine, processing leather type stuff. We've got hunting, which is about hunting animals to get leather and meat and all sorts of stuff from that. We've got tailoring, which is processing and working with fibers and cloth. We got farming, which is growing plants and processing those. We've got fishing, which I think is self-explanatory. We've got cooking, which involves making food, but also other types of stuff that you might expect a cook to do, such as pressing oil from vegetables and seeds to use for other crafting purposes, other sorts of like processing cooking related materials. And then we have foraging, which is about gathering clay, plants and mushrooms and other forageable plants and stuff like that. So those are the 13 skills in the game right now. There is also other kind of things to do in the game that aren't currently skills, and those are things that we're going to expand on a lot more in future alphas.
Building, you can have carts, you can have boats, by the way. The boats are cool.
Yes. Yeah, we've got like construction, road building,
I was going to say, you want to talk about roads, your favorite?
Yeah, roads are my favorite. I love to... We had a pre-alpha test where people sort of terraformed a path through the mountains and then built a road through it, which is super cool because it takes the... Now you can drive your carts through. It's super, super, super fun. Someone asked an important question as well, Toppy TTV. Are there exclusive rewards tied to participating in the alpha? I hate FOMO. We also hate FOMO. I have a whole blog post about FOMO. It's a bit of an insidious thing, can be, if overdone. In this case, we don't generally do rewards based on our like random drawings or anything like that. So if you've signed up for the alpha, you'll get any reward that there is to get, essentially. So we're not going to like dice roll on that.
Yeah, I see another question in chat here from Zolot.com, which is, can we dabble in all of the skills, or is it like WoW professions? You can dabble in all of them. In fact, like there's nothing you do that explicitly like chooses a skill. It is similar to like RuneScape, or maybe slightly similar to like Final Fantasy XIV's job system, where you kind of can have all of the skills unlocked. You don't even need to like swap kind of conceptually to that skill. You can just go do that activity, assuming you meet the requirements for it. You will gain XP in that skill, and then you'll have whatever level and XP values that you have in all the skills that exist. I guess that being said, the game does encourage you to specialize. So if you've already gotten to a certain level in a skill, there's always going to be more reward kind of in the economy of the game for going deeper in that skill to do like a more difficult to do thing than it is to just go pursue all the other skills to a low level.
Just want to add a quick tech question. So for Alexandrias, I just tried to log into the pre-launch hub with my emails, and all of them are saying I need to verify, even though I've been earning stuff on there with my account. So you'll have to use your email to re-log in. We don't have it's like a passwordless system. So if you do that, you should be able to just hop into the same account. It won't make you create a new account. Mining, careful. Gonna excite the crypto people. Mining's fun. I like mining. Are you limited in how many skills you can get good at, or if you put enough time? So it's just like RuneScape, as Carter was saying. You can get good at everything, but like it's going to be a lot of work. So it's generally behooves you to work with other people who specialize in different skills.
And part of the progression in the game is like you kind of need all the different skills to come together at a certain level to progress. And so at the beginning of the game, you can do all the skills at a low level, and you can kind of do everything yourself. But then as you start to get to the higher tiers and the higher levels of gameplay, you're going to need to be at a certain level of proficiency in all the skills. And so it's going to become, because of the XP curve needed to level up more and more deeply in a certain skill, it's going to become impossibly hard to level up all the skills to the increasingly higher levels. So
I don't know,
working together.
Well, let's see how players do.
Yeah, it takes amount of time, increasingly longer amounts of time. So it will be a lot easier to specialize and work together with others to progress faster.
We got a lot of questions coming in here. So there's over 700,000 registrations for the alpha. Can you please let us know how many you will let in? So there's even more than that now. But we're working, on to get as many people in there. There's going to be, we're looking at 10x or more people that we let into the alpha than we let into the pre-alphas, if not even more than that. So we're going to try and get as many people into this. The pre-alpha was all for us as developers. The alpha is starting to be also now about players. So we want to make sure people get the chance to play. Is there magic? Will there be many mobs to fight? So let me answer these two questions, good questions. There is something akin to magic, I suppose, in the world of BitCraft, but it's sort of more of like a magical technology. Or something. It's more like a resource that doesn't exist in the real world, but that you could imagine in some sense existing. So that'll be fun to find out. There's not really the sort of high fantasy magic in the way that you would think of it normally in that case. Will there be many mobs to fight? Yes. In fact, in this alpha, it's a little bit peaceful and tranquil, but we've definitely tested versions of the game that are more antagonistic, and that'll likely be adding back into the game pretty soon. Fierce One says, I'm a big fan of Eco and love the unique nature of that game. Is there any inspiration or crossover with elements of your game if you're familiar with Eco? Yes, we are familiar with Eco. Carter and John, maybe John can
me and John here played a lot of Eco together back in the day, but I think Eco is definitely another inspiration. I think the thing that Eco is actually most related to BitCraft on is the kind of local economies and like small individual players kind of having an economy amongst themselves in terms of, you just drop into an Eco world or into BitCraft and you can quickly start to do something, choose to specialize a little bit into something, and basically right away you have something that you can provide a value to the people very close around you. And there's systems in the game that allow you to asynchronously kind of trade with those people so that you can get what you need from them, they can get what they need from you very early on in the game, and you can kind of start to build this like natural player-to-player economy. And so we take a lot of inspiration from that in Eco. I think another thing would be the way they handle like stockpiles and items. This kind of like having a heavy logistical aspect to the game is something that we also try to incorporate in BitCraft.
Logistics can be fun. Will resources respawn? We got from AI Rue. I'm guessing they will, but just asking. So yes, you can do whatever you want. We have an AI director in the background, which is causing the world to change over time. And so in this case, yes, we will respawn resources. You can actually regrow certain resources so that you can make your own resources if you need. We have been very thoughtful about that as well. And that'll grow and change as the world goes on. It's an evolving world, which is the coolest thing. There's very few MMOs where the world actually changes in a meaningful way over time, and that in a way that players can actually affect. Let's see, what else we got? When give out access keys, we've given out some, we're going to give out more. There's going to be a lot more. There's also going to be a lot more coming over the months because we want to keep the servers cranking away at max tilt the whole month. So if we ever have a downtime, we're going to be stuffing more people in there. After this closed alpha, can I reuse my key for future playtests? I think we'd probably like to. I don't know the answer to that question.
I believe we're going to issue new keys for each alpha, undetermined at this time if you receive the key or if you have a key, if it'll be forwards compatible.
Is there a way to earn more XP on the website, or is that finished? I learned about the game yesterday and could only earn 1350 XP from quests. So this is a great question. We may do that. We got sort of raided by a lot of bots, so the leaderboard became not so meaningless. We had to pause it so we could actually figure out what is the leaderboard. So we may re-enable that, but yes, we definitely want to give people the chance to get all the rewards. Let's see what else we got here. We got a lot of questions in the chat. I'm like 15 minutes behind here. Can I build my own boats? You sure can, Sentinel Kronos TV. You sure can build your own boats. Big boats, shrimp hype, boats for fishing. Yes, you can definitely do that. You can dabble in all the skills. Building boats isn't a special skill. It's complicated. It's hard to explain in a short amount of time.
The short of it is you need materials from many skills to build boats and other vehicles. And ultimately what you do is, in the end, currently in the alpha, you craft what is essentially the final materials for the boat, and then you actually have to take it to a special place to turn it into a boat. And so hopefully you guys will figure that out in the alpha.
Cream says, I got back to this game when you decided to remember my existence about a month ago. So someone I pinged because they had made a cool meme for us in our Discord. I'm surprised my impact was deep enough to deserve your brain power. Just wanted to thank you genuinely. So they made a cool meme. I believe it's the bit chunk, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. We need bees and cats. So you're so extremely right, kitty cat Felix Meow. You're 100% correct. Do we have that for you today? Sadly, I cannot commit to that, but this will be rectified. Hexatect, Frontierium, heck man, I don't know. BitCraft is fine. Give me the roads. Cascade. Do I have to re-sign up for the alpha if I did back in 2022? You do not.
Well,
you do not. You should set up on the new hub though.
Yes, you should. What you signed up for back in 2021 was essentially a mailing list
yes.
to get info and be considered for getting into pre-alpha tests. What you can sign up for right now is actually registering your account. If you previously were on the mailing list, your kind of email will be remembered, but your account isn't like created by default. We didn't. Part of what you agreed to when we signed up before was not for us to create you a new account. You have to sign up again for that.
So I kind of take that back a little bit. Yeah. You kind of have to do, but that should be fine. How is XP gained for the skills? Do you need to specialize in one or two skills? So we've answered that, but I'll throw it out here. So XP is gained by doing the skill, just like RuneScape. Super fun. Do you need to specialize in one or two skills? You don't need to, but it sure is helpful because you can work with other players who are specialized in different ones. If there are boats, is there wind? Do boats sail and can wind be used to power a windmill? So I love the questions from the community. They're actually fascinating because they ask the cool things that like we can barely ever get to, and they're a nice reminder of like what people find fun and interesting. So we've thought about wind for a long time. Wind is not in the game currently, but we're definitely going to be adding it at some point. So it'll have an impact on sailing. Will it be like Valheim sailing, or will it be more like what we have right now? It'll probably be a mix between the two. We'll see. Do boats sail, and can wind be used to power a windmill? So it should be able to power a windmill. We don't have that, but that's a great idea. So someone write that down on the hype train ideas. Let's see. We got a lot of questions. Can skills decay? They cannot decay. I think it's important that if you've done work that you get credit for that. Are there aggressive mobs considering there's hunting? So there's no aggressive mobs at this thing, but there will be. Those are coming. They have been in the game before, and we just pulled them out for this particular one to help with some technical things. How many biomes are currently in BitCraft? How many more are planned? Carter, you want to hit us up with that?
Yeah, I think we have, I would say 10 biomes right now, which are in the alpha. And we have a few more kind of concepted from that, but I think you'll find that we have the ability to add a decent bit more content to the game with just the biomes we have. Some of them are very, very like simply sketched out at this stage, that there's a lot of depth we can add to them before we need to start tacking on more biomes. So I think we'll try to stick to the 10 we have right now for at least a while before we feel the need to expand that further.
So we've got a lot of questions coming in. Hopefully we can catalog them all. Is there a guild system to work with others? Yes, but there's a lot of details to that, so I have to explain that. Is there Linux support? We don't have Linux support right now. We have Mac and PC, but I'm just noting that it is now 9 a.m.
Yes.
And we've crossed the threshold. I believe, if I can get a confirmation from our engineering team, that we may be...
Yeah. So I was going to say, well, they haven't opened it up.
Okay.
Waiting for your cue, Tyler. But I think we've got some content creators who are already trying to get in and play BitCraft. So it'd be awesome to open things up for them. I guess we could also transition our stream over to showing a little bit about the game as well.
Yeah, I think that would be super duper cool. I'll try to answer some questions if you guys want to get that set up. We got a lot coming on. So it's time, everybody. It's time. It's been, I think, 6 years almost coming. At the beginning, it was just myself and my co-founder, Alessandro, working on the game for like a whole year. Just setting up the engine and getting things ready on the back end. Let's see, are there dungeons? There are dungeons. They've got fun puzzles in them, kind of like Breath of the Wild. They're a little rudimentary right now. Also, heads up, interiors are engineering art, but they are quite functional, and they will eventually look really, really pretty. How will gear be an influence on grinding skills? It's very similar to RuneScape. If you get gear, it will help you do things. Is there PvE? There sure is PvE, and there will be more PvE coming. How big can the cities be? As big as you can make them. We balance that with it takes resources to maintain large cities. Is there a durability system for tools? I think that one's been on the to-do list for a very long time.
It's implemented, but it's not balanced to a state where it's included. So right now it's disabled, but we have that virtually done. Should be in the future.
Gotcha. Cool. That's important for trade. So basically, if you have items just accumulating in your game, the price just perpetually goes down. So you want to make sure there's some durability. Is spawning from one location or random? It's random. How can you find your friends in the world? So right now you got to walk. We're going to put you in a similar area so you can find them pretty easily. I think in the future, when the world gets really, really, really big, we're probably going to give you a one-time teleport or something like that. How long does it roughly take to master any given skill? Do you have the answer to that, Carter, by any chance?
It's hard to say. I don't know if anyone's tested all the way. So basically, right now, what I can say is that in the last pre-alpha we did, there was kind of content that could keep you busy up till around level 40 in all the skills. I know that the people who reached that level played around 150 hours to get to that level. In this alpha, there's content that will take you around level 60 to 70, and that's a non-linear curve from 1 to those values. So it should be in the hundreds of hours to get to level build up to level 70.
Should be thousands in a way, right? To get certainly to master it. Do you want to pop open the game while I'm just answering some questions, and maybe we can switch over to the.
We're all ready to go, I think.
Let me know when you get that set up.
As soon as John transitions.
Can I make waterfalls or fill in a hole with water and make a lake font? So not in this rice void. Wow, I'm falling behind on questions. We got to move through the questions. Not in this thing, but soon. We're going to work on that. It's just we need to do a little extra engineering, which we ran out of time for. There's a lot of things where it's like it's on the list. It's just time is finite. So is our team.
Quick question, Tyler. Do we want to open it? Alessandro wants to know.
Alessandro, tear down this server.
Burn it down. All right.
Burn it down.
Well, now
go.
Everyone gets to see live on stream as things fall apart or stay together. We'll see. Cool. So I think people should be able to see the game now. I guess.
I'm off the top of the. I'm losing questions. We're off the top of the chat now. How long the alpha be? At least a month. Well, depending on if our servers die, it's a long story. Are skills equally viable, hard to spec in, do you think? That's the idea. We're trying to do that. Do we get PvP in the game? We have not decided, but not right now. A lot of grinding, you betcha. Will skills be permanent from now on or reset full launch? They'll reset. I can't keep up. There's too many questions. I just learned about this today. Missed the Discord of Egg event. It is still possible to get keys. Stick around. We're going to be giving out more keys. Do you think Zazima will ever max BitCraft? I certainly hope so. I hope Zazima gets in here. I would also like to know more. Oh, can't read them. Will there be self-sufficient mode of gameplay? Yes, there will be. We call it the hermit thing. We want to support it. How many? I can't. It's too much. They're coming in too quick. How many got into the alpha? There's going to be more getting in. We don't have the specific number. I don't right now. Was the art style inspired by Legend of Zelda games at all? Yes. Somebody also asked, was it inspired by Journey, Sky Chiller of the Light? In a way, yes, as well. There's a lot of games we were inspired by. Can I farm bees? You can't, but you should be able to. It's a great point. So we have I believe we have an ideas chat. Slap it in chat. We look at that. Running out of, can't do the questions fast enough. Let's see. Do you see BitCraft collaborating with other companies like Twitch in the future to make an in-game merge? Maybe. That's a fun thing. I haven't thought about that really. Does anyone spawn? Nope, can't do it. This is too much. Are there games or mechanics that will prevent griefing? Yes, that's what we thought about since the beginning. If we'd be very naive to assume there'd be no grifting. Will we have democracy? Only if you want. We want players to play how they want. Were you inspired design-wise by the game Journey?
So, sorry, just to cut you off there, Tyler. I see a lot of people posting in chat that their keys from the egg event are not working.
Okay.
I guess we'll have some of our engineers behind the scenes look into that and see if they can support you guys.
Egg's not working.
Alessandro says that he's looking at it right now.
Yep, I pinged him.
Okay.
They're working on it.
Are there similarities between BitCraft and Havenhearth that are notable? Yes. Maybe Carter can talk about that a little later. I don't know, John, if you can write some of these down so we can, I don't know how quickly you're trying on that, but slap as many of these you can into things so we can answer them.
What was the question you just asked? What was the
is it similar to Haven and Hearth? Any particular systems?
Oh yeah, I already got that one.
How bad will the queue be at the start? Hopefully not that bad, but we'll see. Can we dig mine through the middle of the hex? Yes. Can you create a cave? No, but maybe in the future.
You can create a house that's kind of like a cave.
This game is play to earn, right? Wrong. Are there different map tiers? Can we use the cube in this alpha? I don't think so.
Sorry, I'll just quickly mention there the masks from the hub and the cube are not obtainable in this alpha right now.
Is there PvP? No. Or is there PvP? Not right now. And if there is, you won't be forced to play it. So is everybody playing the server? Is there a fishing minigame? There's a fishing macro game. That's a long story. You can also, if fishing is cool. Can we dig mine through the middle of the hex? Yes.
Quick interjection. For people who were saying the keys were not working, Alessandro says that the issue should be fixed now. So please retry.
Proxy voice chat. Hello, everyone. Good morning, all. Getting a lot of spam. Okay, this is partially why I couldn't get through those questions. Can we dig mine? Okay, let's see. Fishing minigame. Were you inspired by Sky Children of the Light? I think originally it was definitely a game that we looked at, but we've looked at so many. I mean, there's a lot of games. Airships, stay tuned. I love boats. I love boats too. I really love the boats. What vegetables are in the game? Well, it's too many to list. We got a lot of vegetables in the game. Would you prefer new players or previous players? I assume you mean for the alpha? It depends on what we're trying to test. Specifically, how good is cooking? I think it's good. Can we fly in the game? No. Will you ever not be able to fly? Unclear. Do spawning from one location or random? If random, can we use friends? It's random, but we'll try to put you near each other. Boat made of rocks. Not that I'm aware of. I want to be a marine carpenter. You be a marine carpenter. That's what this is all about. If you want to be a marine carpenter, we'd love for you to eventually build cities on platforms in the ocean. So you want to be a marine carpenter, you do that. Literally, that is your calling. That's built for you. You can build Venice afresh. Boat made of shrimp, not that I know of. Can we fill a hole in water and make a lake? Not right now, but eventually. Will there be something grindable like in RuneScape? Oh, my good heavens. Will there be something grindable? Yes. Like the gauntlet. Carter can talk about that later. We can write that one down.
I'd say there's already some stuff. I don't think there's anything that rises to the difficulty of the gauntlet in game yet, but there is definitely stuff that you can grind in the game that will take a long time to obtain.
Is the economy player ran or system ran or a hybrid of both? It is player run. So it's technically a hybrid of both because the travelers have some items which we control, but it is player run. That's the whole point. Oh, I can't keep up. There's too many questions. Let me see. Bees and cats for the win. You're absolutely right. You're 100% correct. Bees like forestry would be unbelievable. I would no life this. Okay, write that down. Somebody write that down. We need bees. When you guys admit that Svim is the coolest, I need an official statement ASAP. Svim is very cool. I don't know if he's the coolest. He's one of the coolest. What's going on in this live? Like, what is going on? We are launching a game alpha for BitCraft. BitCraft, it's fully not under NDA, so people can see it now. You can see us playing it right now. This is a game we're putting everybody in one single world. It's fully editable. You can build cities and stuff. It's very cool. How complex or deep are crafting trees for blacksmith or woodworkers? Is there a specific building class? There's not a specific building class. I think they're complex and deep. We'll see how it goes. Can we fly in the game? Not yet. Proxy voice chat? Not yet. How does the communication work in the game? Is it voice chat or text? It's text, but we'll work on that in the future. If we have a key, can we stream the alpha? You sure can. Go for it. We'd love to see it. Will supporters since 2021 get anything? You get the Origin Cube. Take a look in your hub. Favorite BitCraft Nation? Don't have a favorite. I can't call out favorites right here. This is really hard to keep up with chat. This is amazing, guys. Thank you so much. I think my key has been lost along the way. I'm very stupid. You're not very stupid. You're very, very smart. You don't have one left over there, right? Okay, maybe you're a little bit more clever than I thought. I don't know that we have any extras. Is spawning from one location or random? I think we've answered that one. Will there be mounts? Yes, I'll call that out right there. We don't have them yet. We had them. We pulled them out. I think we want to do them properly. How will we be able to find each other? There's coordinates on the map. You can check your coordinates and find out where you are. Is there a roadmap? There's not a roadmap, but maybe we should have a roadmap. That's a great question.
Yeah.
Will there be
There's
different?
There's an internal roadmap, but we'd like to move towards having a public one during alpha.
How does the mapping work over time? So there's a map, you can uncover chunks of the map over time and unlock the whole world. I've gotten chosen for pre-alpha 2 years ago. Is it automatic? Can I automatically play now? No, sign up on the hub and you'll be able to get in. Cooking is predetermined recipes or allowing you to put ingredients together and make a dish. Right now it's predetermined recipes. That'd be fun though if we could do that. It's complicated to balance. With world changing on its own over time, is there going to be advantage or disadvantage to maintain over harvest like the environment in Dofus Wakfu? That's a great question. Somebody write that down. You got to put all these questions in our Discord. If I don't answer them, please put them in our Discord. They're really interesting ideas. How is my Haven Hearth community going to cause chaos? I can only imagine right now.
You are truly very behind, Tyler. I saw that comment ages
a long time ago. I am. I'm trying to. Should I just skip a bunch and go to the end? If you didn't get your question answered, put it in again, and I will go to do this. I'm gonna start at the beginning.
If people have questions for stuff they want to see or know about in game, now that we're showing some gameplay here,
yes.
Throw those in chat.
Throw those in chat too. Oh boy, will there be WSD movement? That's a complex question. We've tried it. We put it into the game. The point and click move is important for you to be able to do it in sort of a relaxing way because it's a bit of a grindy game, and we want you to be able to potentially put it on a second monitor and use it that way. We tried it. We'll continue to experiment with it. No promises there. Are you able to tell us additional professions that might be seen in the game, whether it be blacksmithing, leatherworking, etc.? There's going to be more. I can't talk to them right now. We got a lot of questions coming in. We've got both of those. What about decay mechanic for potentially prestiging skill to keep yourself an artisan of the skill after the grind is over? The grind will never be over. As in a single skill to choose a gatekeep what you want to prestige. Is there an RPG element with the skill system, or is the philosophy of the game more grounded in the crafting community aspects? Depends what you mean by RPG element. There is. It's obviously inspired by RPGs and the fact that you can skill up in RPGs. Is it only click to move? It is only click to move for now. I think we have a option you can try to turn on WSD, but
it's not available right now.
It's not available. It's click to move. How can you tell if you have access to the alpha? You should have a key or gotten an email. Check your email. How big is the map? Big. Very big. We want it to be essentially, but it's not right now, but we want it to be essentially impossible for a single person to explore the whole thing. How big do boats get? Can I be a pirate? They get pretty big. They're going to get even bigger. You can not be a pirate in that you can't steal things from people now, but it's definitely something we're thinking about. How much control do you have over the customization of clothes you make with tailoring? Not a lot right now, but that's definitely something we want to look at as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of content on the way in that. We've been really just trying to focus on getting the core systems in place for this first alpha, but we do have a lot of content that we want to show on that front soon.
What is the game price or monetization model? Take a look on our website. I have a blog post about this. It's free to play. Will self-sufficiency be viable like Iron Man mode in RuneScape? So that's something we're going to have to come look at later, I think. But
the short of it is yes, but it's not the way the game is intended to be played.
Right,
I guess.
And specifically I was addressing the Iron Man mode thing where like you're not allowed to interact with other people. That's coming. You can definitely be a hermit off in the woods if you want. That's no problem. How many vanity items and clothes are planned? There's a lot. We're gonna have a lot of cool stuff. Will there be swag? We'd love to be able to do that. But not, as I mentioned, like random people who get randomly chosen for the alpha. That we don't want it to be random. Can you craft a bit? No, but it's a good question. How many different classes are there? There's not classes, there's skills, and there are 13, I believe, Carter said. If we want to arrange some community events, would you guys be interested in engaging with them? Sure. Yeah, that's super fun. Which hub? I think the hub is at hub.bitcraftonline.com. What's the capacity of the server? Hopefully enough. Private server hosting an option. Not right now, but it's an interesting thought. What will the origin... there's a lot of details to that. We would like there to be one canonical world. That's kind of an important part of an MMORPG. What will the origin cube actually do, though? Probably purely cosmetic, but we'll see. You'll have to wait around to find out. Can accidentally set forest on fire? No. Interesting question, though. That would be kind of interesting and fun. We'd like to do more sort of weather and random events over time. Breathe. You're doing amazing. Thank you so much, UFO Indigo. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Rip Keys didn't even get whitelisted. We're trying. We're really trying. You guys are legion. I'm confused. Do we sign up for alpha and get it now, or do we get a key? You have to sign up, and you have to get a key. You'll be given one. If you consume resources of a zone, do you have to replant to get more? Some you have to replant. The world will cause other ones to be spawned to kind of make up for the fact that you've done this, but you can still clear out a region. French with the word hype. Nice. Hype in French. I can't speak French. Carter can kind of speak French. So now that we're launched, how many players per instance? As many as we can get. Can I make a microwave? Not yet, if ever. Is level 2 halfway to level 99? It sure is. It sure is. Will there be a subclass sub-skills? Good question. Don't know. That's kind of like Albion Online. Albion's also another inspiration for us. Why is there no ambient occlusion? Because the engineers haven't slept in 2 months. Will there be a cat mask? Great question. I think
there is a cat mask already.
There is a cat mask, yes. So yes. Why can't we pay for keys? That's a good question. Maybe we should let you do that eventually. How?
For you, Tyler?
Yeah, what's up?
Chronos7 says, and this is the person who was talking about Go Pirate Software before, or just Pirate Software. If we want to arrange some community events, would you guys be interested in engaging with them?
Absolutely. For sure.
So just the best way to get in touch with Tyler, I think, is probably through Discord. Although his his messages are like overflowing every day. So
they are bumping. If not, hit one of our mods up or our community managers, and they'll get to me. Are there different biomes like mountain deserts? There sure are. Is there a logic to which biome is next to which? There sure is. You'll have to try it out.
Yeah, we don't want to reveal too much about the layout of the world, other than there is definitely intent beyond the placement of the biomes, and the world is definitely large, and there's some biomes that are intentionally far apart.
Are there any drops to get in from watching this Twitch? We may, if we've got some extra room, dump some keys in here, but we'll see if the server doesn't explode. It seems to be doing okay, but the engineers could be screaming at me in the background.
No. I just checked. So we're slowly raising the cap of how many people are allowed in, and once we get to a point where that's stable, and we'll see kind of how many CCU we have. If that starts to fall below the amount that we're targeting, then we'll throw some more keys out.
Cool. I've got a great question from Blessed Ocean. Will we be able to switch between passive and active play? Absolutely. That's actually one of the core things that we set out to do with this game, is that you should be able to play it sort of passively if you want, just kind of in the background, or play it super actively. That was a design goal from the beginning. Great question. Does every skill need the same amount of time XP to master? We're trying to make it so that's the case. It's hard. Is the map going to change? Like when there are mountains, when you see them, or is the map going to be just one layered? So the map changes when players change it. We have literally seen players change things so you can see it on the map. So yes. And also we may edit the map as time goes on. I started the game, my headset broke because of loud music. Sorry to hear that. We didn't want to destroy your headset there. Will there be hoods, cosmetic or otherwise? I think so. We definitely had them in the past, but I don't think in here.
There's some stuff that's changes that are ongoing as far as like how we split up the clothing slots, but there definitely is the possibility to have hoods. I think there's nothing that is literally a hood right now, but there's definitely some hood-like stuff.
Some hood-like stuff, yes. Can you have some kind of diseases or something? This is a great question. Definitely throw these ideas in. These are things that we've had. Like, there's so many of these cool ideas that are actually not that hard to add that we could add into the game. It's just that we've been grinding away to get to the first playable here.
They're not diseases, but there are buffs and debuffs that you can get that will affect
But like
you.
diseases that spread is actually a cool idea, right? Where if you like, hey, you want to quarantine cities and stuff, it's kind of fun. Essentially impossible to explore at all. Challenge accepted.
Yeah, we did have some people who got close to exploring or did explore all of the world in one of the pre-alphas. This world is quite a bit larger and quite a bit more difficult to traverse.
Yes,
and it did take them close to an entire week, I think, to explore the whole thing. So we'll see if anybody manages to explore the whole world.
How does the server work for different regions? Can I play with friends in different regions? There's only one region. It's all one world. Get them in there. This is the magic. Well, it's not really magic, but this is the very lot of engineering that goes into Spacetime TV. I've signed up for the beta. So sad I didn't get a key. Stick around. We're going to try to get as many people in. Particularly, also note the total number of keys that are going out is not going to be just today. We're going to be giving out keys all week, all month. So definitely stick around. We want to get as many people in as possible. It's just we don't want our servers to explode on the first day. Will there be an area market, central market, or perhaps will be able to? Will there? Okay, hold on. Or perhaps will we be able to become a trader caravan and make gain on reselling in different regions? You're so right. You will be able to become a trader caravan. Prices and markets will be local. There's going to be no grand exchange or fully entire world auction house, and that's part of the cool, interesting thing of BitCraft. Excited to live my cottage core dream. I'm excited, honey drops, to eat for you to live your cottage core dream. Future customization, yes. I think one cool thing that we want to do in the future, so we haven't really talked about the empires too much. I did promise people a blog post. Oh, I lied about that, didn't I? Well, it's been very busy. Sorry. Is putting your own banners on things, so like something that you've actually done, which we will check to make sure is not lewd and various other bad things. So that'll be cool. If the map is planned to be this big, is there a cartographer type skill profession? We've toyed with various things like this, explorer skills and stuff. A lot of details there. Hard to answer that question right now. Will there be map sharing? That's a great question. There isn't map sharing, but that's a great question. Maybe slap that into our Discord. Can we, for those of Taylor or somebody else, can we create an ideas Discord or unarchive the old ideas Discord if that's possible?
Yeah, I'm writing everything down in a Google Doc.
Cool, thank you.
You're mentioning so.
Will the game wipe be fresh? Yes. I wonder when Thor is going to start playing BitCraft. Right now he's busy Helldivers. He told me tomorrow, so we'll see. That'll be insane. It's probably for the best. The goblins are kept at bay for right now. Will the game create a revenue stream for you as developers? How will the game? We're going to sell things. That's the idea. I have a whole blog post about things that we would consider selling and things that we won't. Essentially, we don't want to sell things that you have to spend time doing, but there's definitely some things we can sell in the game that are super fun, and we're going to be talking more about that in the future. And read the blog post if you want to know our philosophy on that. I think it's really important because we want to keep it.
So some people who are good at math can try to get a sense, but basically, since we've been streaming this whole time, you can see a decent bit of what I've revealed on the map here. I believe it said this is around 0.3% of the world is the notification it was giving.
So it's big, and this is a small world, so it's going to get bigger.
Yeah, this is small to just be appropriate for the size of this alpha, but as we go into later alphas and beta, the world will get bigger and the amount of people will get bigger.
When I click enter BitCraft, the button gets grayed out, nothing happens. Should something happen? Yes, something should happen. DM one of our support people in the Discord.
Just don't DM, post in the support. There's a support forum channel.
Slap in the support forum. Sorry, they're very busy. Do eggs drop keys? They do drop keys. I think the eggs are used up, but there's going to be more keys this whole week. So let's see. Will there be merch in the future? I'd love to do that, but I don't know. We're so busy. Okay, so let me impress something upon you. We have, I think, a total of, I don't know, something like 40 people. We're making an MMO and also a database. So it's an extremely small team to be making a game like this. And I'm super proud of the team for getting us here. It's been a long haul. How are the servers work for different regions? Can I play with friends on different regions? They're all in one. Can you have some kind of diseases? Okay, has pollution been considered? It has been considered at great length. Pollution being people leaving things around. Yes, and it does clean up over time. PvE raids on, and also you should be able to, as a player, eventually clean up stuff yourself.
Yeah, I mean, you can already.
That's
you can salvage abandoned bases and stuff.
But that's part of the philosophy. When I click on enter BitCraft, the button gets rid of. Okay, sorry. When will the buildings all be pre-built or will it be free construction? Right now, it depends. So walls are free construction. Buildings themselves are pre-built, and there's a really important reason for that. It's more like Animal Crossing in a sense, where you go into a building and the space is bigger inside than it is on the outside. And the reason for that is if you don't do that, just basic napkin math will tell you that your game is going to be just full of suburbs, which is walking through suburbs. So it's just something that we needed to do.
I see Wolfie43 asks, can we build roads? You sure can. And we had to disable some of the features of roads, but certainly just due to some performance issues. But once we get that sorted, not only will roads be cosmetic and kind of functional in terms of telling you where something like where a path leads, but they also can give stats. So like your vehicles might move faster on roads, you might lose less energy while you're running, that sort of thing. We already have in the game. It's just disabled right now.
A-Dog, crazy. I've been signed up for the alpha for over a year. People who did it recently got in. Definitely stick around. We're going to be trying to get as many people into this as we can. I mean, we're doing our best. Please give us a chance here. Will the static world expand a la static Second Life? It will expand over time. Possibly not in the alpha, but we'll see. Crazy, I've been signed up. Let's see. Is it going to be available on Steam? Unclear as of right now. Is it true that there will be no PvP even in the future iteration? Not necessarily. So there may be PvP. We just want to make sure that if we are going to add it, we do it in a way which is not detrimental to the philosophy of BitCraft, which is that people are going to be working together. Should only be opt-in if we ever do add it. We're not focused on that right now. We're just focused on making this game as great as we possibly can. Looks like this is the Clockwork Labs camp here. You guys have got something set up really, really big very quickly. If you guys want to explore, those of you who are in the game, try to come over here and say hi to the Clockwork Labs team. I want to get in. We need to break the server as well since we destroyed Twitch's API the other day. Oh man, please save us. Is there a way to expand your inventory capacity? Not right now, but maybe. Well, in a sense, because you can get boats and carts and things, you can put a bunch of stuff in that. We have this cool system called Cargo. Carter could tell you all about it, but we're not going to do that right now. But it lets you put like a bunch of things in like a small package and then take it on a trip.
It's like a shipping container.
Shipping container, exactly. Would you open to community mods? Like say I wanted to go in and make a beekeeper loop. You mean for developing? Like, to mods. Long story about that. Man, we can't get through all this stuff. That's not an easy question to answer very rapidly. But yes, we'd be open to it. We have to think about it though. They have somewhat in the past depended on the scale of the event. Let's see. Poor engineers. When it becomes more viable, will there be multiple styles of combat skills like martial arts, swords, and possibly others? So combat is actually not a skill in the game because we want somebody who's been playing for like 6 months to be able to have their friend join and be able to fight things with them. It's more like Valheim in that you can just pull your old armor off the shelf and like, let's go, friends. But a lot of details in that because there's still things that are important for skilling. Let's see.
Maybe quick CTA. If you guys haven't already, definitely drop us a follow. We are planning on doing more streams like this in the near future. So definitely feel free to drop us a follow.
And if you're wondering how all this works and runs in the back end, check out SpacetimeDB. I posted it in the chat. I'm about to run off the end of the chat here at the top again because I can't keep up with you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for being here on the first day of the alpha going live. I'd love to see what other people are streaming and saying about it. Again, this is just the beginning. This is the first version, and it's only better from here. So if there's problems, we're going to fix them, and we're going to make it better.
All right, and I just see that we just got a low supplies notification for the Clockwork Labs claim. So if there's any Clockwork Labs employees in chat, let's get some supplies in that claim.
Okay, how hard will it be to meet up with friends? It's right now you got to go find them, but you've got coordinates. Eventually, we're probably going to do like a one-time teleport. So we'll see that. Let's see. I got to skip through quite a few things. Is there any bonus for reaching the higher levels? Definitely there is. Is max level? The max level that's changed a few times. Is it 99, Carter, or is it 100? I think it's 100.
I think it goes past 100, but 100 is like the soft cap.
I gotcha. So that's the answer. And we're going to have improvements for you all the way up to that number for sure. And then it gets even better, but it's like diminishing returns after 100. Will the buildings all be pre-built or they be free construction? They're going to be pre-built for now, except certain things like walls and things are free construction. Let's see. I'm way behind. I'm way behind. I have a few creator friends who might want to like to check this out. Who would I refer them to for creator applications? Taylor here. He's Coyote in our Discord. DM Taylor. How do dungeons work in the 2D map context, instances or as a biome? So
we can show right now if you want.
Show right now. I will continue on. You go show right now. How's the server holding up, by the way?
Seems to be great.
I'm not having any problems right now.
That is amazing. Sounds like we need to let more people in. Let it burn down.
Alessandro's on it. He's slowly bringing it up.
It is so what is the scaling of XP requirement for each skill level? So skills are linear, but XP requires an exponential amount. So you have to do more and more work to get to higher level skills. Let's see. What do we got here? Where are the other players? Have you guys found them yet? The world is really, really big, Tinspin, so it's going to be...
We intentionally moved decently away from the spawn area for our little Clockwork Labs town here, so we didn't have people getting kind of confused or surprised by there already being some people who have built a little bit when they got in.
Can I punch everything? I mean, you might want to see a therapist. Can you do interactions with other players like hugs? You can wave at them. And you should be able to hug them. I mean, let's be real. Is building allowed anywhere or is it restricted? You can build anywhere, except on water right now, but that's going to be fixed. That's one of the core sort of fantasies that we wanted people to be able to do in BitCraft is build anywhere. Right now, Carter is inside of a dungeon. He's doing a puzzle here, and he's not doing the puzzle correctly, so that's interesting. But should be much better looking in the future, but this is kind of a fun little example thing. Our game designers have made very cool puzzles with very, very little tooling. So thank you for that. I particularly would shout out Jordan for that one. Thank you for including a Mac version. It gets overlooked by a lot of devs since most devs go to PC. I travel a lot of work on Mac, so excited to see that support. I am too. I have a Mac. That's partially the reason why we forced it through there. There's going to be some pink textures in there. Sorry. It's just is what it is. We'll work on it. Are there big mountains or is the map flat? Oh no, the ruins are collapsing.
One quick question I've seen several times. People are asking who's actually playing the game right now. It's Carter at the bottom. So
Carter's bottom. Are there big mountains? There sure are big mountains. Keep looking. There's a big map, so you're gonna have to keep looking. Is there PvP or is it planned, and what potential scale? So there's not PvP, and it's unclear if it's planned. We're gonna do it in a way that is beneficial to BitCraft. It certainly will be opt-in if there is PvP.
Yeah, I will say in terms of PvP, I think people are referring to combat, which is exactly what Tyler just said. But there also, for sure, will be player versus player competition with the empires and to some extent with the settlements. So there'll be an aspect of competing with other settlements or other empires for sure.
That's a great point, Carter. Thank you for adding that. How will you go about adding new things to the game, new biomes, new items, structures? I don't know. Mal per CO dev. We're just trying to survive the alpha, and then we will think about that. We have thought about it, but not implemented some of the stuff. Okay. Will there be mastery mentor system like how Star Wars Galaxy works? We've thought about this too. It would be super cool. Stay tuned, I suppose. Too bad it feels so excluding to not get a key. Tempted to just forget about the game and breathe it in lots. I'm really sorry to hear that, Blue Wilson. We really are trying our best to get as many people into the game as possible. I would appreciate if you did stick around. There's a lot. We just want to do the best for our community that we can. Will active grinding give more XP than passive grinding? Something like more difficult to macro that doesn't stop the skill of grinding? It's yes. I mean, Carter can...
Yeah, I mean, like, stuff that is truly passive doesn't give any XP. For reasons, but stuff that there's varying degrees of activity. So, like running around to find a rare resource should give you better XP when you do find it and gather it. But then hitting a giant rock should probably give less XP over time because you can do it so consistently. That's something we're still balancing, and we'll add a lot more kind of depth to that in the future.
So let's see. Are we actually, John, out of curiosity, are we on Twitch trending at the top at all? I don't know how this works on Twitch.
I'm not sure. I can check.
So
quick.
I just checked in the BitCraft topic. So we're second from the top, and Co-Carnage is actually quite a bit ahead of us streaming BitCraft.
Oh,
in
really?
terms of viewers, yeah.
How many viewers?
He's at 6.5K right now.
Wow, that's a lot of people watching BitCraft. What are the minimum suggested spec requirements for this game? It changes all the time as we improve the optimizations. We're trying to do potato quality, so we're trying to get as most potatoes into this game as we can. How many furnitures? I hope a lot. Sorry for that not being specific. Also, Barcode OS. It's just we're doing our best. Miraculous glitter. How many furnitures? I hope a lot. A lot. We're gonna add more and more.
There's a few right now, but we've got a lot more planned. I would say like anything that is like cosmetic or kind of the non-core content is stuff that we have a lot of plans for. In fact, we sometimes even have a lot of assets for. We're just trying to get the absolute core like functional stuff in that's like the core systems, and then right now we're really trying to add a lot of content, functional content on top of those core systems, and then very soon adding a lot of kind of horizontal and optional cosmetic content on top of those systems as well.
Can you guys add bees? We gotta add bees, guys. We gotta add bees and cats. This is just we gotta do it.
All right.
And
I'm
you gotta
totally
be able
down to be a bee farmer. Let's do it.
Yes, absolutely. And you gotta be able to pet the cat because we're gonna be shamed on that website if you can't pet the cat.
Oh yeah. You gotta pet the bees too. I'll be upset if we can't pet the bees.
Yeah, well, true. I like the Minecraft bees, the big old bumbly bees. Looking good. Really excited to see how this game goes. I am too. It's really fun to see everybody here today. It's been a long time coming. Is there a way to create art and give it to players in the form of an item? There isn't, but there should be. That would be cool. These ideas, you got them all? If we've got that idea, chat on our Discord, please add them there. Any communities built around platforms other than Discord? Yes, I hope so down the road. But we are not doing anything as of right now because we are just hanging on. Are there weather mechanics change how you interact with the world? There are not, but there will be. Can you guys allow screenshots in the Discord? I can't post any right now.
It's to stop people from posting content that would need to be moderated in terms of embeds. I think you can post links.
You can post screenshots specifically in a screenshots channel under closed alpha.
Cool.
There you go.
Roughly how much disk space does the game take up? I think it's
under 2 gigs.
Under 2 gigs. So come on now. Get in here. That's easy. 2 gigs. Everybody got 2 gigs laying around. Can you make music? How does the music play a role in the game? This is a super interesting question. You can't make music right now. Music is a very important part of the game. We would like you. So we have travelers in the game. I think we haven't really met any in Carter's playthrough here, as far as I know. But they are creatures from the ancient world, and you can find them, and they do cool things. You can trade with them. We'd love them to be able to play music as well. We will be adding that, and you should be able to attract them to your town so that they come to your town and play music in your town. And maybe player created music as well. We haven't gotten there. PvE raid. The sky is limitless. It's really the sky is the limit.
Chronos7 asks, are there going to be ferrets in the game?
Yes, Chronos7. There's going to be ferret. There are now. So bees, cats, and ferrets. Write this down. We should have a ferret traveler, to be quite honest. I think that would be super cool. Someone write that down too, please, if anyone could. PvE raids on empires like New World or Coreborn should be. That would be fun. You guys have the best ideas ever, I have to say. We've been heads down just like building this thing, and that's super important, by the way, for a game developer to like just stay. But every once in a while, you got to pop up and think about these really cool ideas.
Yeah, I see. Go ahead.
No, you got it.
I was going to say, I see one question in the chat here from Zolerf that says potential positions outside of the US for BitCraft Online to work on.
You mean for the company?
Yeah, I assume so.
Yes, so we're a global company. So we work anywhere from California, I think, all the way to South Korea is where we have people. We really like to stay west of Eastern Europe because it's kind of hard to work that far away, but there are some exceptions. Are there seasons? There are not seasons. Will there be seasons? You bet. I think that would be cool. I think weather is easier than seasons to do. So I think there would be weather before seasons.
Yeah. I see Bing0Bong0 said they're excited to be a jeweler. This is actually something that is already in the game. You can find geodes and you can crack them open and get different gems and try to cut them to a good quality.
Zanex Plays says, is there farming? There is farming. Is there a variety of combat styles, like different weapon mechanics, magic? Combat is certainly less of a focus in this alpha, but we're bringing it back in force quite soon. So we'll see. Phoebe says, or at least Annoyed Alchemist says, I have an epidemiologist friend who could be interested in adding diseases. That's good to know. Is there a height limit for building? I think there
Technically, yes, but it should be almost unreachable. Though I guess this is maybe a good chance to talk about some of the anti-griefing stuff, Tyler, or do you want to save that?
Yeah, so anti-griefing is something we've thought about super deeply. There's a couple of ways to avoid other players from griefing. So one is you can claim an area, but claims itself can be griefing, so you have to think about how do you solve that. Claims allow other people to not be able to interact with your stuff. So you can be like, yo, this is my area, this is not your area. You can put complex permissions on that, or sort of, I should say, sophisticated permissions to allow people to do different things. One of the things we do to make sure the world doesn't become a hellscape is you can terraform the world, but the further you terraform it from the natural state, the more expensive it gets in terms of time and effort that you have to put in. So if you want to have a big mega project, you need a lot of players to help you out, essentially. That's how that works. So that's kind of the situation with the height limit is like, yeah, it's going to get increasingly difficult for you to grind up to the height limit, which is like 64,000. So it's very high. No, it's 32,000. How many do we need to wait in queue? Ideally not. I don't know how many people there are in the queue, but hopefully not that long. Purely medicinal plants, which remove debuffs. I think that would be cool.
I don't know if it's plants that are only used for that, but there's definitely medicines or there's like teas that you can make that give you protection against certain things that can happen in the game. So a little bit more in that direction in the future.
I just want to say to everybody who's following us right now, thank you so much. I think there's going to be a lot of other cool content on this channel, and I really appreciate the follow. I'll call out one just because I happen to see it here. The Griff, thank you for the follow.
Yeah, I saw a question here. Wolfie43 again. Do we have to unlock or discover vehicles? You have to unlock or discover basically everything in the game. And so when you first come into the game, if you haven't encountered any items, you'll have basically zero knowledge of all the buildings and crafting recipes and all that stuff in the game. As you discover items, there's kind of some complicated logic that determines what recipes you can make. In general, a simple way to think of it is just like if you found any of the ingredients for a recipe, you'll generally discover it. Same with a building. And there's some other logic that can also cause you to discover stuff a little bit earlier, just to help you lead in that direction.
Just to interject here for a second, I did just put up a big ideas forum in our Discord. So if you have any cool ideas, go ahead and feel free to post them in there.
If you posted in this chat, please post them over there too, because I'd like to be able to catalog all of them. I will also say there are some things in the game that are sketched in, they're rushed in. I think things are going to be improving as well. So if you run into any rough edges, give us some feedback. We are hyped to get feedback. We love feedback. If there's anything that you think we could improve, let us know. Super important. Can you make things like textiles or ceramics? Yes. It's a long story, but yes. Will there be any way to share trade map exploration progress? That's been asked before. There isn't right now, but that's a super cool idea. We'll have to think about that and how to balance it. Sounds like a stressful month for you guys. It has been, but very rewarding. People are looking to get in the game, and I understand. We're working on as many people as we possibly can. If we can, Alessandro, if you're out there listening, let us know if we're ready to add more people.
Also, it looks like so in the other stream, it seems like Simon's working on potentially giving some keys for like a giveaway or whatever. I don't really know what the best way to do a key giveaway is, but
yeah, we're working on it. I think we don't want to say too much about what's happening, but we're going to be giving away some keys as soon as we have a lot of people in queue right now, so we just want to make sure that we don't want to give out keys and just put you guys into a long queue. We're slowly working on raising the amount of people allowed into the game as we see that there's stability, and we'll let more people in as there's actually room for you in the game.
Joe Dragon says, honestly, this sounds better and better. I love the idea of one big world with player cities and such. Thank you so much. This is our dream too. Can we make it happen? Remains to be seen, but we're giving it the old college try. And I think you can see that. Galadion says, so with the launch of recent MMO games, a major stumbling block has been the login server and then the initial login area. What plans do you have to alleviate these common MMO bottlenecks? Something we've thought about for a long time. Obviously, Spacetime DB helps. The thing we've developed for that And then also there's just game design questions. So making sure that people log in the right areas so they're not too close to each other. It's not too crowded. Making sure that players don't take up too much space, but they have enough space to have their own stuff in the world. It's a thing that you need to think about carefully. It's not just one decision. It's a collection of strategies. The game is open on my second monitor, which is landscape. It was very funny because everything just overlapped with each other. Sorry to hear that. If you want to send a screenshot, if you can, for bugs, that's super helpful. Do you have any idea the minimum specs you need to have to play comfortably? I really don't, but I play on my MacBook and it seems fine. Particularly if you need to, you can set it to low graphic settings. I think we'd love to bring it to mobile eventually, so a phone. Do I have to join a huge city to progress to endgame? So you shouldn't have to. You should be able to just trade with them. That's the idea. My understanding, the game will be free with some sort of way for players to support the game. That's correct. How to spawn, area out of the way. Is there survival mechanics? There is. So there's food. In this game, it's not particularly hot. In this particular playtest, it's not super hostile, but we're going to be adding that back in. So it'll be a little bit more. You won't be able to just walk into the sort of dangerous places and not expect to get clacked and sent back to your spawn. It's just not in this particular build. We had it before. It's a lot of reasons we pulled it out for right now. How does the map work? Does it constantly grow? Will parts disappear with time? It doesn't constantly grow. We built it. We will probably add it manually over time. It's sort of a combination of procedural generation and manual adjustments. Will there be an option to make the dialogue font bigger for half-blind people like me? There should be. We can definitely add that in. Add your suggestion. I see ruins collapsing in mine. Are there faster pickaxes to break the rubble faster? There are faster pickaxes. I will be the Grand Exchange. Yes, Wiley239, be the Grand Exchange. That is why we made this game. Will there be aquaculture, farming things like fish and clams for resources or food? I don't think there is, but there should be, there can be, and there will be. Can players build a capital city that will display on the map if large enough? Yes. In fact, your small cities will display on the map, but yes is the answer, and we'll make that better over time. How developed do you guys plan on making buildings? Will you be keeping brick medieval style as the highest developed? This is a good question. We've experimented with some things. We want to do higher technology, but we want to stay in the lore of the game. So we don't want it to be like steampunk and then like modern. That's not which we're going. But the technology in the game is centered around hexite, which is this mysterious crystal in the world. So it'll probably be inspired by that. Will there be a letter messaging system to chat with people on the server? There isn't right now, but that's a great idea. Add it in. I'm so excited to finally see the game. I joined in 2021, never managed to keep the pre-alpha, so thanks for no NDA streaming gameplay. We love to see it. I think there's going to be a lot more to come. Reminder to everybody, this is the beginning. This is the beginning. Are higher level resources available everywhere or just further in biomes? Yes, they're available everywhere. This is a thing that we've thought about very deeply. So in a lot of survival crafting games that exist today, like for example, let's talk Valheim. In Valheim, you kind of have to build a base in one place. You get past the level of that place, and then you have to pick up and move all your stuff to another place. BitCraft is designed so that you should be able to pick a biome and not have to move your base around a lot. That doesn't mean that all biomes have all resources at all levels, but it does mean you shouldn't be penalized for building in a certain biome, and that there should be interesting high-level resources in each biome. It's kind of a long-winded answer. Is there animal taming? There's not animal taming, but there will be animal taming. Will there be any plant options for building? I don't know exactly what that means. Like building in a tree? Is that what you mean? Hug of Death. We've got some ferrets in here. Love to see it. That must have been when I was talking about ferrets. I'm so behind, guys. I'm doing my best. I'm
one good question here, Tyler. Who are the composers of the in-game music? Can we find out more about the music without having to get a key for the alpha?
Absolutely. So I think stay tuned for a soundtrack that we'll be releasing, but the composers are Austin Wintory and Rachel Hardy. So you probably know certainly Austin from his work on like Journey and Abzu and The Pathless and many other games as well. And Rachel has some amazing content out there as well. Is the alpha world a separate world? Let's see. I gotta skip ahead. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm doing my best. I'm so behind. I'm like 30 minutes behind. Oh my God, you guys have a lot of chat. The game's looking very nice. Thank you so much, Huge Clan Posse. see.
I see someone just posted, I noticed the dude has explored less than 1% of the map. How big is the actual world? You're correct. This is, it's 200 times bigger than what I've uncovered here.
Does BitCraft have controller support? Not yet, but we're working on a lot of things. Are you guys planning on doing a physical release or planning for possible console launches? Yes, eventually. I mean, it's a lot of this scales with how well the community receives the game. If we want to put this thing out there, we've been testing for years, and we want to continue testing. And as we get more and more confidence that this is going to be a popular game, we're going to put more and more resources into supporting other platforms and things like that. Every time I'm about to get in, my launcher crashes. Okay, that's not great. If you have something slapping the support thing. Do I need some coffee? I actually don't really drink coffee. I like the taste of coffee, but it's too bitter for me, if you're curious. But I went to sleep early last night, so. How do you handle abandoned claims, structures, or buildings? So we try to identify, so first of all, we have sort of a no harm, no foul policy. That is to say, if you're not taking up important area in the world, it should be relatively easy to maintain your claim. If you are in a place where somebody else is trying to build, it will become relatively harder to maintain your claim. And we really only want to declaim your claim when we're pretty sure you've left the game. So we wait for that to happen. So if you've left the game, yes, eventually your claim will be salvageable by other players. But
there's also quite a long grace period. There's a difference between your claim runs out of supplies and your base is gone. And basically that period is actually quite long, because at that point, anybody can come take over your base or salvage your base or do any of these things. But if you're truly in an uncontested area, you might come on even after your claim ran out of supplies, and you would still be able to resupply it and repair your town. And just one other comment on what Tyler said. Not all of the systems around balancing this is in the game for this alpha. We think we've got enough in here to hopefully keep things on the rails and not have anything get too crazy. But there's definitely more stuff planned that we haven't gotten to yet.
Will there be big enemies? Certainly there will be. Right now, there are not so many big enemies, but there's so many cool things that we're trying to get to here that are planned. But can you imagine like a giant sea monster? That would be fun. Is the in-game boat based on boat painting on the wall or vice versa? Is the in-game boat based
There's
on
a boat behind your desk.
Good call. No, but maybe we should have one. Got that at what is the name of that store? I don't remember. I can't remember the name right now. Let's see. Is fishing unlimited, or can we run out of fish in an area? So fish is just like any other resource. So the server is going to be working on respawning them to make sure that their fishing populations are maintained.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of questions about this with regards to the resources. Resources respawn, but not necessarily where they were before you gathered them. And so there's essentially just a global population of that resource. And once it gets low enough, it will respawn a certain amount of them. And there's not necessarily a guarantee where those end up, other than they can't spawn if the space is already occupied. So you can't just clear cut a forest, come back the next day, and it's all back.
And we've thought about, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the sort of Ultima Online problem, where they said like, oh, we're going to make it all very realistic and dynamic populations. And then people came in and scoured the earth and destroyed the entire population. So we're cognizant of that problem, and we have things to address it. Is fishing unlimited? Oh, this is an interesting question. I noticed someone mentioned having their email shown on the welcome screen before the login for the queue. Is there a way to hide it, or can that be changed? I assume for streaming purposes. That's a great question. Didn't think about that. Can you put that in our Discord? Work on that. Is what time of monetization are you planning? Definitely take a look at the blog post I wrote on our website. So scroll back in our blog post, you'll see some stuff there. Can I tax people for my city? You can rent out places in your city to other players, and they will pay rent. And that's a complex system that is hard to get into details here, but we'll see if you play the game. So if I want to grieve someone, I try to build in it a bunch of times to make it impossible to maintain. No, it actually requires you to invest in more time than the other player is. So is that griefing? Like if you're playing the game more than another player? No, not really. But that's a good question, Zuler F. So what is the minimum amount of people you need to progress smoothly in a city or village? You can trade for things, so you don't really need that many other people. It's helpful probably to have one of each skill if you don't want to rely on other people. Taking claims are here. They're going to be personal claims and village claims like in Haven and Hearth. There are essentially that, and that's the rent system.
I would say right now there's one type of claim, and
what about the renting though? Right?
Yeah, so basically there's definitely broader plans for the future, but I would say right now the way this works is there are only what probably you would consider to be a village claim, although you can use it as a village of one. It's a lot more accessible than village claims in Haven and Hearth, and so the way that we kind of marry the village claims and personal claims that are on top of each other is basically with the housing interiors. So instead of having like a personal claim or a plot in a village, you just have a house for now that you own the inside of. But in the future, it's possible that we have like some sort of like regions in a village or in a settlement that are overridden, like a village region overrides. But it's something that's still being discussed.
My mom, by the way, just texted me and said it was from Home Goods. So that's right. We got the picture. She's clearly watching the stream. Will there be faster ways to get around the world since it's so big? So this is another great question. And the answer is yes. Obviously there are, right? Boats are in the game. The particulars of that are extremely important. So we want the prices of the world to be based on the region you're in, based on what's available in the region. So because we want people to have to trade things, sort of make money by moving resources from one area to the other. So doing arbitrage. And you don't want to make it so everything is just free to teleport all around the map. So it's a thing that we want to think about very carefully as we do make it faster for people to get around. As a heads up, I think that's a super interesting question. Whales would be super cool. Absolutely, Rice Void. I think you're referring to the giant sea monsters. Heimlich. Hi, Heimlich. When will we know if we can access the alpha? You should either get an email or a key. We're going to be giving out keys frequently. So definitely check your emails this week. Definitely stay tuned in the Discord. Definitely pop into Twitch if we're streaming. I can't stop crashing in the queue. I want to play. Is 3090 GPU too bad for this game? It's definitely not too bad.
For what it's worth, I'm streaming on a 2060 right now.
Yeah, for example. I've played on my MacBook, so. Are you concerned about overcrowding? Yes, we've been concerned about overcrowding since the beginning. We've done a lot of math and thinking to make sure that we can address that. Can I set my own currency from items in my town? That's a great question. It's something we've thought about. Ooh, interesting.
So right now you can't create your own currency, but you could make any item in the game the currency for your town if you want to, because all buying and selling happens through bartering right now. So you could say that in your town, sticks are the currency and everything is bought and sold for sticks. You can currently do that in game.
You might not be wise to do that, but with respawning mechanic, does this potentially mean under a traversed area will have more under traversed area will have more resources over time? Yes, I believe it does mean that.
It does.
We will be able to make wall posters of the actual land we have explored and covered, a la Minecraft. That would be so cool, Chad Zaya. That would be so cool. I would love to do like a what are they called? Like topographical map where we do like some cool lighting on the map and you can see like the mountains and stuff. That would be so cool. With respawning mechanic, does this potentially mean yes, sorry. Read that one before. Will there be a reputation system so that if someone is trolling people, they can see people can see if they're not there? That could be interesting. Throw this in the chat. Throw this in Discord, please. We've thought about things like that before as well. We just haven't had time. Will there be faster ways? This is the cool thing about this game is that there's so many fun ideas we can implement because of its structure. And I can't wait to do it. Let's see. I'm falling way behind here. Oh my good heavens. Is there a game point and click only? So it is point and click. People have been asking this. The reason for that is WSD is super exciting for playing a game in a very action style. And then on your 1000th hour of it, it gets a little bit tedious. So it's something that we think fits with the game. We've experimented with point and click. I'm sorry, with WSD. We may try again in the future, but that's the situation and why the reasoning we have that. A lot of people in chat looking to get into the game. If we can get any keys, engineers who are listening, we'd love to get some keys and we can slap them out here. If
we already have some keys, I believe, that Alessandro sent over, so we can give some out if
let's
want to do that.
With keys. Let's go. That's what chat wants, keys.
Okay, awesome. Also, CTA. If anybody is watching the stream and you guys are enjoying it, definitely give us a follow. We are planning on doing more streams like this in the future. So, and we're enjoying it. So
we are. We had some really important question here too. I know it's closed alpha, but are we okay to stream, or is it under NDA? So we've been under pre-alpha that was under NDA. This no longer under NDA. Stream it, please stream it. I think it'll be exciting. I think my whispers are enabled
here.
So to get keys, probably you want to have whispers enabled. By the way,
the bar to entry for whispers is a little high. If you want me to just slap them in chat, I can also just let people go to war.
Well, but I don't want people. How do you claim the keys? I don't know about.
No, you shouldn't do that, Taylor, because it's whoever can do the authentication first will get the account.
We'll get it, and that's just going to be
It's a little bit too chaotic and FOMO-y of a race. I think it's better to just give them out to some people.
So we're going to hit you with some keys.
Yeah, if you haven't already enabled whispers,
we're going to do this manually. So give us a second here.
Keep in mind too, if you haven't gotten an invite yet, we haven't sent the vast majority of the invites we're going to send out yet. So just keep an eye on your email today, over the course of this week, and honestly over the course of the entire alpha. As we have room for more people, we want as many people to play as possible. As we have room, we're going to keep sending out more invites. So we've sent a very tiny fraction of those out thus far. There will be a lot more. So just keep an eye. Make sure you check your junk in case it ends up there. You very well might likely get access to play.
Julio. What's this?
So Tyler, do you want me to send you the keys, or like, how do we want to distribute?
I think I'm gonna try and read chat. If you guys want to, well, it's gonna be a little hard because we got Keys McGee's talking in chat. But will there be different stances that you can apply to your character so they can stand in different ways? We've had that in the game, I think, at one point. Complicated question answer. If you guys could whisper them out, I know that's really hard, but if we can also get like Matthias in here, maybe we can whisper out more.
So I took down the usernames of all the people that I thought asked really good questions. Should I like start with those people, or do you want me to just pick randomly, or?
Start with those people, and then we'll pick randomly.
Okay, cool.
So I think you guys can probably see on stream here, we're getting to another biome. So you can get a sense of like just kind of how far you sometimes have to travel to reach some of the other biomes.
And I suppose prefer people, if we could, who follow. So follow us on Twitch. And we're going to try to get you some keys. We're going to do our best, by the way. We don't have an infinite number of keys, and you guys are infinite, seemingly. But we will give you as many keys as we can get out there. Why are people clamoring about keys? Because we're just about to let people into the game. What game features are... Oh, it's so fast. What game features are to encourage people to not just build together, but explore and gather resources together? Will be more oriented towards solo grind. This is a great question, too. So everything in the game is designed to be done cooperatively. So you can build things cooperatively. For example, if you build a building, you put a build site down, a construction site, and then you can both contribute resources to it, and you can both work on building the thing. Same for cutting down a tree. Multiple people can chop a tree faster than just one person at a time. So you can get a potentially higher or the same XP and items per second or minute or whatever by doing things together.
Yeah, let's head back to our little town here, and we can see kind of what's going on. See if we can see some of that stuff in action.
How does the gameplay loop change if you're the kind of weirdo that decide not to utilize the claim? Is the claim hard mechanic that gives us access to progression? So if you want to just be a player on your own, that's fine. You can use other people's towns if they let you.
Yes. I mean, you can be a nomad who just wanders place to place and does your crafting and buying and selling in various towns and just tries to live out of your inventory.
Which I kind of prefer personally. Is the claim a hard mechanic that gives us access to progression that a player must utilize even as a village of one?
No.
So to upgrade the technology level of your village, yes. But you can, of course, trade with other players, right? You don't have to have everybody of all kinds in your village. I trust people are getting keys. Can I raid other towns? So no. And I don't know that you'd ever be able to raid other towns, because that's the kind of... When you have a sandbox, some people like kicking down sandcastles, and that's great for those people who enjoy that, but it's less fun for the people who just spent hours or weeks building a sandcastle. That doesn't mean we can't have PvP in the future, but probably not of that kind. unless they, of course, abandon it, in which case go to town. Just started watching stream. Is there a global spawn point, or are people spawn throughout the world? If everyone spawns the same place, what stops players from making toxic spawn? I've been answering that one, but a lot of questions there.
The short is there's many spawn points. They're all generally in the same area. There's mechanics that require you to build up a certain amount. If you start the game and immediately abandon your claim, it won't last very long. Yeah, that's the short of it.
Is there a minimum distance between claims? Yes.
There is. There's also something that I can show here quickly on stream is, I know we were talking earlier about like how do you discover stuff in the game or unlock stuff. So you can see here, my inventory is filled with a whole bunch of items, and so is this chest. But you can see one of the items here has this little yellow question mark badge on the top of it, which I'll move out of the way of the follow notification. And what this is telling me is I've actually not discovered this item before. So, or I've discovered it, but I've not acquired it before. And so if I pick this up into my inventory, I've now acquired it. And if I hadn't already, there might be some recipes that would have unlocked. I think in this case, I already had because of another ingredient in the recipes for this, I would already have those discoveries. But if you unlock something new, it would also pop up there on the side. So I could, run around here and take a look and see. Basically, anytime you see one of these yellow question marks, it's a good idea to pick it up and put it back if you don't need it. But that will just make sure that you're kind of building out your compendium, which is essentially your repository of all the items in the game that you know about. So you can see basically in here, I've got 130 items that I have acquired and 128 that I know about that I have yet to acquire. And so each of these will probably unlock more recipes. And I could do the same for some of the cargo. Here I've only actually acquired 4, and I know about 22 different ones.
So I just clicked on the ninja thing, and I saw somebody's DMs up, and I was like, "Oh no, is that on stream?" But it's not on stream. Don't worry. I was like, "Jeez." What is the long-term end game professions building? So it's kind of like RuneScape. Is there an end game? I don't know. It's more like the game just. We don't really think in terms of end games. A lot of MMOs got trapped in that. We're like, oh, it's all about the end game, but then the game doesn't begin until the end game. So it's like, let's make then the beginning of the game faster, and then we remove the game. So we are very thoughtful about that. And the idea is, there are certainly things that you can do as you get higher and higher level, but the levels should continue. Although you can hit sort of a soft cap max level. It takes years though. Are there unique items for players, even if it's a tag with your username? There are not, but there should be, there could be, there will be, if we get the time to do that. Will there be a possible stand up your own dedicated server? What is your stance on modding? If you have a positive stance, do you plan to provide any resources for modders, or will it be free for all? It's a good question. We haven't really set up we haven't thought about our stance yet, to be quite honest. I think it's cool. I think people could help make this game better. We have a very small team. We'll think about how we can do that, if at all.
So one thing that I just thought I'd show here is, obviously I've been playing the game for a little bit now, and I was able to get to an achievement. So this is one of the ways that you can, in addition to finding, buying, crafting various cosmetic stuff, one of the ways you can do it is through progressing in your achievements through the skills. And so I've actually gotten to level 20 tailoring, which has unlocked me a new outfit and a new title. And I've got a few other achievements in here as well. So I can come in here now and I can throw on my new outfit, really up the coolness of my character. And in fact, I'm going to leave the hat off just to show my hair and my face and my cool mask that I got.
Hey, Tyler.
Yep.
It's asking me to verify your phone number in order to be able to whisper to people.
Okay.
Which just seems bonkers to me, but...
You want me to send you my phone number, or what do you want me to send the code?
Yeah, if you want, maybe just want to DM it to me.
The code or the number?
First the number and then the code.
So I see Vinti Luna asked, do the game has pets that follows? This is not something that's in the game right now, but it's definitely something that we're interested in. I think mounts and pets have been many, many times requested. They've been something we've experimented slightly with, and they almost certainly will make it into later versions of the game.
They will be in the game. I think we've established that there's going to be bees, there's going to be cats, and there's going to be ferrets. And maybe a new ferret traveler, if we could do that. I think a favorite inspired traveler, I should say. Maybe his name should be Thorius, after our very favorite pirate software.
I'm ready for the code whenever, Tyler.
Ready for the code. Okay, I haven't gotten anything.
Do not say it on stream.
Of course not. But I haven't gotten anything. Ferrets. I love the bongo ferrets. They are my favorite.
I see Dubzix posted in chat. So can this game be played with just 2 people, or are you forced to work with other people other online people to thrive in this? So definitely 2 people could just play through all the game content completely isolated. You're going to find it's much easier to progress if you interact with other players. That doesn't necessarily need to be interacting with online players or interacting with them kind of socially. It can be something as simple as coming into their town when they're offline, interacting with a barter stall to buy and sell whatever items you have for whatever items they have, and then heading back to your camp in the woods and just progressing from there with the items that you didn't have to get yourself.
Carter, does the game have onions?
The game has right now the crops are not exactly real world stuff, but there is something that is vaguely like an onion
Nice.
called the star bulb.
Love to hear it. Are there any purely economy-based items like a currency, or would the player economies be run on a barter / a decided standard currency? So is there even trading for me to be asking this question about? Carter, do you want to take that one?
There is active trading, like trading another player directly with a trade window. There is asynchronous trading, which is like essentially a store that players can set up and other players can come interact with. All of these things right now are barter, which means that you can trade items for items. One of those items that's in the game happens to be something we call hex coins right now. This is something that is kind of a coin from the ancient world that's players can find, and you can certainly use these as a currency, but you don't have to. There's lots of other valuable items that you could also trade with. One thing we've actually seen in the pre-alphas is a lot of players setting up stores where basically the trades kind of reflect what the item that you're giving might be wanted in exchange for. So for example, you could say, hey, if you trade me a certain amount of packs of logs, I'll give you a better axe. And so now you basically created a thing that a brand new player who can cut down the basic trees can essentially treat this as a quest for them to get their first tool upgrade, which is basically they go gather you a whole bunch of wood, they bring it in, they get a tool upgrade, you get a whole bunch of wood that you didn't have to go gather yourself. And so there's lots of clever ways that you can set up the barter stalls.
So we've got a lot of fun questions as well. We've got one from Blessed Ocean. Raise the player limit now, maybe? Yes, we're trying. That's a fun one. Is there verticality in the map design? Mountains and caves in them? Maybe. Yes, there's mountains and there's also dungeons.
There's also caves.
There's also
natural caves.
Yeah, great point.
These are not
ruins which have a cave in them.
Yeah, there isn't verticality in the sense of Minecraft where you have like a tunnel that goes through the mountain. Right now, caves and ruins and stuff are all like enterable instances, but they're shared instances by all players. And you can terraform the height of the terrain. So you can have a big mountain. You can build your own mountain if you're that committed to it. You can also carve a pass through a mountain if you want.
So we've got what's the size limit on towns? And I believe the answer to that is technically none, but practically speaking, takes a lot of resources.
Yeah.
This stream is lowering Arden access. This stream is lowering my at work productivity. Can't imagine once I can play. Well, I hope you can keep your job, but I am glad that you're excited about the game. Will you add other dimensions? So this is a thing we've thought about as well. We kind of already do, actually. There is as we were just talking about, the sort of the dungeons, those are different dimensions. I don't know that we would do something like the Nether, though.
Yeah, I think the one that we're most likely to add is we've talked a lot about it, and I think it's plausible that we might add that in the near future, is essentially a single underground layer. So it's basically conceptually like the Nether from Minecraft, but you would basically be able to create your own portals in and out of it through like mine holes or caves or kind of ways to create a passageway into the underground. And this could be a sprawling, essentially second layer to the world that players can move down. And
is clothing cosmetic, or are there any stats behind it? Are there going to be options to transmog or hide helmets, for example? Something we've thought about very deeply.
So yeah, go ahead, Tyler.
You can take it.
I was going to say, the way this works right now is we went back and forth many times on this, but we ultimately landed right now where clothing and everything visual about your character is purely cosmetic. You might unlock these through achievements that kind of would reflect a traditional MMO kind of showing something that you achieved through your cosmetics. For example, the tailoring outfit I'm wearing right now requires me to be level 20 in tailoring. But there's no function provided by this. We have a separate kind of system, which is, I would say, fairly underdeveloped at this stage, but it's what we currently call the power sources, and then also the tools, which are essentially these are essentially components that you can use to improve your character. And these are more tied to, finding rare materials, upgrading, crafting, creating these things that can improve your character, or consumables.
Yeah, we've got a lot of questions coming in here as well. Do we have an estimated percentage of the content that's already in the game compared to the full release? I'd say I don't know, 5%. We got a lot coming. And a lot of what we've been building, by the way, is like the technology to do this. And then, the game only migrated from our old system to Spacetime DB, which Spacetime DB was, it ran on a system which was also Spacetime DB, but we affectionately called it sometimes Janktime DB because it was like the current version of Spacetime DB, but a little bit jankier. So we've just kind of gotten there in the past year. So we've got to scale a lot of that up, but the content is now well underway.
I have a couple announcements regarding the keys. So because of some technical difficulties, I'm sending the keys out via my personal Twitch, which is Boppy Games. So be aware of that. And also, if you do not have whispers turned on, I cannot send you a key, so make sure that your whispers are turned on.
Will I be able to become a traveling merchant carrying goods back and forth to the cart? You will. This is a core goal of what we're trying to achieve in BitCraft. Arbitrage is fun. I used to play RuneScape, and all I did was buy and sell things. I stood in Varrock next to the bank, and I was one of those guys that was there typing and texting, and I thought it was super fun. It was super interesting and engaging gameplay that you can't really get in many other games. Then they added the Grand Exchange, and things got a little bit sad. But this is a core goal of what we're trying to do. So interacting isn't much about player to player, but town to town. I like that. So it is both. You can definitely help other players like chop trees and things. That's definitely a thing that's possible. Can't wait to play this game. You guys are doing something really amazing here. Thank you so much, Mask Bearer. We're trying our best. It means a lot that you would say that. Are there different biomes? Yes, there are 10. And there will be more. Question, will there be paint schemes for all things like bases, armors, clothing, etc.? That's a great question. I think so, particularly when we add empires. It would be cool to have banners and stuff. There's also, we've thought about this. It's just a lot of content, so I don't know how much we'll be able to get to, but having different materials in the different biomes, be able to build different buildings, so you can have like a desert themed town versus like a forest themed town. That's just a lot of work, so we'll get there if we can. How far does the tech tree take the townscape? Can we make castles, streetlights, etc.? Yes, you can build walls. We're going to be expanding this considerably.
Yeah, if you want to get an idea of a preview of how far you can take a town, you can go check out the gameplay trailer that we posted on YouTube. That shows a decent amount of assets. There's a scene in there where it shows a progression of a small village up to a larger town that kind of gives you a sense of where the assets will get to by the end of this, the content in this alpha.
Can cities create tariffs for roaming traders? Maybe, but also great idea. Let's add it to the thing.
You could do this kind of through a weird system that exists in the game right now. So you could make it so that players who are members of your town can enter certain buildings where you have trading stalls that are selling stuff at a lower price, but only visitors can trade with the stalls outside.
So I'm going to say yes, Carter. You can't do that.
Yes, it's not a formal system, but there's mechanics in the game that would allow you to do that.
Will there be mounts and families with children you can train in skills before they grow up to join your tribe? That's an interesting idea. There were mounts and families a little bit different, but mounts, yes, we've already had them in the game at some point. We don't have them in right now because we want to do them properly. Will the world be reset after the alpha ends? Yes. Is there any economy regulation from the dev, or is it completely player managed? It's an interesting question. We could say no, it is player managed, but that's actually not true because we control the spawning of resources. We control the travelers. It would be a mistake for us to think that we don't have an impact on the economy. How does the town join? What we don't do is we don't do it directly, so it's not NPC controlled, I guess I would say.
Cool.
How does a town join an empire anyway, and is it possible to build outside of a town, for example, making small outposts? You can definitely build outside of a town. If you build outside of a claim, things will take damage over time, so you need to repair them. Is it possible to... how does a town join an empire? A town can join an empire. They sort of pledge their allegiance to the empire.
This is not in the current alpha, but
yes, it will be. It's coming in the next version. Does the game have any mechanics that contemplate ideology in the city-village system, like social movements, riots, political actions, preferences, and social economic models? Kind of in a way. We would like as much as possible to leave it up to players to decide how they want to run their towns, and that if somebody's running the town in a very dictatorial manner, you can go to another town, which does more democratic things. Is the soundtrack going to be available on all streaming platforms? I don't know. We'll have to find out, but I'd like it to be able to be there. Who wants to make a bakery commune with me? Good question. Can we play music like in Sky? We would love for you to be able to do that. The Travelers are going to play music. We'll get there. The game I think about with respect to this is Lord of the Rings Online, because to my knowledge, I played that game. That was a super fun game. Still is available, but you could play instruments, and that was the first time I saw that, I think, in games. Would it be possible to dive, for example, gather resources underwater? You can gather resources under the water. It's a little janky right now. We'll see about diving. Will there be vehicle inventory, such as a carriage where you can store your goods as a trader? Yes. When are you guys going to make a cart, Carter?
Yeah, I've already got one. I can do it right here.
Let's
I
just realized your name is Carter, and you have a cart.
Why can I not deploy this? Okay, we'll see if this works.
Will it be possible to create certain smaller versions of biomes by players when certain conditions are met for biome-specific resource farming if it's too far away? I would love to do that. That's the thing, like dynamic biomes. I think right now the biomes are static, but there's nothing in principle, technologically speaking, that would prevent us from doing that. So check it out. You got a cart, and you've got resources on it. Do we not show the resources on the cart yet?
Not right now. We have it. This is coming very soon.
Okay.
You'll be able to, as you fill up your cart, you'll be able to kind of see that it's being filled here. So you can see here, I can grab a bunch of these cargo items. So these are the cargo items Tyler was talking about before, but basically I can grab a bunch of these things that normally make it slow for me to walk, and I can throw a pile of them in this cart if I get close enough, and then I can pick up the cart and I can bring it back to town, all at once.
Look at that.
It looks like we're getting looks like there's a lot of coordination on the BitCraft Clockwork Labs claim over here. So hopefully we can get a wall up soon, and I believe we can come in here then, and I can. Okay, this is actually full, but I would like to discover these.
You guys are awesome. I can barely keep up with these messages.
Okay, let's see if we can find a spot in here for some of this wood. Here we go. So I can put these in a stockpile, and in the stockpiles you can actually stack them up. So I can put a bunch of these in here.
RoboGlow asks, is SpacetimeDB available to the public? You bet it is. So 2 things. 1, go to our GitHub. It's clockworklabs/SpacetimeDB. Check it out. Give us a star. We love the stars.
And download it and try it.
Download it. And you can run it and build your own thing on top of it. And the other thing is check out our Twitch channel. We also have twitch.tv/SpacetimeDB. And follow us there if you want to see us making content about SpacetimeDB. I think, so my goal with SpacetimeDB is that I want to allow indie game developers to make MMORPGs. And I think this is totally tractable. And I think SpacetimeDB will help people to do it. So that's the idea. Drastically reduces the amount of complexity of working on a game like this. It's the only reason we as a small company have been able to make an MMO. Carter, I don't know if you want to speak to that from sort of the game team side and what you've heard from engineers and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 2 things that 2 pieces of technology we've built. One is a system that allows us to do the UI in a much better way than I'm used to using Unity, which I'm sure we'll talk about more at a later date. And the other one is SpacetimeDB. And basically these 2 things together have completely just changed the way that you have to go about building, especially a multiplayer game in Unity. I've worked with Unity for a long time, almost 10 years, and I'm very familiar with all the kind of hurdles and challenges, especially with getting a game online multiplayer. especially when you add a persistent world to that. There's lots of kind of out-of-the-box solutions that can get you multiplayer working quite quickly. There's fewer of those that are actually easy to maintain over building a large-scale game, and there's basically nothing that allows you to have that and also have the persistence of the world. Spacetime DB not only gives you that, but it gives you that in probably the best developer experience that I've had out of anything that I've tried. So I definitely recommend anybody who is a developer or interested in the developer side of things to give Spacetime DB a shot. Tune into those Spacetime DB streams as well. I believe the last project that was ongoing on the Spacetime DB streams was actually John and Tyler rebuilding a Minecraft server in Spacetime DB, and I believe that's pretty much working.
So one thing I'll say is it looks like in the Discord we haven't sent out an announcement about the stream as far as I can tell. Can we do that, please?
We have. Just go take a look at the alpha announcements.
Alpha announcements. Oh, it's in closed alpha announcements. Okay, cool.
And everybody got a ping.
Dope. Yeah, we sent. That's a big server to ping, but I'm glad we did.
You got 2 pings.
What character stats are available and upgradable? Health, stamina, attack, crit. I think
all of that.
All of those?
Yeah.
Yeah. Will there be a way to view all resources in the town via town board, or worded differently? How can we tell how many resources are available without having to go to each resource depot? Will there be convenience buildings that will allow you to build? So sort of like there's meant to be a market which will gather all that up together. I don't think there is right now. Will the game ever be closed again, or is it up forever now? So it's up for a month and a half. We'll see how that goes. And then we'll do another alpha playtest, and we'll let even more people in. Is it up forever? So no, it'll come down, but we'll bring it back. It's going to be up regularly. I'll put it that way. What mechanisms are in place to prevent or manage griefing and ensure a positive community environment? This is a big question. Suffice it to say, I've been talking a little bit about this, but there's a lot. There's a huge number of mechanisms. It's something we've thought about very carefully from the beginning. It's a shared world. People are sharing things. It's always complicated to get to this work. You can actually see some of what's going on here on screen. Carter is expanding the claim. The claim is a thing that allows you to prevent other players from griefing you in your area, but you can use claims as a grief, so there's a lot of balancing to do there. Are there chickens? There are not chickens. Well, there are birds, but there are not chickens. There should be things like chickens. We can add all this stuff. With how big the social aspect is there a plan for a layered armor system or some way to choose equipment style without compromising function? Yes, we've thought about this too. So you're kind of asking a little bit about like transmog and things like that. We'd like the stats to be separate from the style you want. So that's kind of a philosophy that we work on here. If Carter, you pull up the character screen with K, we can even show some.
It's
of
H,
that.
but
Is it H now? It moved again? Okay.
It did.
So you can see player power sources. These power sources are where you get a lot of your stats from, rather than your outfit.
Equipment.
Is the game translated in many languages? It's not right now, but we hope to do that soon. Are there going to be behind the scene art videos like the ones Riot has on their channel? We'd love to do that. It's a remote team, so it's kind of difficult to do that in a way, the same way that Riot does. But I think it would be cool to show people. Does the game have any mechanics that contemplate? I don't know how soon we could do something like that, by the way, but we'll try. That contemplate ideology. Okay, I think I answered that one. Hold on, I'm like way behind again. You guys are fast. Are there NPC towns? There are not, but you can bring NPCs to your town. Are you planning on a weight management system, or is the feature creep deviating from the core philosophy of how accessible you want the travel to be? There's a volume management thing, which is kind of like weight. We experimented with volume and weight, but I think probably volume is fine. The fact that you can't put an infinite number of things. The monetization is free to play, so you'll be able to play it. And there's a lot of details with that. I have a blog post about it. Go to our blog, check it out. What is the scalability of Spacetime to be in its current state? Have you stress tested it and see how many players you can support simultaneously? Synthetic real? Yes. We have.
We're stress testing it right now.
Right now. People ask me this immediately when they hear about Spacetime to be. It's this and how secure is it? So I have a blog post. I'll be writing about both of those things. It is scaling clearly. So everything. By the way, I just want to impress this upon people. Everything you see here is running inside of a database. It's a little bit weird, but that's what's happening. And all the player movement, all of the trees, all of the terrain, all of the chat messages, everything. And it's all persisted automatically for you. So we don't have to do that as developers, the game developers. They just don't have to think about it. And we do all of that through the database. So that's all working. Can we scale much further? You bet we can. We can scale much, much further, and it's going to take some engineering to do that. How much will PvE have an impact on the game? Will it be a possibility that my small town gets an animal attack? Will there be smart monsters with their own small camps? So it will have an impact. I think it'll have an important impact. It really makes it so the game is a survival game, right? That's kind of the point, is you need to survive. Will there be a possibility that my town gets attacked by animals? Yes. Will there be smart monsters with their own small camps? I think that would be cool. We don't have that yet. How many hairstyles are there currently? Not many. Are you getting this lag, by the way?
It's something is causing a performance drop when I go inside there.
Okay.
So I'm just going to
leave
and end up. Oh, well, let's just give a quick relog. John, just a heads up, this will end the screen share for a second.
Technical difficulty here. Are there different weather conditions? There are not, but we'd love to add that. I think that's pretty easy for us to do. It would impact. I think we could have it impact things. We could have it maybe damage your buildings, so you have to repair them. We could have it help your crop growing, that kind of thing if it rains. Do you have any integration between Space MDB and open source game engine like Godot? Yes, we are planning to do that. We have not done that right now, but we are planning to do that. What is the name of the Space MDB Twitch channel you mentioned again? Could you slap that in the chat, John or Taylor?
Yeah, I can.
The Twitch channel. Would it be possible for a private server? We will think about that. I think it's important for an MMO that there's like one canonical world, but it's definitely something that would be fun.
Thank you.
Is there any kind of hierarchical system with the permissions for claims? There is. It's entirely up to the player, but you can set up your permissions however you want. I don't know if that answers your question. The investors into Space MDB is astonishing. It gives me faith in the project. We have a good group of investors. I think we've been very fortunate in people believing in the vision that we're trying to create. And I thank them very much for believing in us, particularly early on. Can you all discuss how you got your usernames? Where does Threeblave come from? So I'll tell about mine. Threeblave comes from Twoblave, which clearly means to bluff from The Princess Bride. I tried to use Twoblave and it was taken, so I did Threeblave. And I was just trying to come up with a random anonymous name, which I did, but now it's not anonymous anymore. So that's what happened there. I don't know, Boppy, you want to talk about yours?
Sure. I guess I'll talk about mine quickly. Before I worked at Clockwork, I basically did Twitch streaming and game development. And my channel was Boppy Games. So I used to stream. And basically how my name came to be is through like basically a transformation of different names. Because my name is John, people call me like Jammy as like kind of like a meme name. And then it became like Johnny Boppy Tables or something, and then it was like Bit Boppity Tables, and then I finally like landed at like Boppy Games. So that was kind of the thing. Also, I've sent out 25 keys so far. It's like it's quite laborious doing this. It's like every third person has their Twitch whispers turned off. So it's been a little tough. I might just start picking random people from chat. Just because
well,
it's fast.
Let that be a notification for everybody. You could have just gotten a key potentially if you had only had your thing enabled. So consider enabling
so
that.
if you, yes, please, if you're in here and you want a key, make sure that your whispers are enabled because it is costing me a lot of time to keep looking people up who have their DMs turned off. So.
Will there be any artisan? Will there be like an artisan profession in farmable animals? I don't know what you mean by artisan profession exactly, but for farmable animals, good heavens, it's early in the morning. Yes, but not right now. But yes, is water strictly at one level? No, there are waterfalls definitely. Maybe we can go exploring at some point, Carter, because I know you're working on grinding the thing, but we can just go on a
for sure. I just came back here to show some of the collaboration stuff of like the town building, but I think we can't explain the claim until we finish the next research here, which I can quickly show. I guess one thing I can quickly show here, just because I'm sure a lot of people are interested, and this is kind of one of the more complicated aspects of the game, is basically the claim here. So I'm actually the owner of this Clockwork Labs claim. So it started from this claim totem, and then you can expand it by going into the build menu. While you're standing in the claim, going to claim, and you can come in here and you can edit the footprint of the claim just like that. And if I try to add one more, you'll see that we're at the max. So we've expanded this out. The bigger we expand it, the more this decay rate will increase. So we're decaying about 195 supplies every 1 hour, which basically is giving us 6 hours left of.
Someone asks, can you only build inside of a claim?
No, you can build anywhere, but if you build your building outside of a claim that is supplied, it will slowly decay over time, and anybody can walk by and loot it, deconstruct it, do whatever they want because your claim is not protecting it. So you certainly can do that, at least for simple buildings. There's some buildings that need to be built on an upgraded claim, but I wouldn't advise building anything that you care about off of a claim.
Can you rebind key bindings?
Yes, we do have, I can pull that up quickly, but I believe we have in here, not everything under the sun, but definitely a lot of the actions in the game can be rebound right now.
Did you guys, BitCraft team, make Spacetime DB from Floppy? We sure did. We surely did. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, it's actually a dedicated team within the company that's separate from the development. Like, basically, we have different developers working on Spacetime DB and BitCraft, but it is all part of the same company.
Ricky D. Paula says, may I help translate the game to Brazilian Portuguese? Eu falo português, mas não muito bem. So we might need some help on that eventually, but we'll see.
I guess continuing on the claim stuff. So basically here you can add supplies, which you can craft in many different ways. So for example, here I could, let's just see here. I can grab a few twine. I can come over here. I can make a small supply pack of 100 supplies. And then once I'm done crafting that, I can carry it over to the claim and I can add it in just like that. And we'll see that this will go up to around 1400. There we go. So now we got a little bit more time on our claim. As you can imagine, this is getting to be a larger claim, so the cost of it is going to increase, but that's a very small amount of resources there. You can pretty quickly add a few thousand supplies.
A great question about this, Carter. I just want to add, how much anxiety am I going to experience from claim decay, and will I need a therapist?
It depends. I mean, if you try to claim the entire world as a single player, you might start to feel the burden of that. But for any reasonable sized claim, as long as you have a reasonable amount of people for the size of claim you're trying to maintain, it should be very easy.
The philosophy is no, you should not have anxiety about your claim, right? Like, we want to set this up, so no.
Yeah.
You should be able to go on vacation, forget about your BitCraft account, and not have to worry about that.
Yeah, and so the decay rate here scales up non-linearly. So if you keep a moderately sized claim, say around, I think, let's see, what are we at right now? This is around 300 tiles. If you're in this like 300 tile range, especially if you're in the like 100 to 200 tile range, which would be, you can imagine like 2/3 of this, it is extremely cheap and very easy to supply like a week or 2 weeks worth of supplies into here in a tens of minutes to an hour of play, that you should have no problem setting that up. If you want to claim this entire forest, you'll need to both upgrade your claim a lot to do that, and you'll need to continuously supply it a lot. So there's a non-linear kind of cost if you want to make a huge claim. But as long as you have enough people, that shouldn't be difficult to maintain.
Let's see here. Oh, goodness. Somebody's stream is playing in my background. Got a lot of questions.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of questions from Whispers as well. People are asking how to actually claim the key. I believe there's instructions in the Discord, and also if you've received the email, the information's in the email.
Yeah, and you can access support in the Discord as well. There's a support role.
The short of it, though, is if you have a key, you need to just download the game client, which you can get in a link to in the Discord. Once you install it, you'll launch it. It'll say, hey, I got an invite, or I have a game key. You click I have a game key, put it in, and follow the instructions from there.
Mother Koshka asks, sorry for spamming, but I am very curious. I know you mentioned weather not being in yet. Is there biomes similar to snowy areas or deserts that are in or planned yet? So there's both snowy areas and deserts. The mountains are snowy, the deserts are desert. And is there a more rough survival aspect surrounding them, like temperature and storms? Yes. If you don't have the right clothing in the desert, you will die. I think it's clothing. And certainly you need it in the you need to be able to weather the heat in the desert, and you need to be able to weather the cold in the mountains. And you will die otherwise. If you slide me a key, I will do several acts of kindness.
My favorite one that I saw was someone tagging John here with hashtag key me up, Johnny.
There we go. So claim supplies is made more way it function. Okay, hold on. So claim supplies is made more way it function in Rust that Haven and Hearth way their claim is supplied by XP of members it belongs to. I'm not.
I think I understand what they're saying. It doesn't work in the Haven and Hearth way where you need active online players. It kind of indirectly works like that in that you need to, if you have a large claim, you need to procure a lot of supplies, which certainly is helped by having active players. But if you're a very wealthy player in game, you could just buy those supplies and maintain a large claim by yourself. You don't need XP continually being generated by members of the claim.
Infix says, so supplies claims are like V-Rising systems where Castle Hearts and Blood Essence. Nice.
Yes, I would say kind of more similar to that.
Will you be able to externally connect two buildings together to form streets like real towns and cities? You mean like row houses type things? That's something I don't think we thought about yet, but maybe. What ping can I expect from the game that's running off the central server? So it's a good question. I suspect that when the game is live, we'll have different regions of the BitCraft world be hosted in different regions of the actual world, so that in certain regions of the world, you will have more ping than in others. There's nothing I can do about the speed of light, despite our space-time-DB database. So that's something to consider. How many servers will there be on launch? I'm worried about too many people in one world, so you need to go 5,000 miles out to find a claimable area. It's a good question. There's only one server. We're putting everybody in one thing. You're going to have to go far apart to find it. But the point is that we're going to spawn you there. So you don't have to go out 5,000 miles. We'll give you one. And then the question is, how much are we going to allow people to move and how quickly? And that's needs to be tuned. But this can be a very solved problem. Can we have a small claim nearby each other? So like a neighborhood? Sure, you can. You want to be careful about being too close, but yes. Are there any practical limits on how big your group, organization, whatever is? So we want to have basically 3 types of groups, just to give you a sense. There's going to be towns, which there are already. We'd like to have something like guilds, where it's like an organization focused around a particular skill, but that's globally distributed, so you can have people all over the world. And then we would like to have empires. And those are sort of collections of towns and potentially guilds together that are under one single banner. It's sort of like claiming the map as a giant skin, and you can work with your friends to claim more of it and out-compete other empires. Is that in the... No, it's on the desert. Okay. What's going on there? Is that in the water?
No. This is water here, and then this is the land. It's kind of...
You're dying also.
It's also dark, yeah. I've got a little bit of health to see, but just to show people a little bit of like what some of the other biomes look like. The desert is definitely one was more recently added to the game and has a lot more that we're planning to do with it. Especially as far as the models for all the resources out here and the distribution of them, but it's definitely got some cool features. And
we're getting a lot of questions about whether or not we'll have controller support. So I'd love to. We're going to do things in priority order, so we'll see how far we get on that. But Nintendo, if you're out there, we'd like to talk to you about going on the Switch. Are there NPCs you can hire, recruit to passively preserve your area, gather resources for you? So not in the way that you would in a game like Palworld, if that makes sense. But there are NPCs, and you probably will be able to attract them to your village so that they will help you be there. It's just not that there'll be many per player. There'll be fewer NPCs than there are players by a lot. Will we have something that prevent blocking? Oh boy, I'm so far behind. Question. Would it be possible to dive? It's not possible to dive right now. We'll see where that goes in the future. Is there marine life? There sure is marine life. You must have seen some marine life, Carter, right?
Yeah, I think I got to get away from the desert, but we can certainly go.
Oh, right. Good point. If all marine life were removed, how much lower would we expect the shoreline to be? If all marine life were removed, what are you planning to do, iFox? What are you planning to do?
That's a concerning question.
How much lower would we expect the shoreline to be?
I see. We got some fish over here. We can see. Unfortunately, I don't have a tier 4 rod and chum, but you can see some large fish down here.
What are some ways that players can make themselves stand out from everyone to showcase their progress? This is something we want to really, really improve. So I think different types of cosmetics.
So one that we do have right now, which I can show off, is the titles. So as you complete achievements, you can unlock titles. And so here, if I get right now, I am presumably level 17 in fishing. When I get to level 20, I can both unlock a outfit, which I can wear that is cosmetic only, that will just show that I am a beginner fisher. And I will also get the novice fisher title, which I can equip in here. So I could throw on my beginner fisher title if I wanted to right now. And that will basically be what every other player sees me as in the game. And so for a while in the game, we had it where your highest skill was shown, but we wanted to move towards a direction where basically as you complete achievements, you gain access to these titles and you can choose how to present yourself. So even if I was a novice tailor, I could still decide I want to present myself as a beginner smith. Yeah, so that's cool.
There is a comment here from the PEX001. Got the potential to be the best game ever made. I'd like to think so. We'll see. It was a lot of work to do, but we are grinding. Sorry if already answered, but are there plans for combat and weapons? Yes, combat is in the game, and weapons are in the game. I think we got a lot to do on that front. It used to be more antagonistic combat, but for this test, I pulled it out, but that'll come back in. This is probably a stupid question since it's an MMO, but will there be a way to farm resources offline if you can't access the internet at the time? No.
Not farm resources, but there's some degree of passive crafting that is essential for progressing in the game, and so you could certainly pile up a whole bunch of resources and start them passive crafting before you log off.
So that would be things like smelting, baking, various sort of things you can do passive.
Tanning leather, drying hides,
right.
Some cooking. Yeah.
Where is the server currently? I believe it is in Virginia. To get a rough idea of the OCE ping. Thanks for answering my question. Let's see what else we got. Remember to enable whispers, guys. Again, let's see.
I've reached an area here where there's a lot more marine life, so you can see there's a lot of fish around. And so I think earlier Tyler mentioned about if there's a mini game in fishing. Right now, we've been trying to add what we call macro games to all the skills, which is more of like strategizing your like minute-to-minute gameplay as opposed to having like a second-to-second mini game. And so, for example, in fishing, you have to go through a progression of catching larger and larger fish at each tier. So you start by catching the kind of smaller shrimp fish, which you can turn into bait. You use that bait to catch the larger fish. And then if you get the right materials, you can create chum, and you can use that to try and catch the large ocean schools of fish.
A lot of people want to know about death. How does death work in the game? How punishing is it?
Is that a question for me?
It is, yeah, sorry.
Cool. We wanted to make sure that at least at the character scale of just building up your character and progressing in the game, that the consequences of death were low, but still punishing enough that people weren't purposely dying for kind of utility reasons, such as to like teleport home or something like that. So the way death works right now is that when your health reaches 0, you get knocked out. After some amount of time, you wake up at your spawn point, like your home teleport, with a debuff that makes it so you don't have access to your full stamina and health pool for a certain amount of time. In the future, we're probably going to balance this to be a little bit better. I think there's still some incentives that we want to work out there. But basically, the consequences are very low. You don't lose any items. You don't lose any experience. In the future, you might lose durability on some of your equipment or your tools. Maybe you would have maybe the debuff would be more severe to just make sure that isn't something that people are just doing for fun or for some useful reason. The other thing is we're exploring the possibility of not having it teleport you home. You just get knocked out and you wake back up wherever you were. So it can't be abused to teleport.
It's very cool seeing other people. There's Force Gaming is streaming right now on YouTube, maybe also on Twitch, I'm not sure. And working with someone inside of a dungeon. The one with what's his name?
Heimlich?
Say again. The one with
Heimlich?
Heimlich, yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
Nice.
Been a long month.
We'll see here. We could probably find somewhere where we could do a little bit of hunting. I know a lot of people have been asking about the combat.
Marcella says that's about 180 milliseconds for OCE. Also, rip sleep. It's 5 a.m. and just got a key. Let's go. Nice. Do boats have the same storage options as wagons? Looks like ocean travel is the go-to. Yes, boats have the same option.
They do. In fact, this is right now, I think, pretty much the best boat in the game for this alpha that I am using. So it has quite a lot of storage, but in general, the answer is yes. I think we're still trying to balance all the vehicles to a point where they have there's trade-offs. So, we wanted to make sure that it might be easier to get around in a boat, but if you encounter waterfalls, boats, might not be able to traverse those as easily, whereas the cart might be able to kind of carve your way up a hill. There's going to be areas that the boat can't reach. For example, the desert has absolutely no lakes or rivers. So if you need to gather resources later in the game in the middle of the desert, the boat is just not going to be an option. You're going to have to use carts.
Tostada Toast asks, do you contemplate BitCraft to be modded easily, or due to the servers thing, will it be hard or almost impossible? So let me answer this in a two-part answer. Number one, we use SpaceTimeDB on the back end, which is a thing that we developed, which would make it super easy to add modding. In fact, we could allow people to add their own logic to the game in a sense. So we could allow people to register their modules, and then we from our game could call into those modules. So let's say, for example, somebody wanted to get into your town, and you wanted to be able to write your own logic, like programmable logic that would allow or disallow that player from getting into the town. So let's say you wanted to be like, they have to have explored this part of the world, and they have to be above.
They need to be
level,
friends of a friend of someone who's in the town.
Whatever it is, exactly. We can do that. So we can basically make it so if somebody applies to join your town, we call out to your module and we ask, should this person be allowed in? And then you do whatever arbitrary logic you want to do, and you say yes or no. That would be super cool. That's from a technical perspective. So the server is like, we've built it for that. From a game design perspective, it remains to be seen how much we think that should be done. But we can basically, even without having separate standalone servers, allow you to mod the existing server that we have. And we'll have to think about how we want to do that. That's something that we haven't really gotten to yet because we're just trying to get the alpha out. Is there friendship things you can do with the NPCs, like friendship quests? Yes, there are.
Not yet, but it's coming.
Well, there's there's
the marks, but it's more of a currency right now.
More of a currency, but in a sense, they'll give you points that you can spend with them.
Yes, that's true.
Will there be multiple servers or realms, or just one US server worldwide? There will be one world, which will be on multiple servers. Some of those servers will be in different places. So physically in the BitCraft world, it will correspond to physically servers in the real world. So there will be different places in the world where you have different ping, just as a heads up. If you guys want to get a key, make sure to hit this person. Is there an in-game leaderboard for things like fishing level and least deaths? There's not. We had one, but I think there's not right now. We can add that. I think we should add that. It's always fun to see the top of the world.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we can see now I've gotten to 1% of the world explored. So, in the time that we spent, I went all the way through this much. Yeah, so you can get an idea of how much we have here. Is it possible to explore the whole world? I think so, probably in the time that we have here. But keep in mind that the ocean that I've been exploring thus far is much, much easier to explore than all of the land that we have not gotten to. So we'll see. I'll be impressed if someone explores the whole world. You'll earn my respect.
I will as well. Yes, you'll definitely earn our respect. Pocket Crab asked, is the Alpha Hub open to all? I thought it was access, but I don't remember a key vault. So the Alpha Hub is certainly open to all. Definitely sign up there. We're also giving out keys here in stream as quickly as we can, but there's a lot of, it's complicated to do. But sign up in the Alpha. We're going to be letting more people in throughout the month. So this week, today, tomorrow, keys McGee's. Come get your keys. The engineers, by the way, are screaming at me while in spirit, while I say that. But it is what it is. Let's see. If I were to make a 3D mesh for you guys that you like a lot, would it be possible to implement in the game, like a decoration or smithing? We could maybe run events like that. I think we haven't so much done that, but it might be a fun thing to do. What programming language would these modules be written in? So they're written in WebAssembly, meaning anything that compiles to WebAssembly you can use. This is for SpaceTimeDB for those who are not familiar. And we use Rust on the back end, but you also can use C#. Those are the two that we support. If you wanted to, you could add your own support for whatever language you have, as long as you compile to WebAssembly. Almighty devs, please grant me a key so I can build a new Tower of Babylon and punish God. Just FYI for you there. Got a lot of questions. I'm so far behind, I can't keep up. I'm so far behind.
Does
the world loop? Sorry,
go ahead. I was gonna say we can. I'm at a grassland here. We could do a quick demo of some combat stuff.
Yeah, let's do that. Does the world loop? Is it a spherical or toroidal? Is there a barrier at the edge of the world? There's a barrier at the edge of the world. We've thought about spherical for a long time. It's just complicated. Also with hexagons, there needs to be like 11 or something pentagons, so it's a whole thing. 7. I don't forget what the number is, but you have to have. I accidentally pinned a message. Well, I'll read the question that I pinned. Will you be able to tame animals or have animal companions or livestock? So yes, you can't right now, but yes. I'm going to unpin your message also. Sorry if this has been asked, but you'll be able to tame... Okay, sorry, I did that one. Is there a way to party up with friends? So yeah, you can definitely join the same town. Parties where you see each other's health, there isn't yet. We've thought about that. I think we had that. We maybe...
We never implemented it, but it's definitely... it's on the radar.
Are crafted items affected by resources used to craft them? Do better resources yield better stats when crafting? Yes, definitely. Can we have more than one person in a boat?
Yes.
I think, the thing is about the streamer people that were streaming our game is I hope the world is not too big, because they might not have found literally anybody else, and kind of the whole point of this game is that you play with other people.
I haven't checked, but I would suspect that isn't the case. I would suspect that they've been able to find each other. We are especially far from that area right now, which is why we haven't seen anyone. I believe let me see if I can find it. This is, we can actually see a little bit here. This is where my character was first spawned. So you can see there's already quite a few flames there. Maybe we make our way over there, but you can see just how far we are.
Let's head over there. I think that'd be fun.
Here, why don't actually, John, if you don't mind, putting us maybe to the discussion scene for a minute, and I can get us over there quickly. I'm just gonna have to
tell us.
Stop the stream for a second.
You can also just begin traveling. How far away is it? Probably like 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 or 20 minutes, maybe.
Let's do it. Well, all right.
Whatever
you like. Pumpkin Bread asks, are you guys planning any kind of bosses long term, or some kind of player versus player war over territory? So there's definitely player versus player territory competition over territory. I don't know if you'd call it a war in that you're actually going and attacking other players, but you will be able to claim territory on the map via the Empire system. So that's coming in the next update, and that's really fun because you can see your empire on the map, but you have to upkeep it. So you have to transport resources to your outposts to make sure you can maintain it, and other people can anti-claim it so that they can take your territory. Man, I've had this game in my Discord for so long. Is it finally alpha time? It is finally alpha time, Crabon from Dunland. McJiffers, do you remember what sparked the idea for the game character design? I don't really. It was very gradual, the whole thing. I think the original idea for the game was... it really, really was like, can we just make RuneScape, but the world be dynamic, in a sense? And it's very different from RuneScape. But that was kind of the idea. It's just a lot of MMOs had gone in a direction that was much more about doing quests and combat, and then like, oh, the leveling is not important. We just need to get to the end game. But now there's a different progression system, and we just wanted to do something different. So that's
you can
how
swap us back, John. I think. Let me see if it's still streaming.
I saw some village icons on the map, and some were colorless. Are they places where villages can be built? Is there a limited amount of villages which can be built? So villages can be built anywhere, so not on like that kind of thing. Presumably those are unclaimed claims.
Or inactive. Yeah, so if a claim is built and not activated, we got a player right here already. So I think hopefully this dissuades your concern, Tyler. We've got with day after 1, or just day after. I'm not sure what the 1 is.
Yeah, but walk around and try and find the biggest, I guess.
We got a moderate sized, or I don't know, a small one here. We can definitely go try to find more. I think there's a few dozen. We got a player here. Here, I'll throw my Clockwork Labs title so they can...
Is there a limited amount of villages that can be built? No. Will I be able to build a house without being in a village? I think you need to be in a village to build a house right now. Is that right? I mean, you can build anything anywhere, but...
There are some buildings which need to be built on a claim. there's certainly a very strong motivation to not build some stuff off claims, even if you can, because anybody could just walk up and remove it. So if you spend an hour or two building a house and then you don't claim it, someone could just walk up and deconstruct it and take all the resources. So you might not want to do that, but you can do that anywhere. And the thing is, like, a lot of people think like, oh, building a town, this must be like a really big investment. Really, it takes like 2 minutes to just gather a few materials and throw down a starter claim that just belongs to you. Think of it as like your personal property. Think of it more as like the land around your house. And then what you decide to put on that, or who you decide to invite, and how big you grow that is totally up to you.
So Kai Solus says, especially in RuneScape 3, they pretty much want to rush you to the end game now. It's funny because RuneScape was that. It used to be the game was the game. There wasn't an end game. And I think this happens to every MMO. Like, a lot of them over time do this. But I don't think it was Andrew Gower's initial vision for the game. And he's just announced his new game, Brighter Shores. So definitely take a look at that if you haven't seen it. Just a shout out to him and that. Brighter Shores is the new original RuneScape Founders game. And I suspect it will be RuneScape 3 as it was always meant to be. That's my suspicion.
Quick announcement. So the batch of 50 keys went out, but exciting news, we have another batch of keys. So we're going to be sending more keys out because the queue size is reducing, so we will be sending more out. You must be following the channel in order to get a key. So DM's open, and definitely drop us a follow if you haven't already. So I will be sending out more keys.
Will there be a possibility of trade routes, such as trading between big groups without having to meet up with a player? Do you mean, I suppose it depends what you mean. Definitely you're going to be able to build roads between different big towns. People have done this in the past, and then they bring carts across them. I think we'd like them to not be automatic, so that, well, I don't know. It's possible. We'll have to see. But I'd like players to actually transport goods from place to place. That's part of the fun. Let's see. Old school RuneScape was fun. I typically avoid MMOs, but this one already has me intrigued for, like it seems you're saying, and I'm seeing, trying to be a bit different from the average fare. I mean, those games are fine. The MMOs that are out there, they're good for what they are. We just didn't want to build that type of game, personally. They do some things better, by the way, than we do. I prefer playing a game as a game rather than to have to push through a grind just to get to the game within the game. I totally agree with you. I mean, I think you should be not forcing players to play something they don't want to play, just to play the thing that they want to play. Does upkeep cost more with the size of the claim? Yes. I don't know if this was answered, but can you trade full cities with other players?
You technically can, although there's some trust involved. You can reassign the owner of a city or a village to someone else, but there isn't currently a transactional way to do that. So you couldn't like guarantee that you get paid. Yeah, it's not against the rules. It's certainly something that we put it in there because we wanted it to be possible.
How near can other players place their claims? Will there be a mechanic? So there is a buffer zone. Will there be a mechanic that prevents other players from encircling your claim? Yes. So it should be harder to encircle than it is to maintain your claim. So they would have to work really, really hard to do that.
Yeah, I think we also don't want to allow you to technically encircle someone else. Like you'll have to leave a gap.
Buddy Rabbit asks, is there a height map for snow generating on certain elevations regardless of biome? So if I decide to terraform an area into a mountain range, I'm functionally creating a different biome. How dynamic and impactful is terraforming plan to be in the future on biomes? So this is something we did in the very beginning, is we said like, hey, this is all going to be super realistic and super cool, and it's going to be based on like where you are in the world and all that. That ended up being not super interesting terrain, so we switched it to biomes. However, so I would like it to be dynamic in that way at some point.
There is also already dynamic stuff on the visual side. So like if you start terraforming, like once certain kind of relative conditions are met, things will happen. So for example, like sometimes if you have like a pillar of the terrain that's very high and isolated, it will become like a stone pillar instead of like a dirt pillar, things like that. And so the tech is definitely already there. It would just be a matter of setting that up. We could certainly make it so regardless of biome, once you get to a certain height, there's snow on top of the pillar. The question would just be, do we think that that's the right?
Well, I think, so one thing that kind of I found to be a little bit sad in Valheim is that no matter what you do, if you build in a certain biome, like the vibe of the biome is always the same. I'd love for you to be able to change the biome of the place that you're in if you do sufficient set of things. So it's a lot of work. I mean, we got to do these things.
Yeah.
The technology, we have the technology. It's just a question of whether it's good game design and whether we get the time to do it.
Also, one thing we could do here is we could show a little bit of terraforming. So we can throw down a dig site, and I think I don't actually have any sticks, so I can grab a stick here.
I assume we're sending out some more keys there, yeah?
Yeah, John's working on it.
I'm working on it as well.
Cool.
I'm working through a list as well.
We're getting keys to you. Cool idea for extending a game with Space Entity modules, I think, would be government systems, like a federation of individual claims. I totally agree. I think that'd be super awesome.
So you can see here as I start to terraform this, the cost of each level goes up and up and up. And as Tyler mentioned earlier in the stream, basically every action you can do in the game is kind of using this progress bar system, where basically as many players as you want can collaborate to progress these progress bars at the same time. So if we got 20 people, 30 people all here digging together, you could imagine even as these numbers get into the hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands, we can still push through how fast, making progress at a reasonable pace.
Blippy Booloop, I don't know, said, you mentioned how there are NPCs that come to your claims. Is there a way for you to trade those NPCs to other towns? No, there isn't really. They're of their own volition, and you must appease them to make them come. But whether you don't own them, if that makes sense. In that case, can you create businesses, like have buildings and multiple people settlements with account-wide settings? Yes, you can.
I mean, there's some details of how much you want to organize outside of game, but there's definitely systems in place. You could make kind of conceptually, you could have a group of players that are the farming guild of a certain village, and they have a few buildings that only those people have permissions in, and they also have access to a claim just outside of the town where they do a bunch of farm fields or something like that, and that you could think of that as a business, and they trade with the town and have other stuff that they do.
Ashton says, do you have any performance metrics on Space MDB? How does it scale up? Is it able to handle scaling without performance degradation? Is there distributed consensus or something like one Space Entity per server? A lot of questions there. I could not possibly answer it on stream right now. This is the first question I get when people ask me about Space Entity, that, and then how is it secure to connect to the database? I have 2 blog posts that are going to address both of these questions. We've been a little busy, so I will get to those. How does it scale up? The answer is very complex, but it does scale. How does it handle scaling without performance degradation? I don't know that it does handle scaling without performance degradation. That sounds impossible, but it does handle scaling. I think you might be asking, how does it scale horizontally? Definitely, I think we have a mailing list for Space MDB, but
I was gonna say, drop into a Space MDB stream, and that's a great place to ask some of these questions.
Yeah. And also, I suppose, join our Discord over there. We have a Discord at, if you could drop the link in there, either Taylor or John, discord.gg/space9db. Can I build a city on an island? Amabel, you sure can. You absolutely can. That's like a core part of the game. What kind of vehicles are in the game? There's carts, there's boats. I think that's all we have for now. People have been asking about airships. Maybe. We'll see. Can you make subclaims? That is for a large town. So you can, yes. There is a renting system, so you can rent areas to people. Right now it's buildings, but there's much to come on that front. How will the Empire system work with overtaking claims? Will they gain access to it? Or will you lose everything? Will your upkeep go toward the Empire, or what? We'll have a lot more details on this, but the TLDR, to give you a sense of the philosophy, is no, we don't want... If you change empires from one city to... Like, if one city changes empires from one to the other, it really should not have any impact on the gameplay of that city. It will just change the banner that city has.
Yeah. It's essentially the Empire is winning over a city to favor them instead of another empire, as opposed to burning a city to the ground.
Is the world built around tectonic plates? If so, will we be able to expect a Pangea effect as time goes on, creating new continents or dividing existing continents? It's built on a continent system. Do the continents move? They do not. Could we do that? I suppose that would be hard. I want to make a trade town so bad. I must be a titan of industry. Yes, yes. Now you understand the reason for BitCraft. Apologies if this question was asked. You mentioned collecting rent from others using your home. Is there also a way to set up shop for items crafted? Yes, there is. You can set up shops that other people can come up to and buy from. So if I want to be a blacksmith only and make metal gear to sell while offline, yes, absolutely. That's the whole point of this game, is to do that. Are we able to build bridges over rivers? That's a question. It's a good question. We've thought about that. You can't right now, but maybe in the future. Is complex. Would we need to claim it to ensure decay doesn't break it? No, because you can build anywhere, but you might need to repair it every once in a while. That's possible. Maybe you'd have to claim. We'll have to think about that. Hundreds of people digging the same spot to create the tallest hexagon imaginable. It's already happened, actually, in one of our pre-alpha tests. Dig.
Yeah, that was when we realized whatever numbers we thought were enough to keep people from digging to the sky limit was not enough. Yes.
Can you terraform where the water is? Like, can you connect two landmasses? So not right now, just because we ran out of time, but yes, you will be able to do that. I think one of the most magical experiences I had was when I was playing Valheim, and we were in a boat, and we had a bunch of cargo. And we came... So there was this giant continent, and we came all the way around, and to get to our house, which was like right over here, there was a land connecting the two. And I thought, like, oh my God, we're going to have to go all the way around, or we're going to have to get out and move all this stuff into a chest and then move it across, and then we got to break the boat. And then we had the realization, no, absolutely not. We can just dig a canal through this like little landmass. And we just got out and we dug the canal and we floated the boat right through. And that is like very powerful. So we fully expect players to change the terrain to benefit their empire logistics, their town logistics, and their trade routes. Whoa, the game runs surprisingly well on my laptop. Thank the devs for this. Will content creators be able to enter designs for homes and clothes? The invite link seems to be broken on the hub. I only get an error when I click it. For those of you who are listening who are in the engineering group, could you reach out with respect to the broken hub? Was Haven and Hearth inspiration for you guys? It was. A lot of questions coming in. Will there be a transmog system? We would like to make a transmog system unnecessary so that we separate stats from the clothes that you want to wear as best we can, so that you can look however you want to look and you can get your stats from other items. Will there be a relationship meter between players and NPCs and players, like marriage and stuff? It's an interesting idea. I think it would be between players and players, although there may be like a friendship meter between you and NPCs. Can we make cheese? We should be able to make cheese.
Not yet, but I think we don't have a source of dairy in the game yet. We haven't gotten to farmed animals.
Right.
But we'll see what's in the cards. I think farmed animals we certainly want, and I assume, all the kind of core content you think of when you think of survival crafting games, we want to get to. I think whether it's mounts, eggs, milk, cheese, aging, certain produce, making pickles, that kind of thing. I think we want to.
Someone at Chemdo asks, you mentioned RuneScape before. Is it as grindy? OSRS, RS3, 20-year vet here. So it is. And we wear that proudly, because here's the thing. When you build something worth that will sort of shock other people in the amount of work that you put into it, that's like a super fun experience. Like when I saw people build the road through the mountain, and I was like, oh my God, that must have taken forever. That's a very cool feeling. So it is as grindy, and we have the levels, and you can specialize how you want. It's a relaxing game, so you can kind of play it more or less passively, depending on how involved you want to be. Will there be animals out in the wild that we can cache, say in a sphere or a ball of some kind? Can you make them your pal, even? Are they... Can you put them in your pocket? Are they monsters? Not right now, but maybe. I mean, that would be kind of fun. Can you trade technology kind of like Eve, building blueprints? You can. There are recipes, and you can. Are there any you can trade right now? I think.
Yeah, I mean, so there's
everything you can trade.
One of the things, the scholar skill in the game, the main thing that they're doing that's valuable is producing schematics, schematics are consumed, but there's also recipes that can be permanently unlocked. Those recipes that can permanently be unlocked can also come from consumable items as well. So similar to like a recipe scroll in like World of Warcraft for a profession. So we have both of those. There's consumable schematics. There's one-time unlock items that can permanently unlock a crafting recipe. So we have both of those that you can find and trade.
Can you get NPCs to populate your villages, cities, like traders, or what other type of professions we expect them to have? So Yes, you can get them to populate your villages and cities. Well, not in the current alpha, but yes, that's planned. And
well, technically, you can. There is one traveler that you can get to move into your town if you get to that end of the content in this.
Oh, we implemented that? I didn't know we put that in there.
Yes.
Oh, cool. So yes, awesome. You guys are awesome. I didn't realize we got that far. Can you? So like traders. So what other professions do they have? So this guy here that you're seeing. This is Why is whenever I don't get enough sleep, I can't remember names. Brico. So Brico here is like a construction guy. As you can see, he's interested in construction, and he'll provide you things to build and stuff. Mostly you trade with them, but there's other things as well. So you can see you got like Brico points, and you got money.
Yeah, so in this case, you can basically craft kind of materials that he's interested in and bring them to him. He'll give you marks of Brico, which is like his kind of reputation currency. Then you can turn around and use those and some coins to buy a better construction tool or a boat or kind of whatever else that he might have. You can. These are some of the things I mentioned. This is like a permanent recipe unlock for a purple plank road. So if you want to unlock some cosmetic variants of roads and other buildings and stuff, you can unlock them from him as well.
Aristeos says, my worry about grindiness is that there isn't enough content in between milestones. For example, OSRS has so much content behind level 90 plus skills. Will there be enough meaningful progression before endgame? It's a concern that we have as well, and the answer is we're going to do our best to make sure that there is a lot of meaningful progression throughout the entirety of your play experience. So you should be super hyped to get to different milestones in the game. That's the whole point, in a sense.
Quick thing, people keep asking what to do with the keys again.
Sure.
Two different places to get the instructions. The first place is our Discord. That's where we'd recommend going to go see the instructions. Or if you've signed up through the BitCraftOnline.com website and you've gotten the email, the instructions are in there as well.
And if you have game design things and I don't get to them in this chat because we got so many things going on, please add them to the Discord. I think it'd be very cool to see your stuff, and we'll organize them all and see what we can do. Could we have emotion? Something like in the game Sky show of like, yes, so we do have emotes. You want to hit some emotes? But I think having sort of per player things where they both agree to have that same emote is a super cool thing. So maybe we can do that as well. Katakana 1988 says, hey team, I've been looking forward to this game. Thank you so much. What is your strategy to keep players engaged? We have a lot of stuff. Obviously, the game's going to be changing rapidly. There's going to be new content being added all the time. There's going to be different events that happen in the world. There's a lot of grind, as we've mentioned as well. So getting to those high levels is also important. There's also the Empire system, so that the world changes in a dynamic way, and the map changes, and the story is told from the player's point of view. There's also, by the way, a whole story to unlock behind the scenes here with the ancient travelers and ancient sites. So if you remember our first trailer, the guy travels all the way to a very cool ancient ruin site. So just keep that in mind. What's the usage for the pre-alpha origin cube in the game? TBD.
Well, not to be determined. For you guys to find out later.
That's what I mean. To be determined by us and found out by you. Oh my God, we've been waiting for this game forever. I've been waiting for this game forever. Awesome, Alban. Glad to have you. Are you planning to showcase your game at Gamescom in the future? We haven't really thought about Gamescom. We were at GDC. How deep is the combat system? Is it just point and click? A lot of combat stuff is coming. We had it in, we pulled it out just for simplicity here, but we'll be adding it in. Again, the world's going to be a little bit more hostile in the future. Boy. Is the train procedurally generated or is it custom made? It's a combination of procedurally generated and hand altered, but it's mostly procedurally generated. Looking pretty so far. Are there any plans to have a modding system? Would probably require a user-run server software. So it actually, as I was mentioning before, because FaceTime which is the backend that we developed for this, doesn't necessarily require a user-run server software because we can have people add their own logic to the game. One thing that we thought about with an MMO is like part of the value of an MMO is that there's one sort of scoreboard and everybody's on it, and there's not cheating, but
people are playing by different rules. Like if you have a whole bunch of Minecraft servers, it's not meaningful if you've leveled up a ton on one. It's not as meaningful.
Not as meaningful, yeah, I would say. So it's a thing that we think about when considering that kind of thing. But yeah. Okay, let's see. I missed the email. If you missed the email, definitely don't miss the email. You can probably use it still, I'm thinking, depending on what email you're referring to. Do you have plans to add certain world events for players to participate in? Yes, but not to announce here. Is there a cartography explorer skill involved? So we've had an explorer skill ever since the beginning. The thing is, everybody wants to explore, so we probably want to do that in a slightly different way, is what we thought about.
Yeah, there's a few things that you can probably imagine as like pretty common things: combat, construction, terraforming, exploration. These are all things that we've played with the idea of having them be skills, but as Tyler said, it's something that both everyone will probably want to do, and we want to make sure everyone feels like it's something that they can kind of do, and it's not like distracting them from their specialization. And so we are looking for a different system to put these in, whether it's like kind of secondary skills or something to that effect, where it's just they're treated a little bit differently, so you feel that this is something that everyone can do. I think like mounts and animal taming is probably also in that category.
Uncle Rodney says, theoretically, I can recreate the Roman Empire. That's all I'm hearing. Yes, you can. And so, in fact, I wanted this to be very important. In the Empire system, they will be shaped like realistic empires because it's all about logistics and how you can sort of feed your empire. So it actually might be meta to build a Mediterranean-style empire, if you will, around it, where actually it's connected by water. Did this game have a different name before BitCraft Online? No, I don't think so. I think that's what I created the folder as named. What are you hoping to note from this test? So 2 things. One is we've done a long time since we did the last test, and we want to get out there and just check all the changes that we made against the players. And we want to test the technology. So this is the first time it's been on the newest version of Spacetime TV. So that's an important part. And then some of the gameplay stuff. And also we wanted people to see the game. It's been a while. Been working on this for a long time. Let's get it out there in front of people. And it's the very beginning. We're going to make a lot of changes to this. We're going to be improving it. So definitely stay tuned as we make improvements to the game.
Yeah, I would say the main thing, like system-wise, that we're like game system-wise that we're really focusing on in this test is actually in all the previous pre-alphas, we found that there was kind of a limit where players stopped being able to work together. I think it was around like 15 to 20 people, especially when there was just random people given access to the alpha, that people stopped being able to trust and coordinate at that scale. And so we tried to add a bunch more systems to the game that hopefully allow us to surpass that amount and get up into the dozens or maybe even hundreds of players sharing a town, working together. So we're really excited to see, do all of this stuff that is all the stuff we hypothesized about. Does it come together and work the way we designed it to?
We have a very important
technical stuff.
Oh, sorry. We have a very important question here. Camberme says, what are the people called of this world? Can we cosplay them at our local SAC Anime Con? And the answer to that question is absolutely. You can cosplay them.
As for what they're called, I think you'll have to wait and find out if there's a canonical name. But
right, because
you can call them whatever
there's different names, and I don't want to spoil something. So
yeah, stay tuned. But feel free to, if there's a name that you think fits, you can call them that for now.
What lessons have you taken from games like New World that changed a lot between alpha and beta release? Can you guys confidently say you're committed to the direction it's all heading? So I can definitely say there's some things that'll never change, right? We first set forth our philosophies, and then we try to shape the game around them. The philosophies aren't going to change. That's why we're making the game in the first place. The particular details might, but the whole idea behind it have not. And we've been reiterating those over and over again. And there have been times when we've strayed from them, and then we realize, we've strayed from them, and we move it back. So that's super important.
I can say from someone who, before I even joined the company, played a very early build of BitCraft, I think back in 2019. The core
20 maybe I don't know.
Yeah, no, it was before the pandemic for sure. It was when I was at my previous employment before this, and you showed me a very early demo of it, Tyler, and I remember that version to this version, all the core of it is still the same. Like the vision for the game and the core systems in the game are all still the same. It's really just been building up that vision into what we have today, and hopefully what we'll get to beyond today for the future.
So pumped for this one. Thank you, Spitfire. What kind of anti-cheat do the game have? The game have Space-Time DB, and there's a lot more that's going to be coming on that front. There's a lot. I mean, cheat is a wide range. We don't do kernel level anti-cheat, which is good. Thor will be proud.
I wanted to say here, I'm just exploring this biome, and I actually just found another player way out here, which I can tell you that this is not near the spawn area for sure.
Have you thought of different account types such as hardcore, zero, or hero, or select profession? We haven't really thought about that much, but that might be something fun to consider. Am I the only one to get a referral code link to send to my friends? I have a 404 error page. Can you post about that in our support channel in our Discord? Because we'd like to get that fixed up. Maybe a map table can be built, and you can add your exploration to it with permission from owner. That would be super cool. We'll definitely consider that. I'm so far behind again. I just can't keep up. You guys are awesome. Is there any reason why the double wood chest only has 40 capacity when the one grid one has 25? I suppose rather than 50.
We're still balancing stuff. I think there's different pros and cons to these. I'm not saying I won't say that I stand 100% behind where it's set at right now, but there's pros and cons. I guess you can choose what you think is best for you.
J-Day 101 asked an interesting question. Will animals be able to pull cards?
I would say we'd very much like to. I don't see why not. It's just more of a... I think we want to get mounts in the game first, and then figure out what the intersection of mounts and vehicles is correct to look like.
Is there going to be animal husbandry or farming? So there is farming, and there will very, very, very likely be animal husbandry in the near future.
Yes.
Can you communicate with others with symbols that unlocks if you've encountered those things, just like in the game Book of Travels? We'll look into that. Will there be colorblind accessibility? So I am colorblind, and I would like there to be. I always definitely warn the team when there are things that are like, oh, I just completely can't tell the difference between that. So we're at least keyed into that problem. Was content creation answered? Sorry, I missed it. Will we be able to enter designs for clothes or building somewhere? So we'd like to have events for that.
We've actually already hosted a mask event earlier, or I guess late last year, with something to this effect.
Well, only 20 minutes in, but I'm really digging the chill vibe of this a lot. Excited to dig into this and see how far you guys take it. Thank you so much. Hikitsune Red. How many avatars are available to create per account? So we want people to have one, and you can change your look on that character. And it's not like you have to pick. It's not like you have to give up your progress to change the way you want to play your character. You should just be able to do more skills or different types of things. So we don't. It's kind of like RuneScape. We really want you to just have one account for the most.
I think the only reason we would ever introduce multiple characters is if there's some sort of like account modes similar to RuneScape. Like if you wanted to have some sort of like locked character or hardcore character or something like that.
Question 1, who is the key god? Taylor and John are the key gods. And what is the scale of the world? It's very, very big. So I don't know if you want to show the map again one more time.
Yeah. So this is this area that I've visited, and there's also an area somewhere over here that I've explored a decent chunk of. And I believe we're at almost 1.5% of the world. So hopefully that gives you a sense of just how large this is. And this is also far from how big it's going to get. We're already on the verge of being worried that this might be too big for the alpha. But as we're able to support more and more players in the future, we're definitely going to increase the world size even more.
So I'm seeing Force Gaming here, and he's dealing with some very low-level buildings. Maybe we can go help him out somehow. Or is maybe he's off gathering other people's stuff?
Let's see. Do you know what coordinates he's at? I can hop over
there. He's at 1764.
Can you type it somewhere in our DM or something? And I'm just going to... John, can you swap us to the discussion view while I run some commands? Thank you.
I'll put it in comms war room.
Sure.
So let's see. What else we got? Do you plan to add some Easter eggs in the world? I'd love to. Are there any? Kind of. Really neat. Is this a forest biome? It is a forest biome, or it was. The world will be expanded as needed. Praise to the key gods. May your reign be long and generous. Indeed, may your reign be long and generous. How are we doing on keys? We still got more keys?
Yeah, I still have probably like 20 more.
Yeah, I'm still handing out as well.
Keys coming. Stay here for keys. Get your keys. What inspired the team to have this kind of art style? Is it based off anything you guys fell in love with? I mean, there's a lot of inspirations. I would say Breath of the Wild was an inspiration. I would say Journey was an inspiration. There was a game that never came out, but had a really cool trailer, which was an inspiration, called Everwild by Rare Studios. Hasn't been out yet, but really cool art. There's a lot of other games that have inspired us. In fact, I have a whole sheet of them. Is there going to be any other way to get keys? I don't have all the social media, increase my odds. Keys right here. We're giving out keys. Keys in the chat. As shown on Twitch, you get, let's see, if you guys want to make a quick way to hit blah, 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 blah. RuneScape has multiple accounts for scouting. That would ever be something you think about? Maybe. It's just something that I think about.
John, you can swap us back to the screen share. We've got a few people here.
The Bard guy asked, so when you see the percentage of land discovered, is that the percentage you specifically have discovered or everyone as a whole? It's just the part that you've discovered. Will this stream be available for people to watch that missed it? Yes, I'm sure we could do that, right? Or
yeah, I enabled the VODs for the stream, so this should be available as a VOD after we're done streaming.
Can we cause VODs to be kept indefinitely? I don't know how Twitch...
I think you can keep them up to 30 or 60 days, depending on what the current thing is. I think in the past it was 60 days, but it might only be 30 days now. But we would need to buy Twitch Turbo for this account as well. So we already have Twitch Turbo on Space MDP, but I think we'd also need to buy it for BitCraft online.
The game looks so cool. I can't wait to see how it develops. Thank you so much, Vitrial. I really appreciate it. We're keen to see as well. It's going to be a lot coming in the coming months. I'm just so excited to get it out there so that people can play it. And I think you'll see over the course of the month, people are going to make some crazy things. We've seen players do just insane things. Looks like they're putting together a little thing. I don't think they figured out how to make their claim bigger. Is that possible?
No, it has been expanded a little bit. They're being smart and not expanding it more than they need early on.
Where are titles displayed? Can you eat food? Let's see if they're talking about you over there also. So Pretty, thank you so much. Can you eat food as you forage them? Yes. If so, would the only difference between that cooking food, better meals be different? Yes. Sorry. I didn't read that for everyone. I've been talking for a while. I might pass the baton for leading the stream off to somebody else in a second. But the question is, can you eat food as you forage them? Berries and mushrooms? Yes, the answer is yes. And if so, would the only difference between that and cooking the food to better meals be a difference in fullness gain? Yes. Exactly. Although I think we're going to evaluate the stamina system a little bit over the next few months as well to make it a little bit more fun. I can already tell that I'm going to have an unhealthy amount of hours on this game. I hope that you have a healthy amount of hours and that you enjoy it for the hours that you do play. How do you monetize BitCraft since it's free to play? So we haven't really talked about this. We talked about our philosophy on it. I can even say maybe a little bit, like things that we might do would be to sell, as an example, maybe it costs money to add a banner to your, for your empire in the world, right? So you have to pay to spread your banners around, which would be kind of fun. For the boats mechanics, you're talking about some ideas from Valheim. It sounds like that game has been a huge inspiration. Valheim has been, yes, although...
Well, Valheim came out after...
Exactly, I was about to say. We were building this quite a bit before Valheim. So it's funny. We actually got a lot of comments on some of our stuff saying like, oh my god, another survival crafting game. This is such a big genre. But it's like when we started, it was not. It was not. It's just, it takes a long time to build an MMO. And I think to my knowledge, it's really the only large-scale survival crafting MMORPG, with the exception of probably like Minecraft servers and Haven and Hearth, and maybe that's really kind of it, unless people have ideas in chat for games I'm missing. Worm Online is a good example, but it's not really alive, and they then balance the claim thing particularly well. It's a bit of a suburb problem. Have you thought of just a plain supporter pack with basic cosmetics for those wanting to help out dev? We have. I think what we might do is for the next phase, sort of an open beta, we might have a supporter pack for that, so you could get in access, guaranteed. Do you have any predictions on how many players will be playing at Premiere? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by Premiere. A mountain that shall reach the skies, higher than anyone has ever been. I want to impact the world and build so badly. Key. Let's get these people keys. I hope your monetization would not depend on FOMO too much. No, it wouldn't. I have a whole blog post about FOMO, and I would take a look at that blog post. FOMO is powerful. It makes people do things, but it also feels bad. Trade-offs. I feel like when I come in game, I will turn on dwarf mode and start dig. You wouldn't be the only one. How big are the biomes in the world? They're very big. Will auto crafting be a thing, like letting stuff craft while you explore? Yes. That's what we call passive crafting, and it's things like smelting and tanning leather and cooking things. Do you create an empire like you create a guild, or can only guilds create empires? How do you choose a leader with an empire? So well, a lot of details are coming with the empires. I'm supposed to do a blog post. I haven't done it yet. We also have to build it and add it into the game, which we already have a design for, but we haven't added it yet. So more details coming on that. Would there be an option for first-person mode? Maybe. We'd have to think about it. Quite excited. This seems like a mix of many different games that will lead to a very comprehensive MMO, it looks like. I hope so. We're going to do our best. No one can say that we didn't try. I think we were trying to ask how many people you're expecting to play the game or releases. I couldn't say. I would like to be a lot, and I'd like to be able to do our best to get as many in there as we can. Mush says, can I have Cat's Empire? I want them purring everywhere. Me too. You should be able to do that. Oh, nice question. What is your favorite mechanic feature in the game? What is my favorite mechanic? I like building roads. I'm a road master. I like to build the roads. I like to connect cities with roads. I've been telling people it's kind of like Valheim and Stardew Valley had a baby. Yeah, you could think of it that way. There's a lot of different games it's inspired by.
I think you can see here right now, I ran into another player here, and we're working together to mine out this this rock. So you can see how together we can affect the total rock's health quicker. And you can also see the fact that I have a better pickaxe. You can see that I'm dealing higher amounts of damage.
For those people thinking about FOMO, definitely take a look at my blog post it's called Cryptocurrencies in Games or something like that. And it talks about FOMO.
Maybe Taylor or John could pull that up off of the blog and drop it in chat.
Yeah, for sure. Tyler, I think your kingdom name has been decided for you. Someone mentioned that you should start the DOT, the Department of Tyler.
Department of Tyler. It's not a bad name. I would gladly pay you next Tuesday for a key today. Well,
that's an Elder reference.
I see. It also sounds like a Popeye reference, but
yeah,
Okay. Are you using any technology to scale your servers like Kubernetes? Is it possible for multiple servers to support single areas like Eve Mine? You mean we're using Spacetime DB? Are you wondering how we're running Spacetime DB? What type of star is the world builder on? You'll have to play the game and read the lore to find out. Like a more in-depth survival of Palia. It is. I think Palia does really well with the plot, like the areas in your game customization. And we've got some of that because you can have your own house, but it doesn't look amazing right now. That's going to be improving. But it's really more about people working together in our case.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I was going to say, one question that came up again and again for all the people we talked to at GDC was like, so how is this game an MMO? Like, can you actually, like, how many people are in the game? Can you interact with them? It's like, basically, yes. It's like there's many players, thousands of players, tens of thousands of players, maybe, and all in the same world, and in the future, much beyond that. And you can interact with all of them basically in any way you want. You can work together, you can compete with each other, you can do all sorts of things. Whereas a lot of MMOs recently are just focused on the, like, you are on your single player RPG and you're seeing other players running around having their RPG at the same time.
Let's see. I also had another question here. Are there or will there be natural formations that provide benefits that players may want to build around? For example, natural hot springs. Yes, definitely.
I think there's already this to some extent with the ancient ruins, because travelers tend to set up camp at those, and so building near one of those right now could be useful. In the future, we want to mix that up so that those are not always in the same spot.
Shout out to the Spacetime DB team for not having any problems so far. I don't actually know that that's for sure true because I'm not in the behind the scenes chat messages right now. But like, hey, game be working on launch day. Well, alpha launch day at least. It's not the same because obviously if you just let everybody hoard in there, it's going to be different. But beautiful game. Thank you so much, Bradley. If there will be pets in the future, could there be a special cosmetic pets for high skills? Yeah, why not? for example, Golem for mining mastery. That'd be super cool. I love this game already. The only thing I can criticize is that the movement is a bit weird for me, but I'm not used to it. Do you mean like the controls? We find that people get used to it like basically immediately, but we'll see. We're going to be improving it.
Yeah, we're still experimenting with other stuff. I would say the thing that we've seen consistently through the pre-alphas is people come in and in the first 15 minutes they say like, oh, I wish there was WASD, and then by like day 2 or day 3 they're like, I'm actually, even if there was WASD, I'd be playing with the click to move version anyway. Like, I see why you guys went with this, so I guess give it a shot and see what you think. I think we're going to keep exploring like what are the best options for the game, and hopefully not necessarily just only needing one option, but giving people different options depending on how they want to play.
Will people be able to create things underground, villages, dwarf caves, or any other kind of underground structure? It's something that we would definitely are thinking about and working through. So we would do levels underground, kind of like Dwarf Fortress, sort of, not really, but kind of that same idea.
I'd say it's probably more similar to how Haven and Hearth handles underground, if you're familiar with that game. But it would also be similar to how like Minecraft handles the Nether, if you just thought of that as deep underground.
And then is it possible to create? Actually, it says possible to create an underground empire, and the answer is probably. I guess we'd have to do that. Yeah, that'd be cool. Great question. Add this to the ideas thing. Tarragon Nith. I'm so close to getting in game. Only 5 people in front of me. How many tiers of tools are there in the alpha? How many are there planned for full release? Carter,
how many tiers?
Yep.
Right now there are 6 tiers of tools. There's 6 tiers, of which within each tier there's multiple kind of like upgrades of tools. So there's anywhere from like 2 to 4 upgrades within each tier, and there's 6 tiers. The last pre-alpha playtest we had only had 4 tiers, and people played for over 100 hours over the course of a week to get through all that. We're hoping that these 6 tiers we have now, given the pace, will keep everyone busy for the duration of the this alpha, and then the plan is to get up to at least 10 in the future.
Let's see what else we got here. We got a lot going on. My allergies are awful today too. It's very sad. Is the game PC only currently in the future? So it is Mac and PC right now, and the idea is to be cross-platform. So we'd like to be on mobile. That was kind of what the control scheme was designed around PC and mobile, but I'd also like to go onto all the other platforms that we can, so that we can get as many people into the game as possible. Tiffy Miss Whiffy says, it seems to be a mix of all my favorite games. Heart. Well, thank you. We're going to try to keep it that way.
High Priestess Moon says, will it take a long time to grind professions like OSRS? I love a slow grind. I'd say this is exactly on the money. This is exactly what we're shooting for. It is.
This is the game for you.
Yes, it is definitely a game where we want it to be about the journey and not rushing to the quote unquote end game. And so hopefully creating a very long grind that is hopefully fun enough that most people don't think of it as a grind is basically what we're trying to create.
Hey Taylor, can you check your DMs quick?
Yeah.
So RoboGlow asked a very interesting question. Would you say the creation of Space Time TV was the hardest part of creating this game? I can't imagine how much effort went into developing it. PS, would love a key. So it's a good question. They're hard for different reasons. I would say, so Space Time TV involves a lot of like very niche knowledge. Like how do you make a query engine, and how do you build like you need to have, it's all distributed systems, and you need to also know about like how do we do no allocations, and how do we performance profile and all this stuff. But the nice thing about Spacetime DB is once you know what you're doing, and that is a big question, it's very straightforward. You know that if we build this thing as we have promised, it will work. And there's no question about like, is this a fun database? Whereas with the game, you're always thinking, just constantly, perpetually, how can I make this more fun? Is it fun? Let's do testing. So in some sense, the game is harder than the database, although it doesn't require, they're hard for different reasons. One is a game design problem, one is an engineering problem.
Yeah. I would say to add to the game design problem, we've also bit off what I think a lot of people consider as like a very appealing game conceptually that a lot of people have tried and failed to build. And so we believe that we are looking at, enough reference games that do the things that we want to do and succeed in doing them instead of fail, that we can borrow enough of those kind of solutions to build this kind of very desirable game that a lot of people have in mind. But there's certainly difficult terrain along the way to design all these systems, as people have already asked many questions about.
Silver Fox, Illinois, I think, or IL says, can you show us different screens of the UI? What are the buttons on the bottom left?
Sure. Yeah, we can show some of that. So down here, we got the chat. We've got local, global, and some system chat, just seeing like as I gain XP and stuff.
Also, I'm going to pass this off to you. I'm going to peace out for like 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
And then next up, we've got the vault down here, which is basically how you customize your character. So I can pause on my gathering for a minute, and I can come over here, and you can see basically I can go through kind of various things. I can change my character's body color. I can change my mask. I can change my mask pattern to have, right now I only have different colored eyes, but you can get different patterns on the masks as you progress. Again, I've got different hairstyles here. I've got some different hair colors. I've got various like hats and stuff like that, shirts, belts, pants, and legging stuff. So I can basically customize my character however I want in here, as well as my title. So I can show off whatever kind of title I want that I've gotten by leveling up and completing achievements. And then I also have any vehicles that I've collected. So I've got like my cart, my raft, and my masterful skiff in here. And then also I guess that's the vault. Next, I have the character menu, which has 2 tabs. It's got the stats, which is basically improved here by my power sources. So think of these as like trinkets or stat sticks or, you know, equipment in your traditional MMO. So these are basically items that you can equip that give you improve your stats, which you can see a bunch of those here. And if you have any buffs or debuffs, they'll be here. I also have my construction tool here, which will get incorporated into a different system in the future. And then under professions, you can see we're going to change the way this is laid out to be a little bit easier to see at a glance. But basically, we have all the 13 skills in the game, and I can see my levels for all those. I can click into each of those, see my XP, and which tool I currently have equipped for that skill. I can open up and see any achievements that are in here, which is the next tab. You can also get to that by clicking on this to go right to that profession. But then the next tab is the achievements, which we can see all types of achievements for discovering items, leveling up. We're going to expand kind of the scope of these a lot more in the future as well. The next tab, or the next kind of icon down here, is my claim totem window. So I can see I'm the owner of the Clockwork Labs claim.
I am back.
And I can go through, I've got a bunch of stats here on the main page. I can see the members. I can go to the research here and see basically like what upgrades I want to research on the claim. I can see if I have any rentals. Right now, my landlord income is 0 per day because I have yet to build any rentals. I can also set up recruitment things. So I could say, actually, we're recruiting, you know, we're looking for a level 20, one level 20 cook. And so now if someone had that, that thing, they could come to my claim totem and they could join the claim. But for now, I'll remove that. So that's the claim one. And then over on the far side, which I think is covered by my camera, we've got a known issues thing, which just has some information about some stuff that's not working, or
just kind of funny. If you read the known issues, some poor tired engineer wrote these things, and it's very funny to read some of them. Just the way they're written, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Look at this moving dress. Technically non-issue, but some players may disagree. That's funny.
And so next we've got the build menu, which you can also get to by hitting B. This is where you can see kind of all the buildings that you've discovered. The question marks are ones that you haven't personally helped build yet. So if you're building a base by yourself, this might be a good indicator of like, hey, this is a building you haven't built yet. Obviously, if you're building a base with other people, someone else might build one and it might not get marked off as complete here. This is obviously all. You can go to crafting and you can sort by crafting category by which skill you're looking at. So you can kind of tag any and all of the skills here. You can see beds, storage type buildings, decorations, enterable buildings. We've got paving if you want to make roads, basically. So you can make planks, cobblestone, mud roads. You'll unlock more as you get further in the game. And then planting resources is the last tab. This is mostly used for like planting trees and other stuff like that. Next is the inventory, which I'm sure you guys have seen already. And then the compendium. This is basically like your Pokédex. You can think of it as kind of like that for BitCraft for all the stuff in the game. So you can see like how many things you've acquired and how many things you have knowledge about, but you haven't acquired yet. We've got items, we've got cargo, creatures, resources, structures, collectibles, and knowledge. So these would be like, notes and stuff you found in ancient ruins or other things like that. And then the last thing is just the settings, or the options and settings.
So we've got another question here as well. How will the game handle bases that get abandoned within the first week or two? Will things deteriorate to open room for other people? The answer is yes. We thought about this very deeply. The philosophy is if somebody's taking up space that other people need to use, things are going to decay a little bit more quickly, require more input. But otherwise, we want you to be able to have the room that you take up and not have to worry about like keeping claims up. As we get more confident that a player is not actually playing the game anymore, we will cause their stuff to decay, essentially. Oh, so you only have to create the vehicle once and can take it with you? Yes, that is currently the design.
I guess to add to that question about the vehicle, so at least right now, once you get a vehicle, it goes into your vault, so it doesn't need to take up an inventory slot, but you can take the vehicle and take it out of your vault. So I could come in here and say, convert this to a deed. This is now an item. I could trade this to someone else, but once I've done this, I can no longer deploy this vehicle. So the way that you are able to deploy the vehicle is by having it in your vault, and you can favorite it to quick deploy it with a hotkey. But you can still take it out and trade it to someone else as it stands right now.
So let's see. Looks like Force Gaming is expanding his claim a bit. I like the combat in RuneScape. Other people talking about there. Sorry, I'm distracted by other streams. Let's get back to chat. What are we doing here? My precious key. We're trying to get them keys out there. Do we still have more keys, Taylor and John? We're working on them as best we can. I don't know how full we are up on the... Will there be systems for intercity politics interactions, such as trading, exports, imports, fighting for land, working together towards certain goals? Yes, all of that will be in there. We can talk more about that.
I just realized I was muted. I have keys still going.
Sorry, I'm just chatting with some of our people. Got a lot going on. Busy day. Exciting day. Let's see. Does the game plan to launch with a fully functional microtransactional market offering pay-to-win items such as damage boosts and XP buffs? So no, we're never going to be selling probably those two things ever. So take a look at the philosophy that we have posted in my monetization blog post. So go to bitcraftonline.com, click on blogs, find the one about monetization, read that. XP should not be something that you can buy, no matter what.
Including XP boosts.
Including XP boosts. And we don't think we have to be able to run a profitable company. So we'll see if we're right about that, but but I think we are. If you click on the map, does your character go to that place, or can you only click to go to places you see normally? We definitely do pathfind you a little bit through if you click on the map.
There's some limits right now. Like you can see if I click like way out over here, you'll get different things. Part of this is just with keeping the game performant and the path, like computational time of the pathfind, and part of it is also for game design reasons. So we've got a lot of plans and stuff we've discussed for the future as for how you'll be able to like traverse long distances kind of automatically.
Matt
don't want to get too much into that yet.
Oh, sorry. Matt in Hat says, Tyler, please, but I don't know what we're asking. Probably for keys. How them keys? How are we doing with keys? We still got keys? Keys?
Oh, they're going. They're going.
I feel like Oprah with the bee. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that.
You get a key.
But there's a meme.
The bees.
The bees. I love the bees meme. but except we're doing keys. That's like one of my favorite memes. The Oprah bees meme. Bees. Okay, sorry. As a co-founder, how much oversight on the project do you have? Does everything go through you, or are there teams more independent? So we have 2 teams. We have the Space NW team, and we have the BitCraft team. At the beginning, there was only me and my co-founder, so everything was not only through me, but by me and Alessandro. The team has grown quite a bit, and as we have grown, we've tried to pass off more and more to people and trust them to do the work that it is. But we still have, of course, oversight on the vision for the game and making sure that we're actually moving towards the goal, the general goals that we want to achieve. And of course, I have many hour-long conversations with Carter about game design and things like that, as Carter well knows. So the 2 teams are quite independent, though. So the Space NW team operates as sort of a separate, almost like a separate startup, and BitCraft is a separate one as well.
To some extent, BitCraft is just a
client.
Executive client of Space, or customer of Space NW, and so we get premium customer service is kind of the extent of our meetings with the Space NW team generally.
Is there a claim bulletin board or something like that? How else can I command my people to build up bridge walls to coordinate what to collect and stuff? It's a good question.
Is that a question about chat? Like, is there claim chat?
No, it's a claim. Like, can I post things in the town for offline reading?
Yeah, that's something has been suggested and come up a million times. It's something that we definitely want to add, but haven't gotten to yet.
Are there plans for player-created knowledge? I could see knowledge brokers being a thing. Potentially. What happens if there is stuff in the vehicle inventory and you trade it?
You can't take the vehicle out of your vault if it's deployed in the world, and by undeploying it from the world, you implicitly empty its inventory. So it's impossible to do that.
Amidst the challenges of melding adventure, RPG, open world, and survival crafting elements, what unexpected discoveries or hurdles have emerged that have reshaped your vision for the game's universe?
I think you've obviously mentioned it a few times already, but I think the whole idea of like what people want to do as far as having their own space that they can edit in a survival crafting game is almost at odds with the concept of putting everyone into a shared world and especially having them work together or occupy the same space, that we've had to think very long and hard about how to accommodate those 2 things at once.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say because it just evolves over time. Like, the game as initially pitched was supposed to be, it was a much smaller idea originally. And then as we got more resources and funding, it was like, okay, well, now we can do the thing that we sort of wanted to do. But the core of it was always the same. What unexpected? I mean, it's just been very different. I think one thing early on, and there's even some of that in this version of the game, this like test version, was that initially when we were testing the game, people would come in and say like, what do I do? I don't understand. What's the point? And we realized we didn't really know it was a survival crafting game at that point. And we realized like, okay, there has to be some adversity in the game to cause you to go do something, right? Because otherwise you just kind of sit there. That's core to survival crafting. So it should have been obvious, but wasn't, I guess. I don't know if that answers your question. Some people are looking to play IRL with their IRL friends. If we can get people dual keys, but let's get as many people keys as we can. I know it's rough. We're trying to do keys. Keys.
So Tyler, I ran into a slight problem with the keys is that I sent out so many DMs on my Boppy Games account that I think Twitch has like rate limited me. I need you to change a setting, I guess, on your 3blave account on Twitch in order for me to add this phone number to the like BitCraft Online thing. So if you go to like are you signed into your 3blave account right now, like on Twitch?
Am I signed into my 3blave account on Twitch? Yes. No. Yes. Sorry, I am.
Okay, cool. If you just go to settings and then you go to like security and privacy, and then you check the box that says enable additional account creation, then I can add the same phone number for the BitCraft Online account.
Yep. Okay, it's done. Hold on. Now it's done.
Okay, cool.
I gotta come back to the stream.
Okay, now I need the verification code. Can you DM it to me on Discord?
I can. No, I'm just kidding.
You really got me on that one. I literally almost just like hit the button to like turn your mic off. It was like this close.
Sounds like it's about to be a wild ride up in here.
This player named themselves One. That's amazing.
Nice. You gotta love that. For Spacetime DB, why did you choose to program in Rust? Performance reasons. Originally we wrote it in TypeScript. What are the challenges, benefits to the language? Benefits, you go fast. Challenges,
it's hard to read.
Async programming, it's hard to read sometimes. It's big language, and async programming can be rough. But I
think the more you use Rust, the less obtuse it becomes.
True, that's kind of true of everything. I like Rust a lot. I think it's a good language.
Some of the things that feel like limitations when you start Rust become things that you're thankful for later.
Yes.
As opposed to things that you're like just better at working around. You're like, oh, I actually appreciate that this exists.
I tend to, I don't want to pretend like I haven't fought the borrow checker. I have definitely. But it's good if you think in a data-oriented kind of a way, works very well for you. And if you don't, you're going to be fighting the borrow checker. But the problem comes with async programming and like multiple threads, and then there's a lot of stuff. The nice thing about Rust as used inside of Spacetime DB is we handle all that for you, so you don't have to really deal with it. It's like baby's first Rust to use Spacetime DB, sorry for reposting the question. This game looks so peaceful and cute, but what's the meanest thing you guys think players will do in this world? Do you think players have any plans to design away from these kind of playstyles? Absolutely. Something we've been thinking about from the beginning, right, is how do you prevent players from griefing other players? What's the meanest thing? There's a lot. You can try to like trap people in their claims and stuff like that. We've tried to think of them and avoid it. Like obviously stealing other people's stuff, like waiting at the edge of a claim to like tricking them not to log in or something. I don't know. I'm sure people will come up with mean things.
I think originally in one of the pre-alphas, the UX for setting up your claim was not to say it's amazing right now, but it was a lot worse than it is right now. And a lot of players didn't understand like what they had to do to get their claim active, or even that they were like potentially building stuff off of their claim. And definitely other players would come through and capitalize on that. And I wouldn't even say that it was necessarily griefing. It was people were just taking advantage of like, hey, someone gathered a bunch of stuff and put it in a chest that's not claimed. I could sure use that stuff. But we've tried to make it hopefully so that number one, you can only do stuff that is fair, and then players understand the rules so that they don't accidentally stumble into a sharp edge.
RoboGlow asks, or sort of comments on our use of TypeScript. Not surprising we ran into performance issues. What's interesting about TypeScript is it's actually quite fast. The problem is that it's inconsistently fast. So we would have something that should be taking microseconds, sometimes take a millisecond because, it didn't get JIT compiled or some strange reason. So it's kind of interesting or the garbage collector ran. There's nothing you can do about that. So that's really the thing. Is like Rust is very tunable. You can have it go how you want. I think Zig is a cool language as well for those people out there who are language aficionados. What was the moment you realized this project is special? Right now, bing bong, when you said that. I appreciate that very much. I think when we released the first trailer, we did not expect to get as many people into the game as we did. Not by like a factor of 10. I think we got like 800,000 views on the trailer in like a couple days, maybe not even a couple days. And I didn't expect to get 80,000. So it was kind of crazy. What are the types of animals in the game so far? Are there any plans to add critter type animals like insects? Yes. So what are the types of, there's a few, some of them have been changed since I last looked. So maybe Carter could speak to
there's honestly only a few animals in the game. I would say like under 10 unique animals in the game right now. But there's some birds, there's some other terrestrial animals, I guess. Like there's mostly everything that's in the game right now is non-hostile. So there's nothing that it kind of has like a aggressive archetype that you'd probably imagine. But there's like some goats, some kind of deer type stuff. There's some kind of boar type stuff, different birds. I'm trying to think. There's a few other ones, but basically they're all kind of like huntable animals. We do, I believe, have one thing that's kind of like a swarm of insects that you can catch through the hunter skill, if that didn't get removed before the playtest. But there's going to be a lot that we want to expand on these for. I think the animals and the hunting, and especially like the combat around certain animals and aggressive animals, as well as the like insect and bug stuff, is definitely something that we're happy with the exploration into, that I think we want to continue that.
Let's see. We've also got Arita says, "Oh, it's even prettier than I imagined." That's awesome. Glad to hear that. Will there be APIs for stats in the game, like how your claim is doing? I think yes. So you should be able to access that from an API, so you can have websites and stuff that post things. Can you be a member of multiple claims? I have 3 different gaming groups and friends. Yes, you can. You can as of today, right now. What happens when you run out of stamina while you're swimming? Is a question.
So yeah, so you don't drain stamina by swimming. You only drain stamina by fast swimming. So nothing happens. You just stop fast swimming and start slow swimming instead, which I can show briefly here. This is something that kind of, I wouldn't say is necessarily final, but definitely the idea is we don't want it to be that, you know, especially in an MMO, like if you're in someone else's boat and you decide you want to get off, and they don't want to take the boat back to shore, you shouldn't be in a position where you have to like get out and drown and die or get knocked out or something. If you want to do that, you should be able to hop out.
Do you know how many times I died in Valheim because I was like, I bet I can make it. I couldn't make it.
Yeah,
it was a lie. Let's see. Byzantine Valkyrie says, I can almost understand this from having listened to Thor so much. Hello from a goblin. Hello, goblin. Welcome. Love the goblins. They're great. Except when they're gonna come for our servers. Stay back, ye goblins. Do resources respawn in the same spot or in the same area? They can, although they typically do not. You can also grow them yourselves. Well, obviously growable things.
Yeah, I would say in general, you could like part of the design of the world and how we're designing the economy and the logistics is we wanted to make it so like if you clear cut a forest, that forest isn't gonna come back certainly instantly, but maybe not even in a slower period of time. It's going to deplete those trees, and those types of trees will respawn somewhere in the world, but it'll take a lot of trees being depleted before they necessarily end up respawning there. So there is certain aspects of like regrowing forests or having to extend and gather from further and further places if you are all consuming.
Some of our engineers and artists will appreciate this one. That getting out of the river animation was smooth AF. We've had some difficulties with transitioning, so it's good to hear. Let's see. I'm still falling behind. I can't possibly keep up. Trying to see. The giant guy looks so awesome. Are there any other NPCs that we could see? Key, please. There are NPCs. We can go looking for them.
Next time I see one, I'll go over.
You said the map is procedure generated. Any plans to do this with animals as well? That's an interesting idea. We haven't had plans, but that would be fun. No Man's Sky style. I almost posted a meme of us, of me, my face photoshopped into the disc holding up thing. The meme from them. I mean, you gotta give them extreme credit for what they did with No Man's Sky and bringing it up from the depths. How do you keep spacing to be consistent when you have to handle so much state at one time? I assume it's distributed. I'm going to have a whole blog post about this because I think people are really curious about how this works. And I couldn't possibly explain it all right now. Is there a limit to how many people can be in your claim? Will it be so you can upgrade your claim to add more people?
Yeah, you can see there is a limit here. So right now I'm at 20 out of 20. And so if someone smartly already started the next upgrade to get it to 25 people.
Is there a limit to how many? Will it be like you can add more people when you upgrade your claim? Yes. Still looking for a key. Will there be moderation on BitCraft? I can imagine things being done to a player that's mean but also fair. I mean, yes, there will be moderation.
Yeah, I mean, if you're using the systems as designed, then we don't want to punish you for doing something. Like if you're competing with someone else and you use the systems to your advantage, that's not a punishable offense. But for some of this, yeah, I mean, if you're intentionally ruin, if you're exploiting to ruin the experience of someone, obviously that can get action. If you're doing just derogatory stuff in game, that can get you into trouble. I would say the only thing that we might do is for some stuff where the systems aren't complete or they have kind of known holes in them, if you continue to like exploit those to like grief or ruin the experience of other players, we might take action in terms of like at first kind of just stopping whatever harm was caused. But if you obviously continue to repeat it, then it could result in getting, some sort of longer punishment to you as a player.
Oh, sorry. CoinP says any current herding ability in the alpha or only hunting. So there is only hunting, but that's a great thought. I don't think we've thought about herding. That would be kind of fun.
The animals to some extent run away from you, so you could herd them into like a location.
True, but
there isn't there isn't anything you can do beyond just hunt them at that point.
Right
after you've herded them.
And there's a game that actually Nick Carver was making on his Twitter where it was about sort of herding animals. That was kind of fun. Let's see what else we got here. What is the questing system like? Player built quests or purely story in-game quest progression? Also, please key so I can play with my IRL friends already playing. So there is quests in the game, at both player built and story in-game quests. Hopefully that answers your question. That's kind of a simple answer, but yes. Honestly, it is beautiful. The flowers and foliage look amazing so far. Well, thank you to our art team who've put in a huge amount of work into this. Sorry for spamming this question. Are there instruments? So there's not really. The travelers have instruments, but there are not instruments for players yet. I would really like to do that, especially these things that we've gotten requests over and over again. It's not even that hard, really, to do. We could do it. Carter's maybe laughing at any time I say something.
I'm just laughing because every time I pitch something, I say, "Oh, this isn't that hard," and Tyler scoffs. And then anything Tyler says something isn't that hard, I scoff.
Well, true. Yeah, it's complicated. What happens when you run out of stamina? Can you, when you swim, can you drown? No, we did that one, I think. Are there any patches planned? Yes, many. Is there debug options like log files, how to report bugs? So there's a bug reporter. Does that bug reporter work in our help thing? Do we end up doing
I think so. Yeah, I believe so. Okay, you can come in here, or hold on, if you go here, report a bug, and I believe that will send a ticket to our engineers. Possibly along with your log. I need to double check on that, but that will. Oh, in fact, we failed to submit. So we'll have to figure out what's up with that.
So that's how you should do it if there wasn't a bug with the bug reporter, but we can report that bug. There are log files too, which maybe we can have you collect, and we do have patches planned for sure. If you had to,
in fact, the bug. We already have a patch that we just didn't want to. We didn't want to add more untested or less tested stuff today. So we just opted to save the patch for tomorrow or for the future, but it's just some like quality of life kind of cosmetic improvements to the game. So there will definitely be patches.
Xanox Plays asks, can I replant trees? And the answer is yes.
Yes, you can also see a little bit. I wanted to come back here to the Clockwork Labs base. You can see a little bit of what is starting to shape up as a little town here.
We are a million miles ahead of everyone else, but that's probably because we know the game super well.
I mean, we started a few hours before, and we have quite a lot of people working. I think we had around 10. We have 20 people on my claim right now, and they're all coordinating together, which is a lot more manpower and a bit of a head start than everyone else. So kind of understandable. I have no concern that we won't be seriously lapped by players as we have been in almost every playtest thus far. So yeah, I'm not too worried.
Let's see. If we had to name one thing or a feature or creature or anything that you'd be most proud of, what would it be? I'll name mine. I think it's got to be Space-Time to Be. I think it's a very cool thing. My goal is to have it be so that more people can make games, and I'd have to call that out. What about you, John?
I suppose I have to pick something other than Space-Time to Be because you already picked that.
I did. I claimed the whole thing. Maybe a feature of Space-Time to Be. I don't know.
So like the thing that I really liked in RuneScape, like I probably have small order of 1,000 hours in RuneScape. I really liked the mining system in RuneScape, even though it was like so stupidly simple. I would say that like one of the things that I do, especially like when I test BitCraft, is I just go around and I mine stuff. So I don't know why, but that's my favorite thing. So
Carter, what's your favorite? Sorry for distracting one of the key givers.
Favorite thing, it's really hard to narrow it down. I would say just broadly about like BitCraft and the development. I think I don't know. I think I would. There's lots that I love about the game, but I guess to just give maybe a more interesting answer, I think it has to be Rish. Is just as far as a longtime Unity developer. One thing that we've built internally that I think we're hoping to release publicly in the future is a package that allows for much better developer experience of developing UI in Unity. So it's basically like a code-only UI package that allows you to basically make UI using a React-like paradigm, using kind of style sheets, and not only does it make the development of the UI much faster and better for developers, but when you're doing code review, you basically don't have to go into like review game objects in Unity. You can just review the code, which is very nice when you have regressions and functionality. And theoretically, it's also more performant because we only need to render the UI elements that are changing. Okay. So we all the UI that's currently in BitCraft is all built in this this UI framework that we developed.
Oh, sorry. How about you, Taylor? What's your number one thing you're proud of? Can Taylor hear me? Possibly.
Okay. Number one thing I'm proud of for involved with BitCraft?
Well, a feature, yeah. Just what's the one? I guess the number one thing you're proud of with respect to BitCraft or what we've developed.
I think, what would be my favorite? I really love the exploration. That hop-up animation is like one of my favorite things that we've implemented since I started, where we hop up to a higher level. Cool. I absolutely adore that. A lot of the animations actually, and our animation and art team is fantastic as well.
I'll call out one other thing I think I am proud of, which is the community itself, which is amazing. And we don't deserve such a community, but I do appreciate it deeply. And I hope it's going to grow. And I hope we'll make a game that more people will play and enjoy. Is craftable item quality discrete tiers, or is there variable quality within those tiers so folks can strive to make the perfect quality item with high quality resources? And do items track and display who crafted them? I have found a Haven and Hearth player. Probably.
Lots of questions there. I would say, so tiers are not exactly quality. They're more like progression levels. So you can think of it as like, in some games, like if you think of RuneScape, you mine copper, then you mine tin, then you mine iron, then you mine mithril and stuff going up. That's kind of similar. Or if you're familiar with Albion Online, the way they handle tiers, it's more similar to that. So tiers are basically like your progression levels in the game of getting deeper and more, having more experience, unlocking new tiers of content. Within each tier, some things we've just started to experiment adding a quality level for, although this isn't like Haven and Hearth quality where it's just a kind of forever increasing integer. This is more on like a dice roll, similar to like the high quality items in Final Fantasy 14. So you can get high quality instances of some items. In fact, I could probably find something here. Like we've got some pyrolite ingots, and then we also have some high quality pyrolite ingots. And so this is like a small chance to obtain when you're forging the ingots. And there's some recipes that can only use the high quality ones.
But to answer your question, there is really only, it's discrete. It's discrete, but it's the same idea. We've played Haven and Hearth, so we're familiar. We do not display who crafted an item, but we could, in principle, do that down the future. I think that for reasons should come with a durability update, because once I'm going to use a word that's going to maybe trigger some people, but these items are fungible, meaning if you have a log, it's the same, or a axe or whatever, it's the same as any other one. That would require making non-fungible items, meaning they're unique, which people may recognize from non-fungible tokens, which is the same idea but in crypto. Not sure if you mentioned the answer, but have you gotten there yet? Small group friends. Not to say we won't meet and expand, but I'm worried we'll be stunted by our claim is just us. So basically, this person is worried that if we have just like 2 or 3 friends, will we be stunted? Is it possible to get materials and things we need to progress amongst just ourselves? So it's not possible to get it just amongst yourselves, but there's
Sorry, it is possible. It is possible to get it amongst yourselves.
I was getting there.
Okay, sorry.
You can certainly trade with other. So let's say you have 2 people and you're not at the level that you need in all the skills. You can trade with other people to get the materials that you need to increase your claim. You could also, in principle, do all of them yourself, but it's going to take you a long, long time. Right? I assume that's what you were going to say, Carter.
Yeah, that's accurate. I've definitely played through a decent chunk of the game content completely solo on a private instance world, just during playtesting and stuff. So you certainly can do it, but I will attest that it is very slow if you don't have other people to parallelize.
And obviously, being in a world with other people you get a similar benefit, because you don't have to. I mean, you have to have something that they want. That's true, to be able to get the items you need, but it makes it easier because you don't have to skill in everything. How diverse is the character creation customization? Are you planning on expanding that? Yes, we are definitely expanding that a lot. We just ran out of time. And there's still quite a bit of customization, but I think there's going to be a lot more down the road.
Yes.
Theoretically, how many hours can you put into this game? Thousands upon thousands upon thousands. This game looks so sexy. You can really see all the love that went into making it. Thank you, Can of Apocalypse. How do I make fish oil? That's the real question. I can't figure it out.
You catch the shrimp-looking fish that you'll be able to find some that you can catch with just gray ones that you can catch from the very start with a fishing rod. And then once you've caught those, you make a fishing table and you process them and you'll get shells and then you'll get bait and shells. And then for fish oil, then you'll need to use that bait to catch the medium-sized fish, which I can run out here and show you what those look like. But you'll find some that look like this that are tier 1. These ones are tier 2. And then you use the bait from the small fish to catch the medium fish. And then those can be processed into fish oil.
I saw, is there fast travel? So there is technically fast travel in that you can teleport back to where you were, but we will be very careful with fast travel because we want it to be meaningful that you have to move things around the world. So that's an important aspect of the game. How do you plan to prevent the locust-like consumption of resources and turning the game to a barren wasteland? So it's a many-faceted problem, and the answer is that we have a resource respawner that's going to try and maintain stasis or a steady state in the game world. And then also we balance the costs of things so that the more you're trying to turn it into a wasteland, the harder it gets.
Exactly.
Is there rare resources that only spawn in certain random locations every time it's gathered? Would be quite rewarding for gatherer players. Yes. Carter, thank you for that one as well. How many let's see. Do you need to invest into leveling? Yes. So do you need to invest into leveling a specific trade skill so you can become a master and provide more value to your clan? Do you need to? No. Do you want to? Probably. Also, please key this person up, is what we've been requesting here. Someday when I grow up, I'm going to have a key all to myself. They are thirsty for keys. We got to get them keys. An interesting idea for if and when instruments are implemented, you could make it so a player has to develop their skills with the instrument to gain access to more songs, or allow them to create their own songs with different types of instruments like banjos, guitars, ukuleles, more. That'd be cool. That'd be super cool. Add it to the ideas thing in Discord if you have not, because Twitch chat is temporary. How big is the world? It's very big, and it's going to get bigger. It should be big enough that you can't walk across it, or you couldn't explore the entire thing by yourself, pretty much. Brotherman Bill 7 says, I registered as a tester in 2022, but still no key. Trying to get keys out to people. Best we can. How big do the fish get? They get really big. So big that you got to put them on your back. And they're going to get bigger when we do like whales, maybe. Somebody mentioned whales. Whales would be fun. How do you plan to prevent the locust-like consumption? Oh, I mentioned that one. How big can a city get? Theoretically, if a lot of players team up, let's say 50, how huge can they make a thing? We want hundreds. Forget about 50. Bigger. Bigger, indeed. Honestly, can't wait to get just a bunch of fish. There'll be a whole storage room filled with fish. This will be my goal in the game. A base just filled with fish. I love to hear it. My whispers are feeling so empty right now. A key would certainly fill them up. How's the queue doing, John and Taylor? Do we know?
I haven't asked recently.
I don't think we've gotten any updates, but we can get some.
I realize I'm in the game, standing there. I will exit the game so that somebody else can join.
Literally just taking up a spot in the game.
Yep. My bad.
Yeah, I think the last time we asked, the queue was currently pretty low. Somebody just says I just joined the queue 5 minutes ago. I'm number 28. That was Fedis. In chat, I just gave them a key. So,
what PvE elements are there? So in this particular playtest, there's not a huge amount. You can go hunt animals, essentially. We're gonna have it be in future playtests. We already have in previous ones, but a little bit more hostile, so that you have to defend. It's like a good reason to make you want to build walls and stuff.
Also, so for the
Sure.
What was that, Carter?
He's gonna be right back.
Okay. For the key giveaway, you must have your whispers open. So enable the setting to allow whispers. And you also must be following the channel. So if you haven't already, definitely drop us a follow. This is our first stream on the BitCraft online channel. We've been really enjoying this, and I hope everyone who's watching has also been enjoying it. We want to do more streams like this in the future, so definitely drop us a follow, and yeah, we'll see you in future streams as well. So
Hashtag thanks so much.
So yes, and I still have some more keys to give out, so I'm still making my way through chat. So
thank you guys for being patient with the key rollout. It's been waiting since 2021, and the game is so hype. I don't mind waiting a little more. Are there underground areas? There are underground areas, and could underground cities be a thing? They could in the future. We're evaluating that. Is there a guild chat or local? There is local chat. Is there guild chat? Is there town chat? No, there's global and local, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. Will there eventually be a variety of vehicles that have different strengths? A fast vehicle with very little storage? Yeah, probably. Or a large vehicle that is slower? Yeah, probably. Are there ranks within a clan group of players? My goal is to create mysterious witchy areas. I love that. Are we still giving out keys? We are. Oh, I'm so far behind. In terms of fish, a silly question. Can you display your fish in tanks? Ooh, that's an interesting idea. As furniture item, similar to Animal Crossing, I guess. That would be really cool. I don't think you can do that right now. Add it to the ideas. All these ideas, if you haven't written it down, add them to the ideas chat in Discord. We will go through them all. In fact, we still have to. We're cataloging. There's thousands of them, and a lot of them are quite good. There's 10 biomes. Thank you for helping out there. Will rivers be able to flood? And if they can, will they be able to damage houses and stuff? We've thought about that, actually. I don't know. We haven't really put serious thought into it because we've been focused on other things. But events like that could be fun. They could also be terribly not fun if it's like, okay, cool, I guess. My city's just washed away. I didn't know that could happen. So we'll have to evaluate that in a test, I assume. Terraforming question. I know you could build mountains or cut valleys. Are you able to fill holes with water to make waterways through civilizations? So you are not in this playtest, but that is just something that we haven't done yet. So you will be able to do that. Are there biomes? There are 10 biomes, and there will be more later. Would you have to find them in the not yet generated parts of the map? Yes, probably, unless we're doing another wipe, in which case then we can put them wherever we want. Will there be an open closed beta after the alpha? Will there be a server stress test before the release? So yes and yes, and I think we're going to try to have the beta be open so that there will just be people joining. Let's see here. Just found out about this game today on Twitter, and holy, looks amazing. Awesome. Thank you so much for hopping in. That's from Ramy Boys Live. I'm so far behind. I can't. There's so many questions. This is great, guys. Do you think you'll ever have to wipe the game to add new updates, or will the world be persistent throughout changes? We can do both, and we'll have to think about what it makes sense for this. Certainly, there'll be wipes before the game goes public. We've talked a lot about, like, do we want to have regular wipes? Do we not want to do that? The goal right now is to have an evergreen world where it's just one world and it never gets wiped, but we'll see how that actually plays out. Do people find that fun? Is it like, I'm just dying for the new wipe? We'll have to see. Are there biomes? Yes. Will there be Empire Wars in the future? So yes, but in the future is really the near future, because there's going to be Empire Wars like in the next version of the alpha, next alpha test. Stay tuned, because that is coming. We've already designed it, we just haven't built it. For keys after today, will they be through emails most likely? Yeah, definitely keep an eye on your email for keys. That's the easiest way. Also check the Discord. We will hug the servers. Please do hug the servers. Give them a nice, big, warm hug. Do your best, guys, but know that you're doing fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Alawan. I appreciate that. Not able to keep up. Volcanoes. Not yet, but that's cool. We should do that. We might have to be careful about volcanoes. Will you ever be able to go to space and build on other planets' moons? We haven't thought about that. That would say would be something we're not going to think about for a while. Are there different types of fish? Yes. Or will there be? There already are. I'd love to collect all the types of fish. How does the game run on handheld PCs? I think somebody loaded onto their Steam Deck, but we're not really sort of officially supporting that yet. Will food give you buffs? Yes, it does already, in a way. A lot of details there. BitCraft, is there any place to pre-order the game to get access to the alpha? So, no, it's a free-to-play game, so it's supposed to be free. We might do, like, maybe for the open beta, we have, like, a supporters thing that you can buy to get access to the beta. I don't know. We haven't decided yet. Are there ranks within a guild? Yes, there are officers, even within towns. You can actually, if Carter is back, he can show us in the town.
I am back. Just give me a sec.
Sure, no worries.
Yeah, so there's a few kind of prescribed roles right now that you can give people, and they're not like linear. They're kind of some of them are just different. So I can open the Clockwork Labs claim up, and I can see the member list. And right now it looks like everyone has a lot of permissions, but I could basically go into any person and I could basically toggle off their permissions. So by default, if you are just like this, you are essentially just a member of the claim. What that means is you can walk on the claim, you can enter buildings, you can look inside storage boxes but not touch, and you can craft and then collect stuff from crafting buildings, but you can't build stuff, you can't deconstruct stuff, you can't take items out of storage, you can't do a lot of stuff. If you get the building permission, then you can terraform, place construction sites, deconstruct buildings, do a bunch of other building related stuff. Even without the building permission, you can help build a building, like add materials and build it. You just can't place or remove building sites. Storage allows you to take and deposit into inventories and stockpiles, and then officer allows you to invite people and issue these to permissions to other players. And then the last thing is you could make someone a co-owner. So I could come in here and make someone a co-owner. What that does is it basically gives them almost parallel permissions with the owner. So they can add officer to other people. They can collect rent. They can manage barter stalls and stuff for the claim, and basically do anything.
I think also keep in mind it's pretty easy for us to change and improve that and add more granular stuff. So we can do that, which is part of just shout out Spacetime to be real quick here. It makes it very, very easy with Spacetime to be. Somebody asked, let's see, are there mechanically different types of wood trees in different biomes? I think right now there are, because there's different types of tiered wood, but we can probably even do even more with that, I think, in the future.
Definitely.
Let's see. I could see that possibly griefing become an issue. We could see that as well, so I've been thinking about it since the beginning. River flooding might be interesting if you get a warning before it happens. Yeah, that's true. You definitely want a warning, I think. Is there a party system? There was one planned. We haven't implemented it yet. I'm not sure if there would be a person. Would there be a party system? Okay, no, there's a party system. I'll be back tomorrow. Game looks great. Wish I could play. Okay, we wish you could play too. We're going to get there. How much non-player lore the game will have? A lot if we do our jobs well. Let's see. I'm gonna skip a bit ahead here just so I can get caught up. I'm so far behind. You guys are great with these questions. Keep them coming. Please repeat them also if I haven't answered it, because I will get eventually to it. Although I haven't eaten and I am starving. But how is your monetization plan going to look like compared to, say, Sky the game? So it's a very different game than Sky, but take a look at our blog post. So if you go to bitcraftonline.com/blog, you should be able to find our blogs. Or no, I don't think you can do that. Go to the website and click blog, and you will be taken to our blog about monetization and our philosophy behind it. What are you guys as developers looking forward to most when it comes to adding to the game as of right now? You know what I am looking forward to, in particular? The travelers traveling. So right now the travelers kind of just teleport around, but like, wouldn't it be cool if you were walking down a road and you saw a traveler taking your road from place to place, like with its pack on? Like, kind of like ambling down the road, and you're like, oh my god, it's that rare traveler. That would be cool. That's what I'm excited about. What about you, Carter? What are you most excited about?
I think any of the systems that allow players to do the kind of like social sandbox stuff. So I mean, like the Empire system is a huge one for that, but then anything else in that vein of like giving people more systems to play with towns. I think like just seeing kind of how the little bit of stuff, like how adding interiors and rentals and then barter stalls had completely shaped like how groups of players organize and like interact with each other. A few more things like that I think just open so many doors that it's really, really cool to see what people do on that front.
What are the drawbacks of expanding the claim to a wider area? It requires more upkeep. So
Yes.
it's a trade-off.
Yeah. If you, I would highly recommend not just expanding to your maximum tiles that you can do, because you'll see that this decay rate will go up, and it goes up non-linearly at certain breakpoints. So if you just expand it as big as you can, your cost might be ludicrous for how much area. Like you might be paying for a lot of area that you're not using, and you might not want to do that. So
let's see. If the map is colossal, how many players would be playing? Well, so the end goal, and now this is a complex thing you have to do over many steps, but the end goal would be hundreds of thousands of players playing in the same world. Not the same region of the world, because I think we'd have to cap that at some point. But you could probably get, in like an upper bound, 10-ish thousand players in the same area. That's a lot, though. Probably. It requires engineering. I'm going to put a blog post on SpacetimeDB about how we're going to scale this. Loving how much variability and appearance there are is already in players. Keep it coming. Will do. We will keep it coming. Let's see. You're doing absolutely amazing. The questions has made me actually more excited than I already was. Awesome. Glad to hear it. How will updates work? Will they be huge expansions or small additions? I think for the next several months, it's going to be small additions, because we have a lot of things planned that we just want to get through. And there's a lot of cool, like we haven't taken the time to do the cool things, if that makes sense. Like we've done some, but I don't know, like whales are not that hard to add, and they would be so cool. Stuff like that. How does trading work in the game? Do you want to show trading, Carter, if you get a chance?
Yeah. So I can certainly find someone here that I can just do a trade with.
Somebody else is watching the stream. Maybe Jordan.
Yeah.
There we go.
So I could trade him that. And now he has that item, and he could trade me something. I think one other thing that we haven't set up yet, which I'd love to set up actually, is, and I'm sure we could probably coordinate with some of the players here, would be to set up. Oh, this person is not going to be happy with that. Okay,
Steve.
you can. Poor Steve. No, he's going around the other way. Okay, we'll throw one here. Let's see if we can quickly grab the materials needed to assemble this. But basically, we can build a barter stall and show everyone what that.
So while you're doing that, I'm gonna hit up some more questions while you're preparing me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Things. Is movement gonna be limited to mouse inputs, or will it be an option to use keyboard input? So we've toyed with this many times. I mean, I think that click to move is the right cadence of interaction for this type of game, but we are open-minded.
We've tested WASD movement and other stuff.
Okay.
It's not in a position where we wanted to include it in this build, but for this alpha. But it's something that if we can get it to a place where we think it's a viable kind of good experience way to play the game, that we would love to have that.
Yeah, what I can say is that opinions are split within the company, I think, on that one. How's the alpha test going so far? I think it's good. I've been on stream the whole time, so I've only gotten bits and pieces from when I've checked my DMs. But nobody is mentioning burning things, so that's kind of surprising, if I'm going to be honest. But it's going well. I can tell you we were at one point doing many thousands of transactions per second, which is cool. Let me see if I have it here. Yeah. It's
Tyler, I don't know if you saw Ole's DM, but he's got kind of a cool little tracker for you.
No, I haven't seen it. Alessandro's?
In the War Room, yeah.
War Room. That's very cool.
I thought so too.
And we've got some other things here. Wow. That's very cool. We've never seen data quite like this in SpacetimeDB. Sorry, chat. I'm just looking at some of the graphs. Something happened. at some point where we got a really big spike in that. Cool.
All right, let's see here. Can I find some planks around the village?
One day we'll share maybe the graphs with you too, chat. What do you think about that? You guys like graphs? Take a look at this graph. Oh, we're in slow mode in chat. Just give Thor 15,000 keys for this alpha and you will have your data tested. Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe we should just try and see if we can burn it down at some point. Like maybe towards the end.
Where do I have to go?
If you expand too fast, you can sort of roll back an expansion, more manageable tax bracket. Yes, I think you can. You can just delete claim areas.
Yeah,
right?
if you just remove the tiles, it'll go back down to being cheaper.
It's I don't know how to say that name. It says, whoa, wait, this looks even cooler than I imagined. That's awesome. This game looks so cozy and chill. I can't wait to experience it. Just need a key. We're working on it. Trying to get everybody keys. I like grass, but I like keys just a little bit more. If you could share one of those. Chat is still key thirsty. You love to see it. How many keys? I don't want to say how many keys, but we got keys left, yeah? John and Taylor?
So, I just gave out the last key, maybe like a minute ago, but I have asked Alessandro. Alessandro so desperately wants to go to bed, but I said, would you please generate one more batch of keys before you go to bed?
Make it a big batch. Make it a big batch for chat.
A big batch?
Yeah, chat, you want a big batch?
A big batch. Okay, let's see.
Chat says yes, they want a big batch.
Okay. It's a pretty big batch.
Alessandro's in Switzerland, so you've got to let the poor man sleep.
Yes.
At some point.
Okay,
we'll
excellent.
Be back.
So
we'll be back. We'll be back.
Yes. So yes, we have some more keys. Again, you must be following the stream. So if you haven't already, consider dropping us a follow. This is just hopefully the first of many streams that we'll do on the BitCraft channel. So we've been enjoying this stream. I hope everybody else has been enjoying the stream as well. So we'd love to keep doing this. So definitely feel free to drop us a follow. And also if you follow, obviously, I'm going to be going through chats and picking people out and whispering keys. You also must have your whispers enabled. I have probably clicked on, I want to say probably at least 100 people who have their whispers turned off. Make sure your whispers are turned on. So that is the announcement.
Cool. Thank you so much, Sean. Hook asks, how big is the team? You said people are remote. So the game team is about 25 people, and the Space MDB team is about 15 people. So altogether, that comes to about 40-ish people. So it's a shockingly small team for an MMORPG, and that is a testament to, I would say, the team itself, and then also Space MDB as well, which has allowed us to be able to make a game like this. If you guys want to check out Space MDB, you want to make an MMORPG, go to our GitHub. Can we slap that in chat? Star that sucker, and come back at it.
All right, so I just thought I'd show here. I finally got this set up, got some help building this. So this is the shop. So I could basically throw, a handful of random stuff in here in the stock section, and then I can go to my listings and I can say, let's add a new listing. Let's say that what are we offering? We're offering coins, and we are requesting nails, ancient nails, actually. And I could say that we are buying these for, let's just say 10 coins each. And how many for each one nail? No, maybe it's more like 4. And how many times do I want to do this trade before I stop buying them or stop selling them? And so I could set that to, we'll just say 50. And then if I save that, so now you'll see that the stock is 18 out of 50. 50 is how many times this will happen. 18 is how many I actually have the stock for right now. So that's based on my 75 coins divided by 4. We'll give you that. So now anybody could come along, whether they're a member of my town or not, and they could purchase, or I guess sell me their ancient nails for some coins. And so even when I log off, that stays there. And if I, for some reason, needed to come in here and take the stock out, we still have 50 trades, but there's none in stock right now because there's no coins to give out. In the future, we want to link it up so like you could have this connected to nearby storage, so you don't have to like have storage built into here. And then I believe the way it works right now is that only the co-owners of the claim can access the inventory of these. So I can like buy and sell to any of the members of my claim, But keep in mind that you can also do a system where players can own the insides of houses, and you could basically treat that house as your shop. So you could build one of these inside your house that you own, and then so say Steve here went in and rented this house, then he could build a counter inside this house. He could put stuff for sale, and then even though I own the claim, I could go in there and buy his stuff. So it creates a whole little like intra-town economy, but also anything outside is publicly facing as well.
Someone asked also, is Space 90B free to use? Yes, it's free to use. So go check it out. It's the source code is up on GitHub. We also have a cloud version, which is hosted by us, there's the test net, which is free to use, and the main net, which is coming later this year, which will not be free to use. And then there will be Space 90B Enterprise, which is like, hey, I'm a big business and I want to run my own Space 90B, like the distributed version of it. Twisty Adam asks, will this be a paid MMORPG? And the answer is no, it's free to play. So come on in. The water's fine. We might do a paid like early access, but it is free to play. This game is such a cool concept. Thank you. It's inspired by a lot of games. RuneScape, Minecraft, EVE Online, I would say, being the principal ones. But I think there's also, if you guys want to check out Haven and Hearth, I think it's an interesting game. It's a lot more hardcore than this one. But it's certainly something that's interesting to check out. It's sort of in the same vein. Is Space 90B similar to... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, people are asking how to redeem the keys. There's 2 places where you can find the instructions. The first place is the Discord for BitCraft Online. You can do !BitCraft Discord in chat. That's the Discord. The other place where you could find the instructions is in your email. So if you have registered your email on bitcraftonline.com and received an email, the instructions should be in there as well.
Pizza Teak says, is Space 90B similar to Star Citizen's server meshing? So I saw that demo. I really got to do a lot of blog posting. I gotta like April is just me writing blogs, but kind of. I mean, not really. No. So let me explain. Server meshing would be a feature of Space 90B, but Space 90B is a lot more than that. So as I understand, Star Citizen server meshing is very similar to Spatial OS. None of them really deal with persistence. They just deal with moving entities from one server to another when they move from place to place, and then being able to see across the boundaries. That is something we have planned for Space 90B, but it's not in there currently, and also doesn't really solve the hard problems of making this thing. So like we could have used something like Spatial OS. I don't know if you guys even know what that is, but it's a thing made by Improbable, which is a company that got a lot of funding. The problem was that they didn't really deal with persistence. Well, in a game like this where the whole world is persistent, by the way, anything you change here is persistent. Cut down trees, got to be persistent. You build a building, got to be persistent. With our game, it didn't really help us do that, and also didn't really make it easier. So Space 90B is fundamentally a developer experience product. It should make making multiplayer games easier. If it doesn't do that, it does nothing. So we would choose that over scaling any day. Unfortunately, we can't really do that because our game needs to scale, and we need to use this at the biggest possible scale because that's the type of game we decided to make. Did we get a fatty batch, John, also? Did we end up with that?
We did. We have received the batch, so the batch is going out now. So,
batch is going out. Space 90B seems really cool. I might take a look at the source. Please do. I'm a huge Space 90B nerd, so hopefully I'm not going to turn this stream into that. So I got to be mindful of that. But I think it's cool. Alas, the game will not let me enter a key. I can enter it, but the enter key doesn't function. It's not entirely unexpected since Linux and wine. I'm not sure I can help you there. More blog posts, many more blog posts. Thank you for the follows, everybody. I see them coming up here, and I do take a look at them. We have Dr. Shooter there, which is quite a name. And Matt and Hat, thank you so much for the follow.
Have we
I can't
talked at
call
all? Oh, sorry.
What?
Have we talked at all about like Linux support eventually for BitCraft?
I think people have said this in company meetings, but I think we have not committed to doing it yet because we're working. We're trying. Small team. I mentioned the number of people. Funny thing is on Space 90B, there's more APIs than there are actual developers, so it's a lot to maintain. Say there ends up being millions of downloads at release with 200,000 to 300,000 concurrent or more. Would the world be able to scale to support everyone? Would there need to be multiple worlds? How would you handle that? So the goal is for there to be a single world to scale to support everyone. That will, of course, require many, many servers to be able to have that there. It's also true that not all 200 or 300,000 people could come to the same location in the world. But you should not see any seams or know that you're moving from server to server. It should just work. Kind of like, honestly, what was mentioned with the Star Citizen server thing. The thing to understand with that is, even if you could put 200,000 people in one place, would you want to? Because you can't render 200,000 players, probably. But even if you could render them, like, the UX of that is horrendous. Like, you can't click on anything.
Well, it's like, imagine the chat if people start chatting.
Right, for example. Scaling systems like this, they take time, they take effort, and we are grinding through it, and we are getting there. I think the important thing is to know we know what we're doing. There's definitely no, like, how are we going to do this? It's just a question of getting there, one step at a time.
I think the other thing, too, for the game design side is, like, we've play tested BitCraft with a few hundred to a few thousand people, and we know that that's really fun already. We see a path to just keep adding content and keep adding systems that better play into what makes that fun. And I think we want to scale it as big as we can. But the good news is, like, there's already at least a nugget or like a core of a fun game here. I think it's just about fleshing that out, seeing how big we can push it. But if we get to a point where making the game bigger makes the game less fun, we'll definitely, we're not like dead set committed on just making the game unfun. I think we're going to try and find a way to do it, but
it's probably good. Don't want to make the game unfun. Games should be fun. We think that it's fun to have a lot of players in one world. That's why we're trying to do it.
Yes.
What's something about Space Time TV that you nerd out about the most? I would have to say the fact that it's a relational database, because that's very, very powerful to a degree that people don't really understand.
I think Tyler's favorite catchphrase is whenever we're playing the game, he says, look at all this. All this is in a database.
It is. It's all running in a database. Everything you see here is a database. The players moving around is inside of a database. Just let that enter your brain for a moment. Is there any prestige system? There's not right now. In fact, we'd like to make it so that there's always just you're making progress, but it's a thing we can consider. Maybe we could do, like, if you get to level 100, you sort of, all your skills turn gold and you've got it. And then if you get to level 200, who knows? But I don't think that's possible.
I think the idea is, the concept of a prestige system, of why it's there, I think is planned to be in the game. So, like, as Tyler said, like, we're not going to have you literally reset to level 1, but you can continue to gain XP. And I think we want to have cosmetic things that kind of recognize the fact that you've gone, 2x, you've gone all the way to level 100 twice in terms of how much XP you've accrued, and showing that as some sort of cosmetic indicator to you and to other players.
Agree.
As a medal of honor.
Let's see. Considering the fluidity of user needs and technological advancements, how do you envision your product evolving over the next 5 years? What strategies are in place to ensure its adaptability and relevance in an ever-changing landscape? I'm in a job interview. We're gonna do our best. We think about this all the time, all day, every day, for like years. So it's complex. It's a very complex and dynamic world. We can change things very rapidly with the system we've built. So, will there be domesticated animals? That's a number one request. There will be. They're coming. Do in-game systems help guide players to making good choices? For example, if I want to pursue a particular crafting specialty, would the game direct me to set up a shop in a particular biome? Not really, but we should. Rock Van Ag asks, Oracle database or DB2? Spacetime DB, which is a database that we developed. You can check it out at github.com/clockworklabs/spacetimedb. Didn't think this day would ever happen. You and me both. And there's going to be many more days like it. Being able to query everything running in the game is amazing. You could almost certainly make a crazy in-depth achievement system. You're absolutely right. It's really, really, really extremely cool. You have no idea.
Not only that, yeah, you can literally make queries while the game is running.
You can. And they will not only return the results of the query, but you can subscribe to them. So you get the results as they change over time, which is very cool. Can you tell us more about the story behind the name BitCraft? I honestly don't even remember. It was just, we wanted to make a crafting game, and I wrote a name for the folder. I think it was literally what they accused me of doing on the YouTube trailer. It's like, oh, I don't know, it's kind of like Minecraft. I don't know, BitCraft. And here we are. I don't really know. I don't remember. It's been so long. I should like do some archaeology. Is there death? There is death. You can die. You will go back to your spawn.
Well, you get knocked out.
You get knocked out, but you can, people.
When your health reaches 0.
Correct. Yeah. Will there be different rarity types for critters? Sorry, I think so. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I mean, there is kind of already. There are some animals that are rarer than others that have a rarity to them.
What's the most pleasantly surprising way you've seen players interact with the game? What do you think, Carter?
I definitely liked in one of the pre-alphas, we had 2 kind of fairly built-up towns of players, and they didn't know each other outside the game, but they were like trading with each other inside the game. They decided to terraform and pave a road, like basically flatten out an area so they could create a pass between their towns and build a road to allow them to kind of like transport goods and trade with each other more quickly, which was pretty cool. Just seeing like random players both like form towns with each other and then form alliances between towns and like create trade lanes to accommodate their alliance. Gives me hope for the future of like when we have more stuff that players can do, how far they'll take it.
Definitely. I cannot wait for the empires. I think it's going to be so cool. Am I going to be an emperor? You bet I am. I'm going to spend some time on that. Let's see. How far can you join the game as a solo player? You should be able to, I mean, in principle, you should be able to max out all professions as a solo player. In practice, by the end of that, you will owe us your soul because you will have spent your whole life.
I think the other thing is a lot of people ask this question of like, can I play this game solo? And I think there's really 2 ways you can be thinking about that, or at least 2 ways that we distinguish it. There's like playing solo in terms of I haven't interacted with any other players. Like I've essentially played as if I was the only player in the world. And there's I haven't socialized or communicated with other players, which I think is a lot of times what people are imagining when they ask this question.
Yes.
And so basically the way we think about it is like when you're playing the game, you could be playing the game solo, as in like you're playing this as if you're the only player in the game and you don't talk to anyone and you're building your own base in the forest and you're not interacting with other players, but you go into a quote unquote like NPC town and trade with like trade UIs in that town and use the facilities of that town to basically accomplish your goals, except that town just happens to be not an NPC town, it's a town built by other players. And so if you think about it like that, really like it is a game that can be played solo, socially solo, but you are still interacting with other players. And so you could also do it, as Tyler said, without interacting with other players, but that dramatically increases the time it might take you.
Join the fray, don't delay, it's the Alpha Key giveaway. In BitCraft's realm, where legends play, John Detter lights the way. Craft your fate, seize the day, in this world where dreams hold sway, for glory calls in every sway, as testers pave the path today.
That first and a key.
Pretty good one. Pretty good one. That might be keyworthy, I don't know. Do you plan to implement a way for players to see shops across the world so we know what to move around? I suspect that players will do that on their own websites, and I think I'd like to let them do that. In fact, we've had some people already creating sort of guilds around merchanting, and I think that would be super cool. Will there be any kind of... Yeah, what's up?
There's some lore to the comment that you just read, the one that you just read. John Detter, oh so clever, unlocking secrets, forever endeavor. In exchange for wit, I flee an Alpha Key, a gift from thee. From humor bold and words so bright, I'll craft a verse to bring delight. A poem of jest, a rhyme so fine, to earn that key, I'll toe the line. In rhymes we trust, in laughter spell, I'll spin a tale, oh John, do tell.
Okay, John, can you copy these into our Discord? Because I can't bear if we can't remember these. I want to have a record of these.
Okay. Shall I continue, or was that...
Continue.
Yeah, please.
Okay, let's see. In rhymes we trust, in laughter spell, I'll spin a tale, oh John do tell. Grant me access, oh gracious king, and from my jests joy will spring. So here's my plea in verse to true for an Alpha Key from me to you. That should be from you to me, right? Or no, the verse, yeah, for an Alpha Key from me to you. Let laughter reign, let mirth prevail, And with this key, I'll surely regale. John Detter, oh so clever, unlocking secrets, forever endeavor. In exchange for wit, I plea, an alpha key I gift from thee. John Detter, oh so clever, unlocking secrets, forever endeavor. Yeah. That was a repeat.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
Good.
Very excellent.
Excellent.
Are there any plans for language localization? If yes, what languages? So, yes, but we got a small team and we got a big game, so we're gonna do that as soon as we can. Well, we have to put some effort into that to get there. I saw some other questions that were pretty good. I'm way up the list now. Let me see. Oh, someone asked Space MTV stream when? Every Wednesday and Friday, by the way, we do this. So we've been doing it for actually a while. That we had that channel long before this one.
Yeah, we haven't streamed in the last 2 weeks though, because we were at GDC 2 weeks ago. Yeah, we were at GDC, and then I was on vacation in Manchester for a week. So, but we're probably gonna resume them. Probably not tomorrow because I don't know, but maybe Friday. I think we'll probably shoot.
Maybe Friday. Maybe if we can take a breath on Friday.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna need a small breather after the launch of the closed alpha.
Gray Hayes asked a good question. Please tell us about accessibility options. It's something we're mindful of. We need to do more on this front. So a couple things. So I used to work at Apple, and an interesting thing about how Apple does it is they have their automated testing software use the accessibility APIs, so that if you want your things tested with an automated way, you must have them be accessible. So maybe we'll do something like that. I also think there's a startup I know who is making games specifically focused on accessibility, and I will definitely ask for thoughts and feedback on that. And I think that's important for people to be able to play the game. There's a lot of people out there who really appreciate accessibility. I'm chat maxing for a key right now. Are workstations like the farm limited in how many people can work on it at once?
So it depends on which station. So basically, right now there's active crafting and passive crafting. So if you see what I'm doing in game right now is I'm working at the farming station. So you can see there's actually 8 slots here. I'm using one of them. I could start another project here, which would start in a new slot. And so this is now like paused over here. Or at least the UI should be showing that it's, I guess this didn't start. Okay. So I've started this now. This is crafting. This is paused. And so there's not one slot per person. Like this station has 8 project slots. 2 of them are now in use, both by me. I can claim this and then I can resume crafting on this. And so if there's 8 people trying to use each of the slots at once, then nobody else will be able to use it. As you get to the higher tiers, some of them have more slots. Some of them you just might need to build multiple buildings. So there's kind of just we're still balancing a lot of the slot amounts, but that's kind of the basics of how it works. For a passive crafting building, it's just how many items are in there. So I could quickly look over at this smelter and see, but I think there's also 8 slots in here. They're all in use. And so nobody owns these slots. They're just crafting passively.
A couple of quick questions. Will there be mammoths? There'll be things probably like mammoths, but not probably mammoths themselves. We have our own sort of fauna in this world. My PC is a little bad. Will I have a chance to play, or will I need something better? We're trying to be potato friendly. So I think my computer's pretty potato, and it does okay. So I think you should be all right. Question, is there any form of time tracking, like an in-game year or something? There's a day-night cycle, and I don't think we thought too much beyond that, but
yeah, there's a day-night cycle that in total, like 24-hour, like a full day-night cycle is 1 hour in real life right now, but subject to change.
I think we could also do seasons and things eventually, but that's longer term. Okay, are the structures pre-made and spawned procedurally, or do they generate randomly? They both, although I think right now we might not have random generation on. Can you see the size of cities? Yes, by going to the claim and clicking on it and seeing who's in it.
You can also, I can see on the map here, like if I can zoom in here a little bit more. If I mouse over this thing, we can see it's 300 of 300 tiles, 20 of 25 members, and there's 0 free housing. It's a tier 2 claim. We'll improve these tooltips more in the future, but we could probably see from some of these other ones if it loads. I think it should eventually. Maybe not. We'll have to figure this out. But I believe you can see the info from these other claims.
Magic Man the Nutter says, are there super rare drops from resources like trees or animals? Thinking of examples like scratched bark from trees in Haven Hearth.
Repeat the first bit of that.
Are there super rare drops from resources like trees or animals? Thinking of examples like scratched bark from trees in Haven Hearth.
There are a little bit. This is just something we haven't had a chance to like sink our teeth into the content design on and like really add a lot of stuff there. I would say anything we do have is not nearly as infrequent as most of the stuff is in Haven, but we're definitely planning to continue in that direction of like flushing that out more.
Stinky Bink says, would you describe the gameplay as RuneScape-like or something more along the lines of open-world survival crafting games like Valheim or Minecraft? It literally is a marriage between the two sets of genres. RuneScape, which is its own genre of game, kind of, and Minecraft. Someone suggested we could call it RuneCraft, and I think that might be a little... We might be getting some letters, but I don't know. What was the biggest that's not how it should work moment so far? Well, I remember one thing is, very early on in the game development, we would have towns and people would build their own towns, and then they would really not want low-level players to come by and help them out because they would just put like low-level garbage everywhere. And we've rebalanced the game entirely now. So you actually really would like low-level people because they will bring you a bunch of low-level resources, which you need to be able to scale up. So that was like oh, yeah, I guess that's what would happen if you did this that way moment. Have there been examples of unintended emergent gameplay which has arisen thus far that either surprised you or made you think of ways to further encourage it? Certainly there have been.
I'm trying to think if there's any like unique examples.
Yeah, I mean, just I'll give you an example. We originally had like only, I think we kind of still do, only functional buildings. And people used the functional buildings as decorative. So they would make farms and they would build them all the way around the thing and plant flowers in them to make it decorative. And we realized like, okay, we need to do more decorative stuff. And we still haven't done as much as we'd like, but we'd like to do more. They also, for example, built a giant table out of many of these little tables.
Yeah, they basically built like 30 of these workbenches in a big grid and made it like we're role playing that it was like a big dining table and they were gonna have like a feast around it,
which was cool. So how would we encourage it? I think by giving people ways to kind of combine things and allow people for more, allow people to have more control over cosmetic stuff. Zazima did it. Yes, well, Zazima should come into our game and play. It's been mentioned you can't come back the next day after clear cutting forest, but is there any form of tree replanting? Yes, there is. You can plant trees. Do we get multiple characters or just one? We're really trying to encourage just one character, and that you should be able to switch to whatever you want to do on that character at any time. So you shouldn't have to reset and have another character. Was there anything you wanted to implement that didn't work as you wanted it, but worked better in some way? I think kind of what I was saying about the towns, like a bunch of high-level people not wanting low-level people to come in, but then rebalancing it ended up working well. What else? It's hard to think right now. Can I get a key so I can look at the accessibility options, please? My questions are being ignored. Oh, I'm sorry. I have gotten to your questions, but I've gotten to them late because I'm way ahead. We will try to get as many people a key as we can. Will there be a scale larger than towns? Like multiple towns coming together to make a country? Yes, empires. It's coming in the next version. Not in this one, but will be in the next one. How many artists are working on BitCraft, or is the art mostly outsourced? We have
around 8 people, something like that.
So 8 artists. How big can a clan be? So empires are kind of the thing you're thinking about here. So like I know Thor will try to have 10,000 to 30,000 users in his clan if possible. So that's really an empire question. And you can have, he can put his Thor face up on banners. Not right now, we don't have this yet, but he will be able to do that. Thor face up on banners and disperse them throughout his kingdom. Something like that. That would be very cool. And that would be 30,000 people. I think we want to have the towns go into what, like the hundreds?
Yeah, I think around that. I mean, we'll see. Basically, like I think we've been continuing to just push them and see where do our systems break down in terms of supporting players building larger towns, but also where does the kind of like interestingness of having a town, like I think the whole point of living in a town and being a member of a town is like having familiar faces, having a certain kind of understanding of the other players, as opposed to walking into like a capital city in your traditional MMO and like you're basically have your blinders on, you're ignoring every other player that walks by because they're all like that's the only time you're ever going to see them again. So trying to find the sweet spot there of like, hey, there's a amount of players that keeps it feeling more social and interesting.
Udlus asks, could I play as a merchant that travels between towns? Yes. That was like almost one of the core inspirations for the game in the first place. So yes. EVE Online is an inspiration, and you sure can do it in that game. So you definitely can do it in our game as well. Actually, the CEO of CCP Games, who makes EVE Online, is an investor and an advisor in us as well. And
he enjoyed his time playing BitCraft.
He did enjoy his time. He did try to break the game very aggressively, but was unable to. Let's see. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. Is there a way to disconnect your Discord? Post in our support channel in Discord, and we'll try to help you out. Would trains be possible in the future? Maybe. We'll think about it. Depends on balance. We don't, and also theming. We don't want it to be like, I don't know, the Wild West kind of. At least I don't. Is PvP siege plan? So group versus group, the Empire system is all competition there. We may do actual PvP, but it's going to be opt-in. So maybe an opt-in regions, like maybe if you're sailing on the oceans, you can have a pirate ship and go steal some stuff that that an empire is transporting from A to B to feed their empire. Then you can go grab all that stuff. We will see. We're thinking about that. We don't want it to be, it should add to everyone's fun. We don't want it to be zero sum where like my fun is your loss of fun. I have literally never spoken so much in Twitch chat ever, and I've had this account for a decade. Hey, well, welcome to chat. I appreciate that. What happened if player have items in vehicles and quit the game and another player found the vehicle? Can they take the items or what?
Right now, no, but we're going to handle this in some way.
I thought my questions would be key-worthy, but it's all poetry-based, sadly. I'm not a poet. To be honest, I think this is Wiley239. I've seen some good questions from Wiley239, just a heads up there.
Can you spell it, Tyler?
WILY239.
WILY239.
We've got more poetry. How have you approached the weapons and tools? Do you plan to make unique qualities within the same item, such as happens in Albion Online, where within the same item can be different qualities depending on the level of the blacksmith?
We don't have that right now, but it's not out of the question. I mean, we have it for other types of items. I think it's just a matter of deciding if that is better. In my experience, the qualities in Albion, like the I forget what they call it, but like the ones that use the other materials, like the green, blue, purple ones, are a lot more meaningful. But the quality is like not super meaningful, at least to the degree that I played the game. So yeah, I'm curious if we think it adds an interesting dynamic to the game, then I think we're open to it.
Okay. I love the little cards. Thank you. The cards are fun. That's from Biddy Bean. Have you guys ever thought about allowing GUI scaling? Yes. There's a lot of the questions that are sort of, have you guys ever thought about? Sometimes no, and it's great because it's like, yeah, cool. Also add that in. Sometimes it's like, that is, yes, we have, but it's so far down our list of like things to do that we will eventually. It's good to be reminded of them, but we can't do them immediately.
Yeah, I would say too, basically any person who asks like, oh, is there going to be more insert thing that's like cosmetic or adds kind of more like roleplay content or anything else that's not like system or like core progression heavy, almost certainly the answer is yes, we've thought about it, and it's just not at we haven't gotten to it yet, basically.
The game will be on Steam, or do you have a launcher? We have a launcher. We're going to evaluate where it makes sense to put the game eventually. What was the biggest obstacle you ran into while developing this turned out to be a stupid easy fix? Nothing comes to mind. Nothing that was an easy fix comes to mind as an obstacle.
For the game or for Spacetime DB? There's been so many things in Spacetime DB where it's like,
literally
spending days only to have like the PR results be like a one-line change.
That's true. I would say performance is very much like this. Like
anything that
go ahead.
Yeah, performance, but also Tokyo and like.
Yeah, true. What I would say is like the thing is about performance is if you're not measuring, you're not serious about performance, and it's very hard sometimes to get developers to actually measure their code, and so there's a lot of speculation about what could be the problem, and it's just guessing. And it turns out actually when you do measure, it's like, oh, actually it was just this thing. So I have an example which I call, what is it called? Schema for table. So there's this function called schema for table, and there was a lot of speculation about like, oh, well, maybe our performance is here, or we're copying too much, or we have whatever it is, a bunch of garbage we're generating. Turns out actually what it was is there was just one function which we thought was cheap called schema for table, which was like O of n squared algorithm, and was doing a huge amount of work before actually just returning the schema and then throwing it away and then doing the same thing again. So that's why you got to measure your code, kids. Let's see here. Got a lot of things. Our Spacetime Clockwork currently hiring devs management? Are you rolling with what you have until you hit another milestone? It's a good question. We're kind of rolling with what we have until we hit another milestone, but stay tuned. We're going to see. We've been just grinding it to get to the alpha. I think we're going to take a look at what we've got and see what we need right after this. Oh, there's a lot of things here.
I see a comment here from Raidwin. Can you edit the tiles under a building after you've placed it? You can't, but you can move the building. So right now you can just move any building within a claim for free. So I could do this, and then I could come in here and I could pave that, and then I could move this back.
It's the fish asks, so how is chat going to work when there's thousands of people online all at the same time? And the answer is not well until we fix it.
There's going to be channels and stuff, basically.
There will be, but like if you were to take what we have right now and it's like not going to be great. But we'll fix it. It's pretty easy.
So one person asked, I don't know if you guys already answered this, but Buddy Rabbit, who I gave a key to, says, can we get map dimensions so I know how much further I have to walk to hit a wall? I don't know if you guys have talked about.
I don't know, Carter. Do we want to give away the map dimensions?
The map dimensions, it's in the thousands. It's under 10,000.
Thousands of what?
Thousands of units. No, I guess you can't see on the stream, but my coordinates are here under my mini map under John's head on the stream. Yeah, if you're in game, it's under 10,000.
We got a lot of poems after we gave out a key for poems. I'm sure ChatGPT is involved. I'm certain of it. Why do some fishing pools or the same type of fish look different? White froth around them.
I think that's just a graphical bug. It should be around all of them, but for some reason that has yet to be debugged, it's not showing most of the time, and then occasionally it properly shows.
Thank you for the follow, Crabun from Dunland. Appreciate that. RoboGlow, thank you as well. Does 5,000 hours in Factorio help me in this game?
If anyone knows, it'd be John.
Yeah, I know. He made Bapio.
And probably has 5,000 hours in Factorio as well.
Oh, true.
Yeah, I legitimately probably have 5,000 hours in Factorio. I don't think that it would help you too much. I mean, I would consider probably Eco to be more helpful in a lot of ways.
Spook says, okay, last time to ask for me, can I get a key for this lovely game, as it is soon 11:30 p.m. for me, and it's time to get some sleep. We'll try to do what we can. Somebody asked, I can't see it anymore, but if you can get more slots as you upgrade buildings, and I believe the answer to that is yes.
Yes. You'll also find that as you build the higher tier buildings, sometimes there's a good reason to keep your lower tier buildings as well as just more volume for some stuff.
Gup asks, how are you guys binding Rust to CLR for spacetime? And why didn't you guys go full ECS with Bevy? So let me answer the last part. Bevy, I think the time we started it was nary a twinkle in someone's eye, as far as I know. So that's why. And then second of all, it doesn't have a GUI editor, so it's going to be rough, right? I mean, we have artists, people that need to use the game that are not engineers. So maybe one day Bevy will be there. And I honestly don't know what binding Rust to CLR means, so can't really answer that one. Do we have to be active in chat to get a key, or can we just lurk? It's probably easier if you message things. I'm so far behind. I'm trying, guys.
You've got to be like 20 minutes behind.
I'm like 20 minutes behind. I'll skip to the. I gotta skip forward. I'm trying to keep up. It's just hard. Does it take more resources to upkeep an area if you terraform it instead?
No. It's based on the surface area of the world that you're taking up is what your upkeep cost is.
Will there be marshmallows to enjoy the campfire? There should be. I don't think there are. Add that to the idea pile. Is there a cap on how many people can join a claim? Yes, and you need to upgrade your claim to increase it. Oh man, they're coming hot and they're coming heavy. Do you guys have anything in place for people who will use bot for resources and stuff like that? We have Spacetime and DB in place, which allows us to do analytics on what people are doing, and that's an important thing. It's bots are an arms race. So, any plans for a mobile client? Yes. How many players do you have right now? I do not know because I would have to check. How does BitCraft implement automation in the game? Is there any? There isn't really any. So we'd love to. Well, there's some, but it's just like your things cook passively. But we really want it to be that you're working with other players to do things. So if we automate it all, what's the point? Is there any way to fish for treasure? That would be super cool. Add that to the idea list. I don't think we have that right now.
The thing that would add to the one that you just said, Tyler, is like the whole theory of the game is if you're doing the best thing that you could be doing at any given point to like progress in the game or move forward in the game, that is going to be valuable to someone based on wherever other people are at in the game. And so there's always going to be this kind of utility in working together, and high level players really want lots of apprentices and lots of other low level players to kind of be doing stuff. And a lot of people then ask like, well, what happens after the game's been out for a long time and there's not a lot of low level players, everyone kind of gets leveled up? Well, there's still going to be demand for that stuff, and you never lose the ability to go back and gather low level resources. And so at some point you might find that it's actually there's a higher demand for low level resources than higher level ones, and you just have to make that choice of, do you care more about what a resource is worth or kind of what's optimal in terms of leveling up? And you can kind of make those decisions as you go.
Let's see. The questions come so much faster than I can read them.
More people asking about, will there be instruments? Can you play instruments? Not right now. It's something we've talked about and we'd like to do.
John, if you're taking notes on different questions, would love to get the frequently asked ones, and we can just like put those up. We can even put them in our like bio here, even if we were so inclined, like a link to it. Is the game AFK friendly? In a way, yes. It's meant to be second monitorable, as we say. So you should be able to just kind of do what you're doing and then click over here. I will also say Betty White with 2 E's has been asking some good questions. Notch, the creator of Minecraft, just announced a new company called BitShift Entertainment. Interesting. Didn't know that. Will quality of life be implemented at QOL? Implemented its own independent update or be slowly sprinkled in? I don't know what QOL is.
Quality of life. Like, I mean, like, I think they're asking like stuff. I mean, quality of life type features. I would say to whatever degree we're playing the game and something is like bothering us and we're like, hey, there's an obvious way that we could just make this a better experience, of course we're going to prioritize that. So one example I can show you here is like, say you're building a long fence line like this. Well, originally what you had to do is, okay, I'm going to come into the build menu, I'm going to search fence, I'm going to click this, I'm going to place it, and then I'm going to do that, then I'm going to hit escape, then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to type fence again, and I'm going to place that. We said, hey, this is kind of stupid. Why don't you just make it so you can say fence, click this, and then if you see on the bottom center, I can hit shift to turn on chaining, and then I can just go click, 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 and just keep placing these. So that's like a quality of life thing that we were like, hey, this is like super obvious how we could just make this better. And it's something that comes up all the time while you're playing. I think anytime we encounter something like that where there's a easy and obvious improvement, we try to just put it in the game. If not for you guys, for us as people who are also playing the game.
Let's see. Will there be magic and spellcasting, or will it be exclusively melee, archery, medieval combat? I think TBD, to be honest. And there's not going to be like high fantasy magic, but there might be things that are similar to magic. I remember the idea of pets being considered. Yes, I think that's pretty clear that we should add them. How performance friendly is the game? Looking for potatoes. Trying to get them potatoes working. How much RAM? I don't know exactly, but I think he was using like 2 or 3 gigs, if I'm not mistaken. Are your plans for combat going to be more like RuneScape or more skill focused? it's
right now it's a bit of both. But,
a bit of both. Yeah.
Definitely not trying to go super deep on the skills stuff, but there are like different types of actions you can do right now. But the combat itself functions sort of like RuneScape in that you just wait a time and then you do an action, and then you wait a time and do an action.
A lot of people looking for keys. I don't know how many keys we got left, but we're trying to give them out.
I think we still have a decent bit. It's more of a limitation of how fast we can dole them out.
And it's a limitation of how fast Twitch will let us dole them out.
I see.
You
They
mentioned
like to rate limit us.
Sorry, you mentioned never adding ability to fast travel to places. Does that mean that some parts of civilizations far away may never be found by some players? Potentially. And I don't know if I'm saying we'll add fast travel. I'm saying we need to be very thoughtful about it. Because you don't want to, you can destroy a game that way.
Specifically the economy.
And even then, all the gameplay associated with the economy.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, if you're trying to understand, it's like if you just imagine that, hey, this item is worth this much in this area and this much in this other area, and now there's an interesting gameplay by buying and transporting and selling. If you all of a sudden introduce the ability to fast travel, especially fast travel with items, those price disparities will normalize much, much more quickly, and the act of being a merchant is now essentially been evaporated. So, or the demand for a merchant has evaporated. Yeah. So we want to avoid that case.
Definitely. Question: what platforms will this game be releasing on? So both Mac and PC at first, and then mobile, and then also consoles if we can get to that. How do costs scale? I'm not sure what you mean by that exactly, but I think you mean with the towns and presumably linear with the size, or a little bit super linear with the size.
Non-linear.
Will the world be wiped after the alpha? It will. Has anyone come with interesting fan theories about story-wise that you've basically been write that down, or have you been pretty set in the lore that's going to be so far? Sorry for repeating it. I'm a lore and story nut, and I'm curious if you've thought about it. I think so. I personally have not been too involved in that, but we've got some cool lore. I think we have an idea, and at the same time, it's fun to see what people speculate on. I like the UI. Thank you. We will relay this to the team. Question is, wandering type gameplay considered valid, being a wandering tradesman to help developing towns and then moving on? Yes, totally. It's one of the we wrote down a list of sort of core, I think we called them fantasies or whatever, that we wanted to be able to support in the game. So for example, one of them was like being a hermit. That's like, I'm going to build my own town off wherever, and that should be possible. Another one was being a merchant, which is like just trading. If you want to play that as your game, just trading should be fine. There were a bunch of, an emperor was another one. A skiller was another one. Like, I just want to be I think we called it a artisan or something. Let's see. Is there swimming? Do those ships sail? Is there a large enough ship to do? There is swimming. There are sailing ships. Is there a large enough ship to do basic crafting on? There's not, but that's a good idea. We should write that one down. Skirtrat says, "What? This looks awesome. Thank you. Glad to have you here." I feel like I'm 20 minutes behind again. I can't believe it. Could you add autopath traveling similar to Black Desert Online? Potentially, yeah. So if you, let's say you set up 2 towns with a road between them, we could do that, and we've actually thought about that. Yes, so somebody else asked a very similar question. We want to do that. Was there a reason not to give those that signed up during pre-alpha higher priority to get a key for the closed alpha because they have been waiting for years to test their game? So we have given them, in a sense, higher priority, but notably, there's 800,000 people who signed up to play. So even that is not enough. We're going to give more. We're going to get as many people into this game as we possibly can. And then we're going to scale Spacetown to be even more, so we can get even more people in the game. We want people to play as much as you do.
Yeah, if you think for a second that we're purposely holding back how many people can play the game, it's definitely not the case. If we could let everyone in today who wants to play, we probably would. It's just a matter of getting our tech stack able to support everyone.
Yep, exactly. Will there be any regulation to keep hyperinflation of the P2P economy? Yes, there will be. I have a whole blog post about that too in my brain that hasn't been written. Don't know if this question of mine has been answered yet, but will players be able to start their own travel agencies, driving players in carriages, or maybe even carts? That is a super cool idea. Somebody write that one down.
Yeah, I mean, not through any official systems. You can already do that right now. You can obtain a vehicle that has multiple player sitting positions or whatever, and you could go around just saying, hey, if you pay me 100 coins or whatever, I'll transport you to this location. Or they hop in and they say what coordinates they want to go to. You calculate the fare based on the distance and you take them there. You could certainly do that today.
Is there a rough item value provided by the game, or is it purely player need based? So it's player need based, and maybe over time we can gather what that value is in different regions and provide that. My voice just cracked because it's been a long day. But yes, let's see. Do you think the game came out the way you wanted after all the years put into it? If not, what would you like to change? I do think it largely came out better than expected. Maybe. It's hard to know. It's hard to put myself in the mindset of before. Here's the thing. If not, what would you like to change? If I could go back to the beginning, I might not do hexagons. Hexagons look really, really cool, but they've made everything about 2x more difficult than they need to be. It's bold, but it's something that I probably would really think very deeply about before I did that.
It's a bold statement.
My nightmares, there are hexagons in my nightmares. But they are the bestigons, so it is what it is. Have you thought about ways to limit villages from growing too big? I'd imagine yes. So currently you have to level up your claim to make your villages bigger. Can you talk about soundtrack ambient sounds? Any plans to bring more character life to the game? So you're maybe not hearing them here, but there are sounds in the game.
It's not configured to come through on the stream, but there's definitely sound.
Is there a fear of people making real money trading on release for rare items or resources in bulk? If so, how would you combat, since this is a common ammo problem? I have a whole blog post about this as well. You guys got to read my blog. Basically, it's going to happen. We're going to deal with it. That's the TLDR. But you should read the blog post because it's a lot more complicated than that. How does one get a key for this game? We're trying to give it as many keys as we can. There's going to be more keys tomorrow. There's going to be more keys the day after. Keys. We're going to give keys. We're going to keep the servers cranking nonstop. What is the plan for map expansion? We're going to keep adding to the map. So we will expand. Probably not in this alpha, but as time goes on. What does the end game look like? So the end game, we don't really think in terms of end game. Like, oh, this is cool end game. However, there are like empires and stuff that you can do, which is part of the game, which allows you to get your name on the map and get the territory that you've captured showing on the map, which is cool. Will mounts only be terrestrial, or will there be an option for flying mounts? I don't know. I can't answer that question right now. Is there a way to get stuff back after death? You don't lose your stuff on death. Will there be more immersive items like signs that players can plant on a road? Yes, hopefully soon. I mean, we've wanted to do cairn stones for a long time. You can place and like have people leave messages for other people. We just haven't done it. Hi, Tyler. I was wondering where the inspiration for BitCraft came from. It came from RuneScape, Minecraft, and EVE Online mostly, but many other games as well. And so my own personal experience was trading in Varrock at the bank. I would say that's where I thought, like, why can we not get this feeling back? Is it truly lost to time? How much coffee does the team need on a daily basis? I actually don't drink coffee, but John, however, and many others do. Will you be able to play as a different race like Beastkin in the future? TLDR, but we like to have the players be humanoid and the travelers be non-humanoid. Are there any ideas for building vertically in the future, not just horizontal? Yes, there are. We'd like to build platforms and things. I know trading is a thing, but just want to get a cart and walk around. Is it possible? It sure is possible. Absolutely. Please, I would rather be grinding skills all day than ranking up in Valorant. I've been here for hours. Slide me that sweet key. Is there a fear of making... Okay, that's the real money trading question. I have a whole blog post about that. You should read it. Go to our bitcraftonline.com. Click on blog. Will there be wagons? There already are wagons. Well, I guess there's carts. There will be things like wagons too. Maybe there'll be actual wagons. Is there a weight limit on your inventory? No. Not yet. There's only a volume limit. Key for perched owl watching from a tree. Grandmaster owl asks for a key. Peepo sad. How long will this alpha go for? So about a month is what we're thinking. And then we'll do another one. Any ideas for signs? But we're going to let more people in as time goes on. Any ideas for signs for different settlement that can have better locations mapping? Or is that what the map is for? Like signs helping to map things out or seeing signs on the map? That might be cool. We could maybe do that. Have you thought of small villages on boats? Maybe that would be cool too. Have really thought about like a bard or something. Can we do that? I don't know.
There's
tricks.
There's possibilities and tricks, but we'll see about that one.
Yeah.
I think we want to start with the there's a lot of like way out there crazy cool stuff that we could do. We're trying to start with like the easy, more proven, like we must have this in the game stuff for the time being, and work our way to the more crazy, wouldn't it be cool if this existed stuff.
Yeah, that's well said. But I think there's a tendency when you're developing a game to be so focused on making the core stuff good. Oh my god, there's a guy sailing by.
Who's that?
Cool.
It's Morgan and some friends of his, I guess.
I see. Is this a more PvP oriented game or PvE, or is there a balance between? So there's no PvP, so it's PvE oriented, and there is player versus player competition though. So empires will be competitive. How would one get into database development? Any ideas for a starter project? Well, first you start by building a game, and then an MMO, and then you get into database development. At least that's been my experience. It reminds me of that SpongeBob sketch where it's like, first you draw the face and then erase away the face to get the circle. That's how you get into database. You make an MMO. No, I'm sure there are ways. There's a lot of resources out there for databases. Can we breed the fish we catch? Can we farm raise fish? We don't have that yet, but when we do husbandry, maybe that makes sense then. Wow, I don't know how I didn't know about this until today. It looks amazing. Thank you so much, Wayward. Welcome in. If I were a merchant, would I have to abandon the idea of a claim due to not being around it for long periods? I don't think so, but it's an interesting question.
No, I mean, I think if you're a merchant, you could certainly have a claim and stock it up. Like, I mean, if you're living by yourself on a claim, you just keep it at a reasonable size that you can maintain it for, days or weeks at a time without being there. But as a merchant, if you want to really focus on doing other types of stuff, you may find that just renting or owning a house in an existing town is actually a better setup for you, because then you have access to all the trade in that town just outside your door, and you still have your own personal space. You don't need to go from your claim into the city to do stuff.
I really do like the sprawling natural world aesthetic chosen for the game's art direction. It scratches my brain in a good way. I'm glad. I'm excited for this game. Yay! How large can oceans generate? Very, very large. So
spent like 20 minutes swimming across one earlier today, so they can get pretty big.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see on the stream right now, but you can get an idea of just like our entire base is just a tiny fraction of what's on this island here, and you can see just like how far some of this ocean stretches.
How many hours would one or two people to effectively beat the game, such as the end of game? I think it would be thousands. It would be thousands. Chat, did they say when the release is? Chat, we did not say. I mean, we're going to have to see how the alpha goes, right? Maybe we're going to have to make major changes. Maybe we're going to have to make minor changes. But we're going to get it as soon as we can.
I think the thing is, too, it's like if you're asking about the release because you want to play the game, this is not going to be like the game's not out, and then the game is out. It's going to be, hey, we're in alpha, then we're in open beta, then we're in early access, then we're eventually 1.0. It's going to be a series of kind of increasingly larger launches and access to the game, and you'll probably get to play before the official 1.0 launch, whenever that happens.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good point, Carter. I meant it's not going to be one launch thing. Wow, not sure Palea had that many signed up, so grats on the 800,000. Yeah, I don't know how many they had either, but in a sense, their Singularity 6 is kind of like a sister startup. We share investors. I really hope that they're doing well as well. Do you guys plan to add? I think that what they're trying to do is spiritually similar to what we're trying to do. It's quite a different game, though. Do you guys plan to add more music system, maybe like in Lotro? Yeah, so I played Lotro. Would be cool. A lot of people have brought that up. I think it's maybe the #1 most requested thing besides pets and animals. So we'll try to add that in. Oh man, I must be like 20 minutes behind because I'm seeing things I referenced like a long time ago. I can't. Oh my god. Do you have any plan for seasonal events? Not yet, but it's definitely a thing we want to do. Have we eaten anything since the stream started? No. Well, I have not. I'm starving.
Nope.
Please release me from the shackles that is League of Legends. What do you play? Are you play Balin? I am a Jhin OTP, for what it's worth.
Are you?
I am.
I didn't know that. I'm a Poppy top main.
There you go. Is the only way to report a bug via the game. I can't use my phone number, so please also in the Discord if you want to report, or send it. There's a thing, an email address too that could be used. I think it's alpha something. I think it's behind our screens. Oh no, it's on the help page. No, it's it's on the loading screen when you load up the game. Like not the loading screen, the title screen. If traveling through a dangerous area during auto travel, would you be able to hire NPCs for protection, or would it be only other players? I think what you'd probably have to do is build a road, and then the road would have to be sufficiently well built to ward off things that might attack you on the road. Will more waves of invites be going out as the beta progresses? So it is an alpha, but yes, they will be. Would there be regular world events for important dates? I'd love to do that. I would love to get the opportunity. There's so many things too that I'd love to get the opportunity to do that. And what we have to do is demonstrate that this game is fun enough, that people want to play it enough, that we can support the size of company that we have to implement it. And then the sky becomes the limit because we can just grind away at it. Some of the best games, if you do content right, just age like a fine wine. They just get more content and better content and over time.
I think some games, like the actual biggest risk is that you add too much content or you add content that ruins the game. I think it's like if you just can manage to not mess the game up, you can slowly and steadily add content, and then eventually the game becomes, like a wealth of tons of stuff to do. If you just manage to not mess up the game's systems and also invalidate that old content as well.
Look at Dwarf Fortress, for example. Right?
For sure.
How will roads be protected from other players tearing them up? I assume trying to claim every road tile will be too difficult. So it's just harder to tear things up than to put them down in this case. So it's like, good luck, I suppose. They're just wasting their time. I believe, unless I'd have to take a look at what the actual situation is, but that we'll see. They haven't had that problem yet. Are there any plans to allow players to create floating atolls as towns or cities? We definitely would like people to be able to terraform in the water and also be able to build platforms in the water. That's something that's planned. Oh man, I can't keep up.
SH Meatbeat 3R asks, how advanced of a building would I theoretically be able to make? So everything you see here on the stream right now is a tier 1 village, and admittedly not a very nice looking one. Although we're getting there. But if you get to the end of the game's content for this playtest, which is tier 6, you'll definitely get into a lot more substantial of a town with like multi-story buildings and larger walls and more advanced pavements and houses and all that kind of stuff. If you want to see what that looks like, you can go check out our gameplay trailer that we released around a month ago, and that shows off some of these that higher level town in the trailer. Mighty Eagle Official asks, question, why do you need walls? So right now in this version, the walls are cosmetic, but they provide some function in that if they're within your claim, they kind of act as a way to funnel users or players. So like if I had walls around my entire village except for this gate, all the people would have to come in here. I could possibly even have like a section that's completely walled off if I didn't want people to be able to get to it within my claim. In the future, though, and in the past to some extent, we've had systems enabled where, there's aggressive animals and stuff like that that will attack your base. And so the wall is important for protecting your village in that sense as well.
Will there be pollution or other negative environmental effects? I played a game called Anno 2070, which kind of had this sort of thing. Maybe. There is sort of just a practical thing of like you leaving a bunch of garbage around. We'll see. We'll have to think about that. Hundreds of keys are being distributed into chat as we speak, so we're trying to do you justice here.
Not that quick. It's not literally hundreds, but yes, quite a lot.
Well, I mean, over the course of the day, we've probably...
Oh, yeah, it's... Yeah,
100.
Between me and Taylor, probably like 200-300 keys, somewhere in there.
Let's keep them coming if we can, if we've got them. Alrighty. Sorry, guys. The chat is ravenous for keys. There can be not enough keys. And we might not get you today, but we'll get you tomorrow. We'll get you tomorrow. If we don't get you tomorrow, we'll get you the day after. We're trying. I don't know how big our queue is in the game, if there is anyone at all.
We can probably check. Let me look. We about 20 players deep in the queue.
20. So we have a queue of 20, a depth of 20. Keep them keys flowing, I suppose. Guys, you didn't have to stream for so long for us and answer all the questions. I mean, hey, if you guys are here and you want us answering questions, that's what we got to do. We are hungry, though. We're as hungry for food as you are for keys.
You're not wrong.
But you guys are still following, so drop us a follow.
We'll see who perishes first.
What are the current classes? Is it split between various crafting disciplines or only combat ones? So it's there's not classes actually. It's more like RuneScape, where you can skill in the various skills that you want to do, and you have one class, and you can play the game how you want to play it. Okay, gotta call this one out. Not BitCraft related question, but hey John, I love your hair. I've been trying to grow mine out for a while, and I wanted to know if you have any special treatments or products you recommend to keep it healthy.
Just never wash it. No, I
there
don't
you
know.
go.
I don't really do anything fancy. I just like use my girlfriend's shampoo. So just use your I guess your partner's shampoo. I don't know. Don't really know what advice to give you. Sorry.
I think his hair might be longer than Thor's. I think probably.
I was saying that I was gonna like grow it out and like donate it once it got to a certain point, but I feel like that point has like come and gone now to where it's like, okay, it's definitely long enough. Like I could donate it. But
well, the longer it gets, you could donate it and still have long hair. When I cut my hair short, I donated it and I was able to still keep a decent chunk.
Yeah.
Are there doors for gates for the walls? How would they function? I've seen them being used to lock players in with such a claim system before. Sounds like maybe another Haven player, but
yeah. Right now there's gates. Right now you can't close them, but you will be able to in the future. Of course, like you always have the ability to teleport home. I think we might have to have some concept of like an inside or outside gate, and maybe when you close them, they're more like one-way barriers. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely something we'd consider before adding the ability to close them.
So one person is also asking about how to report bugs if not in the game because we have a game bug. Please go to our Discord. There's also an email address and the title screen of the game if you want to report bugs. Mouch312 wondering if Space Envy is holding the charge as expected. I would say it's holding the charge as not expected because it's doing much better than I would have guessed on this first go around, but very glad to hear it. As far as I know, there have been 0 problems. Of course, I haven't looked very carefully, but
I've felt a few hiccups, which I assume is when like large amounts of people were kind of coming in, but definitely nothing that got in the way of playing. I mean, the whole thing has been on stream, so I think we would have noticed if it was anything more severe.
Which is crazy. It's testament to the team and the work that they have done. There's also some, I will mention, if you're working in a database, there's sort of nice properties about a database that prevent all manner of bugs that you would normally have in a game server. So for example, gold due bugs are much harder to happen because we have what's called atomic transaction updates, meaning a thing only happens if it happens successfully or no changes are made. So you can imagine if I wrote a game server and I had a trade function, and in the middle of the trade, I moved the items into John's inventory from mine and then crashed or through an error. Now the items have been added to John's but never removed from mine. So we basically add the items and then we delete from mine, but we never did that. So now we've duplicated the items. So you get all manner of these gold dupe bugs, which we just don't have to worry about in that same way. Makes it much easier.
Can you explain a little bit more just for the people who maybe don't know like what atomic means and why that means that we don't have that problem?
So atomic means it's indivisible, right? Like atoms. It means that either all the changes happen or none of the changes happen, not half the changes, and then we threw an error and then we had a problem. And that sounds like, oh, why would that ever happen? It happens all the time, and it's a huge problem. And with any scale like this, you get it more commonly. So that's kind of the really nice thing about databases. It turns out they've been thinking about this for 50 years, and that's a good idea. If you have a key and you're asking how to download the game, there are instructions in our Discord. Will you be able to make potions get all kinds of buffs? I think we don't want to call them potions, but kind of.
You can make teas that give you buffs right now.
There you go. I think we used to call them potions, right? And I was not. I was pushing away.
I think we were planning on having them be called that, and then we updated it before we actually did it.
Will there be animals to alleviate or even automate some crafting processes? Yes, but we want to be careful with that because you don't want. It's not an automation game. It's a collaboration game with other players. So you want other players to be able to help you out too. Can you build an inn or a tavern in town? I don't think you can right now, but we should definitely do that.
I mean, you can certainly build
a building.
Visitors to towns can't go in buildings right now, but in the very near future, you could build a town and you could put a recruitment on your claim so anybody can join the claim and then come into a town into a building where people are socializing. You could also just socialize in the town square right now, but we couldn't kind of do what is you'd more conceptually think of as a tavern just yet.
So the other thing too is I think we have definitely thought often about how cool it would be to be like a tavern owner on a very popular road through the mountains or something, and you can set up your little tavern there and have people stop in and buy stuff from you and then continue on their way. That would be so cool. So trying to do that. Skirt Rat asks, Tyler, do you think my name Skirt Rat is good enough to become the most renowned merchant ever? It is, but only if you're up to the challenge. The person makes the name. So we'll see how it is. Can you go down the road? I'm very tempted to go down that road. It looks cool.
Yeah, we can see. I just wanted to see if there was any upgrades in here that I could afford.
Pretty cool. You think it could be used in its current state for another game, or is it still too much in development? Well, we're running an MMO on top of it already, so you can definitely use it. There's definitely things it's not done yet in some ways, but you can use it for a game, no problem.
Yeah. For what it's worth, I built a clone of r/place, if people are familiar with that, from the Reddit April Fool's kind of r/place minigame thing that they did on Space NDB actually almost a year ago, when Space NDB was even less mature than it is now. And it the entire thing was 100 lines of module code. It was actually insanely easy to make.
We did a stream. We were making Augur.io, if you guys have seen, and they were trying. This is cool, by the way.
So it looks like Morgan connected up his little base here to ours.
But cool. We were trying to show people in the stream. You should go over to SpaceTimeDB, the stream. So twitch.tv/SpaceTimeDB, and they couldn't find when we were actually using SpaceTimeDB because it's so small relative to what you have to do in Unity. That it was hard to just find.
Oh yeah, we were trying to scrub through the video to find here's what it looks like to make something in SpaceTimeDB, but 95% of the video was working in Unity, rather than writing the SpaceTimeDB code for Agario was 5% or less of the actual video runtime.
Is there a lot of lore in the game and how do players find it? There's going to be more, and you find it by exploring the world, finding ancient ruins, solving the puzzles in them, talking to travelers. What is a feature aside from Empires that you're really looking forward to adding in the near future? I want to bring the combat back more aggressive because I think that'll be really cool. How does leveling system work? Is there one main level with stat points? So no, there's 13 different skills, all of equal sort of weight, and as you do those skills, you get experience in those skills, and they go up, and you get proficiency that way. Are the keys still going out? To my knowledge, they are. Is there a fast travel for places that you've been to or other town settlements? Can I have a key? There is not fast travel. It's a thing that we've going to consider. Maybe it would be cool to let two very high-level towns set up a fast travel thing between them. That might be fun, but we have to be very careful about how we balance that. How many different currencies would there be? A merchant need to have a bunch of different items to trade between towns that they'll accept on items. So it's what we have coins in the game. Probably people use those, but that is dependent on us not inflating them. We'll have to see. We will have to see. Will the Alpha Hub be usable again? It should be. If it's not, please let us know. We're gonna fix that. I think we're gonna fix that in a more permanent way, and I'll have an update about that.
Yeah, it's been a juggling act of fix some of the issues with that or get the game ready for alpha. And as you guys can probably imagine, we put our priorities on getting the alpha ready. And we're going to circle back on that and try to get it where it needs to be.
Definitely. Will there be some completionist rewards akin to RuneScape, aka doing all the quests? I think there should be. Don't you?
Definitely.
Will a merch be able to be a viable strategy? Yes. For example, beast hunting or other tasks would depend on the area. Yes. Thank you for the SpaceTimeDB link. Let's see. Skip ahead here. Maybe you should implement a Valheimish system where you can't teleport with trade value items, for example. Yeah, it's a thing we're considering. It's very tricky to balance that, though. So we'll have to think about that.
Yeah, I think Albion has a similar system where you have to pay a tax on the like central market value of what you're carrying to teleport with it. That essentially makes teleporting items like unprofitable. Like you're always losing money teleporting with them. Or generally you are, at least. But yeah, we just want to be very careful about it.
Will there be any visual outfit for people to get achievement rare stuff? Yes.
In fact, that's what I'm wearing right now. So this is this achievement was unlocked through reaching level 20 in tailoring. So I'm literally wearing a cosmetic achievement, basically.
What do you think about PvP zone where drops resources are better than non-PvP areas? So I think PvP should be opt-in. I don't want to make people who don't want to PvP have to go to PvP areas to get the next level of things. So just keep that in mind. But I do think it might be cool to have PvP areas. We have to evaluate if that makes sense. Maybe the high seas, some piracy there. Can you start a religion in the game? You can, sure, go for it. Please let us know if you do.
Depending on who you ask, there might already be one or two.
Yes, true, actually.
Many religions have been started so far.
There you go. There you go. I think I might have seen that some of them consider me to be a god, which is nonsense, but there's a lot of religions. When is the game going live for everyone? TBD. How are permissions handled for settlements as well as government aspects? So we've mentioned this a few times. There's a claim system, there's complex or powerful, I should say, permissioning system to let people do different things. That's going to become increasingly more powerful, and we'd like to let players run their own towns. So you can make it so that fast traveling with merchants is not possible. Yes. Will there be service type professions in the future? There kind of already is, in a sense, in that if you need somebody to craft something, you can give them the raw materials and they can craft it and give you back the result. They're going to start the Church of John now because he's the key. He's given the giver of keys. Can we be tree people? Cosplaying Ewoks. I think that would be fun. What are our goals for the alpha? To test that the game works and that people like playing it and that people will play it for a long time. It could be that people love the game for a week and then leave. Then we have to fix our game so that they stay for longer. I suspect that they will like it for longer, but we'll see. Keep on begging, guys. They ain't giving nothing away. We're trying.
There's only so fast that we can give them away. The other issue is right now the server is full for what we have it set at right now, and people aren't logging off. So the more people we give keys to, the more people in queue. And until people start logging off, it's going to be a long wait.
And to be fair, you would like the queues to be full because that means our game is better, which means you're going to like it more when you can finally play it. If the keys were, if everything was emptying out and people were leaving, not a great sign, is it? Can't wait to get a key and live out my wildest primitive technology dreams. That is a great channel. I love that channel. That guy's doing the Lord's work. Not a fan of PvP areas in games, but I'd rather have some areas bound for PvP, and then the entire map be open for PvP. But to lock some things from all users that don't want to do PvP is also wrong. So if things drop in there, it must be a chance to get another. Yes, I agree. So you should not have to go to a PvP area in the entirety of the game. Maybe if you're an emperor, you might need to transport things through PvP areas, but it's like, hey, Empire is kind of a fundamentally PvP style system. Sadly, I won't be able to hang around anymore today. Well, thank you very much for coming. Could I get a key before you go? We'll try to get as many keys out as possible. I think it's very hard for these people to keep up. This is Axcotif, but come back tomorrow. We will have more keys. There's not much FOMO. So question, how much FOMO will be built into the game system for casual time players? Hopefully none. We don't really want it to be like, oh, I have to do my quests or whatever, my daily tasks. Now it's just, are we having fun? We're not having fun. Well, I'm not having fun anyway. Is there any plans for regional servers? There's only one world. Different regions of the world may be in different regions of the actual world. So there will be different latency between them. Are there more skills planned to be added? Yes.
I would say yes, but with the caveat that the whole point of the skills is that because we want them to incentivize specialization, we want to make it so that all the skills kind of fit together like puzzle pieces. And so adding a 14th skill is not something that we just slap on, because then you have a 14th skill that isn't actually needed to progress through the game. It's kind of, it just feels tacked on. And so we really want to be careful that when we do add an additional skill, that we weave it through everything, that it still maintains the kind of puzzle piecing of all the skills together.
Let's see. Do you build your own ship? You do build your own ship. How will you handle situations where one person becomes the empire of a large city, and then if they decide to be able to destroy everything that made by the community? So you'd like to join a city with people you trust, but that's different from an emperor. I want to make that point. Emperors can't really delete things that other people have made.
I mean, ultimately, like, there are people who have ownership over things, or control at least over things. You, to some extent, you need to trust the person who has control over the thing to not delete the thing, or at least trust that they have that power. So for example, if you go into a town, the town owner is able to deconstruct any of those buildings. However, if they've rented out that building to someone and someone's living in that building, they can't deconstruct that building. And so, you know, if you build stuff inside of your house that you're paying rent on, the owner of the claim cannot get rid of that house without first evicting you and paying a penalty.
Will there be some sort of combat? Yes, there already is some sort of combat. You can attack things, but we're also going to add more. Does the game meet or exceed your original vision? The original vision is enormous, so no to both. But with your help and interest in the game,
it possibly exceeds how far we think we'd get.
That's true. Now that's a different question, but yeah. It certainly does. I mean, so the first of all, if you ever knew how much work it would be to do a project like this, you would never begin. And certainly I wouldn't have. So the first step in starting any large project is to underestimate the problem significantly and then begin working on it. And it's grown over time. How will you handle situations where one person becomes the emperor? Okay, we already answered that one. How about some kind of like the max skill cape? Yeah, I think we should do that. That's kind of fun. Sorry, so this is a question about how about some kind of special item once you max out a certain skill, like the skill cape. That would be good. Any AFK detection in place? I believe so. We had that definitely.
Yes. There definitely is AFK detection in place. So,
speaking of people not logging off, is there an AFK simulator? Yes. Okay, people have asked that. So I've already submitted some bugs, but I can't actually play in the game due to the bug in question. The camera isn't responding to the mouse, and I can't left click to move. Please report that in our Discord if you could. I really like the UI menus, very intuitive and clean. Thank you so much. We will forward this along. In fact, I'll take a picture of that. There's going to be more keys. So were all the keys from the Alpha XS event already given out? If so, totally okay. Didn't want to where to look. We're gonna give more keys. Stay around, stick around, be in the Discord. Keys coming this week. Keys maybe still even going out now. I don't know. Although John looks pretty tired, so.
So I have kind of paused giving out keys for the last couple of minutes just because the queue is full as it is. But
Gotcha.
we have more keys to continue giving out. So. And I guess I was gonna temperature check at one point to see how everybody was feeling in here. I know none of us have eaten. I hope everybody's been drinking water. I've been drinking plenty of water. So,
since you mentioned using Mac, how would you say it runs? It runs fine, besides the pink. Use an M1. I have an M1 as well. And I'm worried, to be honest. Will updates be in line with PC? Yes, we're gonna support it. This is what we're gonna do. It's just not that hard. A lot of people complain about. So here's the thing about Macs. There's not that many people on them. It's not a very, what's the word? I guess like cost-effective way to support a bunch of people. But it's not that hard. Also, a lot of people say it's hard. It's just not that hard. FOMA, fear of missing alpha. I'm so sorry. You're not gonna miss the alpha. We'll get you in. Stay around. Get keys. We gotta let the server filter.
I've also paused handing them out for a little bit as well, but I'm also being heavily rate limited by Twitch.
I see. Can you show how a large-scale building are actually working? Can we have crafting stations in them, storage facilities? Have we gone inside building? Yeah.
We have. I had a bit of an issue earlier,
you had that
but
bug, right?
We can try. We can try it again. I'm not sure what maybe caused that.
Is cartography a viable profession? Not in the same way that the other things are. We've had that, and then the problem was that everybody wanted to do it. So we're gonna maybe have it be a separate kind of a thing. But yeah, is there an exploration skill? There was. There is not at the moment.
It was one of those things where people would just walk around and that would become their -- 1 skill for the longest time.
Well, but the problem is not that just some people did it; it's everybody did it. Oh boy,
that's true. Everybody.
I think. Whoa. There's something that's causing the frame rate to really drop when you go inside, which is part of what's like the reason we just saw what we saw was because it was like unloading everything and then loading this briefly.
Right.
So I'm not sure. We've been in the stream since we've seen this, so we haven't had a chance to debug it. I hope someone behind the scenes is already debugging and fixing this. Hopefully we'll have a patch for it. I assume it's something silly because this wasn't happening yesterday or the day before. So
people are still singing to John. I think the servers are full. Will there be any type of recognition for people that help the most? Is there any chance we could increase the queue amount? Maybe we don't want to do that while Alessandro's asleep, but
he posted the info there. He said we can go ahead and do it, but I don't think we should do it while we're on stream. I think we could, or at least like whoever's doing it should probably hop off to focus.
Yeah, you're probably right. Basically, we think the server can maybe handle some more people, potentially.
Today's also not the only day, so there's plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
It's better for us to go slow and steady than to set it too high and the server falls over once we go to sleep.
Yeah, particularly because we also haven't eaten, and we won't be able to eat if the server falls over. Is it possible to craft items stored in clams inventory, or does crafting take place directly from your personal inventory?
I assume they mean claims.
So the question is, can you craft out of storage, Carter?
Not right now, but it's something we definitely want to add. It was originally going to be in this version, but we had to cut many things to get something that we could ship to you guys.
Totally understand the bug and not being able to see in the building at the moment. Could you talk a bit more about how they work? The buildings, so it's all data in a database, and we have a footprint here. And when you join the building, you go into the footprint in a different dimension, essentially. I was here when BitCraft was first announced back in 2021 and loved the idea. Just now realized that with zero participation on Discord and the website, I had no chance at keys. I would love to join the alpha. Can't wait for the full launch of the game. Stay around this week. We're going to be giving out keys. Keys. Get your keys here. Get your keys.
Carter, are you relaunching?
Yep.
Or what are you doing? Okay.
Yep.
Does anybody know if Primogen is still streaming?
He was when I just checked.
I think we were going to try and raid someone who's playing BitCraft, if that's what you're...
I was thinking of raiding Primogen. I posted it in the community thing, but I don't know that he's
he's not streaming now.
Alas.
Are you trapped in here, Carter?
I'm trapped at half an FPS. There's clearly some infinite loop or something that's taken up, or not infinite loop, but something that's looping that's very heavy.
It's weird because we tested this. I mean, that's kind of the whole story always.
We'll see though. I think I was able to register a click on the exit.
Keys. This is literally the only problem they've had the entire stream. Very surprising. I'm telling you, Mr. Hot Dog, very surprising. But yes, as far as I can tell, it is. I'm wondering if the key distribution, it's actually more based on the fact that there's too many people in the game right now, so we can't give out the keys.
And Twitch rate limiting us.
Also true.
Heavily rate limiting.
Definitely drop us a follow, because there's going to be more keys. Keys. I'm going to bribe you all with keys.
All right.
And go check out our Discord. We have a really great community there.
John, do you want to swap us to a discussion view while I try to debug this?
Hello, everyone. We are now in discussion view.
Hello.
Just pop back into my claim, and I'm currently extincting a species of bird. Really cool looking birds.
Keys. Do we have some extra keys? We're getting an email. Well, I'll CC maybe John on this.
How many do you need?
I'll just CC you on the email.
If you want to CC me, I might have some extras as well.
Keys. Let's see. What do we got here? Is proximity voice chat? There is not yet, but there could be if we ever get the timetable in it. Wompy Womp waves. You guys are amazing. Well, thank you. You guys are amazing too. In fact, you guys are more amazing because you make this whole thing possible. Question: will players who manage settlements be able to assign titles like Master, Artisan, Known Merchant to players? Yes. I don't think they can do it right now, but that's always part of the plan. Particularly emperors will be able to do that.
All right, we're good, John. If you want to come back, I managed to escape the building.
We are back.
I'm excited to play for a lot of reasons, but part of it is I love the style of the characters and of the world, and would love to create my own and draw it. Oh, awesome! Please, we'd love to see that. We love community art. They're what caught my eye on the original announcement. Awesome. So buildings are instanced from the outside world. Can you invite friends to enter your home? Are they instant? They're not really instanced. What does that mean?
I would say lots of people throw these words around in different ways.
Yeah.
I would say they're instanced, but they're not phased. So anybody who goes through this door is going to end up in the same place. There's not like many copies of the same building. It's not like when you go into a dungeon in World of Warcraft or something. However, it is like a separate instance of the world. You're technically, we call it a pocket dimension. You're basically going into another dimension that does not conserve space with the outside, but everybody who goes through the door ends up in the same dimension. And yes, you can invite your friends to come into your house. You can also make them roommates. So if you join a town and you and your friend team up to rent a house, you can add them as a roommate, and then you guys can share that house and build your stuff in there, and nobody else can touch it.
Let's see here. Not sure if it's been answered already, but will there be a set piece clothing to assist in the speeds of crafting and production? So I think this means like if you have a farmer outfit, will that make you farm faster?
So it's not tied to outfits, but yes to kind of both of those things. So you can get set outfits associated with the skills. They're cosmetic only. You can also get power sources, which you can see here, which are giving me stats. We don't have any in the game like this right now, but I think it's certainly likely that we will in the future, having ones that have set bonuses or ones, and certainly we have ones that improve your crafting speed or gathering speed or other things like that. I think we'd like to have ones that can be tied to specific skills as well in the future, like ones that increase your farming speed or your farming damage. Hopefully that answers your question.
Crashing while trying to place buildings. I'm very sorry for that. Hoover Vacuum, please report the bug if you run into that. Will there be completely custom sandbox art that players can create? We've talked about this. I'd love to do that. I think they need to be moderated, so we'll have to think about that. I have to say, I love the store and renting mechanic. Always love to run businesses and games. Yes. Good. Very, very cool. Assigning titles like that feels very nice in a crediting system and having players build renown within the world. Absolutely love that kind of immersion. I totally agree. If you have to rent a house, does this mean we also have to do taxes?
We sometimes joke that your claim is a tax to Mother Nature. But yeah, you have to turn your items into supplies and supply them into the claim, and over time that gets taken away. So in some ways it has a feeling like taxes.
Tyler, do you mind if I just attach them to that email?
Sure, go for it. Did you all get any of the base civilization ideas from Spore? This game reminds me of Spore. Interesting. Not really. But I haven't played Spore too much. I just know it's a what's his name game. Who's the Sims guy? I've watched a masterclass with him. Somebody help me out here. Hold on, let's look at chat. Chat knows who. Chat, who made The Sims? No, it wasn't Sid Meier's. Was it? No, it's not Sid Meier's. Will Wright. Thank you, Richard. It's Will Wright. John Carmack. Yes, but I was looking for the guy, Will Wright in particular. A Lone Wanderer. I've been following this game for years, and now I'm excited to see where it goes in the future after more players get to play and give feedback in the game. So am I. I'm really glad that we've finally gotten to this point, and there's a lot more to go. Are you planning on releasing the game on Nintendo too? I would love to do that. I think we need to get connected with the Nintendo people. Is there already a famous streamer who's been in contact trying to promote the game? There is. Pirate Software is going to play tomorrow.
I mean, I think we had Force Gaming playing today.
Absolutely.
And we also had Co-Carnage playing today as well.
So there's quite a few. We might also have some YouTube videos about it too. I don't know.
Yeah, there's definitely some posted. I think we've also talked to some other people who might be playing it over the course of the alpha, so stay tuned. I think we're excited to see what a bunch of content creators think, and especially what their communities think as well.
We shall see. Let's see. Release the ferrets. Release the ferrets. There's going to be too many of them. Have you guys considered an aging system? Over time, you can grow a beard and perhaps a different color. We had not thought of that.
That would be popular with Matthias.
It would. There was a question about, is it possible to play the game in multi-box, multi-window? I don't see why you would want to do that. because you have just one character, but it's kind of interesting that you're already looking to double up on the game. Is it possible to have multiple homes at multiple villages and cities? I think so. I'm pretty sure. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, you can.
Been watching the stream since it started. Been loving it so far. Cannot wait for future streams. Awesome. Thank you so much, Boxed Olives. Send me a box of olives. Is there there's many faster ways to get around. You can get on a boat. Roads will eventually make you go faster. There's a lot of things like that. Nisso says, can't even have one key and people are talking about multi-boxing. That was the problem with EVE Online. Mining efficiency was all about multi-boxing. I see. Yeah, fair enough. We're trying to make it so that the most meta way to play the game is to have one character. And that if you have many characters, it's really just wasting time. Can I become a real estate mogul on this game? Sure. We'd love to see it. Can you have a dad bod in this game? I think not yet, but yeah, why not? Let's do that. Has anyone in the team suffered from loss of motivation and burnout while working on the game? And if so, what helped regain the spark to continue? I mean, sure. I've been working on this for 6 years, definitely. Various things changed. I think, like, I remember I was a little burnt out, honestly, right around the time that Carter joined. I don't know if you remember that, Carter, but it was like, it was getting to be a slog. Because the scope was increasing and the team was not at that time. And so it was a lot.
Yeah.
But, it was very invigorating to have a new person come in and be like, yeah, we're excited and we're gonna do this. So,
I think also the one thing we have to be conscious about is, especially before a playtest, like a pre-alpha, or in this case, the alpha, is like, we've spent so much of, like, I probably played close to 100 hours in the last month of BitCraft, and now I have to basically jump in fresh and like be motivated to play through I probably played through the first 10 hours of BitCraft like 4 times in the last 2 weeks. And it takes a certain amount of like not burning yourself out on that and conjuring up the motivation to lose all your progress. We played through the first probably 5 or 6 hours yesterday that we thought wasn't going to get wiped, and then got wiped, and we had to do it again this morning. So yeah, there's a certain aspect of that, of like trying to maintain the motivation to do that. And I think the good thing that actually tests us for is like, when you have to do that for the 10th or the 20th or the 30th time, and you are able to still find that you're having fun, that that's a good sign that like, okay, if I can do this 30 times and the early game still feels kind of interesting, or we've added new content that I'm excited to play through it again, that definitely makes me feel good about the next playtest we're about to do. So I'm pretty excited for this alpha because there's a lot of new stuff since the last pre-alpha.
Well said. How about you, John? I think this was a question about burnout. How are you feeling?
This week has been particularly rough because I'm like super jet lagged. We were in San Francisco for GDC, so then I like got adjusted to San Francisco time, and then I flew all the way to Manchester.
Oh my god, it's Voxelheart. Sorry. Voxelheart has been around forever.
A long time.
A long time. Before probably Carter, John, and Taylor joined the company.
Oh yeah.
Hello, Voxelheart. Welcome back in.
Howdy.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, John.
No, that's totally okay. But yeah, so anyway, I'm getting hit with the jet lag this week, so it doesn't help. But yeah.
I don't know if people can tell from what I'm doing on stream, but I'm just aimlessly walking around the base, basically checking inventories. Definitely losing track of what I was trying to do.
Voxelheart, you've seen the game in various forms. How's it come along? What do you think? We making progress?
Is this one of the OGs?
I think this is one of the OGs, if I'm not mistaken. It's definitely the same username.
I see.
Voxelheart, can you confirm OG or not OG? I want to play and craft on BitCraft. We're going to get you there.
Oh, yeah. It must be. I see them in the old Discord.
I see that there's a question that will we have chest labeling? I think we already have that in there.
We do.
Yep. In fact, I just renamed the chest to test it.
We got the leather chest over here.
Who made the game soundtrack? Sorry, that's Rachel Hardy and Austin Wintory. You might know Austin from Journey and Abzu and Pathless. Yeah.
And also, I believe many other games, but also the some of the Assassin's Creed entries, I believe, as well.
The game has always had great mechanics, but the way you guys have really developed the art direction makes it stand out so well. Well, thank you so much, Voxel. It's good to have you around still. Taylor, which channel is it best to report bugs on in the public Discord?
I believe there's a report function inside the game, but also if you want to go into the server, there's a help desk channel right under the the closed alpha category. Yeah, but in game you can just click the. I think there's a report button, right?
What size would you expect players' cities to get to? Hundreds of players, approximately. So there is no highest level you can reach in a skill. I believe there's a soft cap at 100. I should have read the question. I'm sorry. It's getting on in the day. Could you talk a little bit about the infra behind the game? Oh, I could talk a lot of bit about the infra behind the game. Is it multiple servers from the player perspective, or is it all in one shared world with a distributed backend? It is the latter, so it'll be one shared world with a distributed backend. We built a database called SpacetimeDB. Check it out, github.com/clockworklabs/SpacetimeDB. Can we get a slap that in the chat? Sorry, I don't know how to do the chat thing quite so much. I don't know if we've set it up. But check it out, start, download it, try it out. You can actually try it yourself. The cloud version is what we use for SpacetimeDB. Could you talk a little about the infrastructure game? Is it multiple servers? Yes. I could talk about it for a long time, but I have been talking about it for a long time, so on the stream, so I'm probably not going to do too much here. What makes this game anything other than a watered-down Haven and Hearth? It's an interesting question. I think it's much different than Haven and Hearth. So Haven and Hearth is a super deep game, for those of you who know. The main thing is Haven and Hearth is extremely hardcore. So it doesn't really invite you to play nicely with other players unless you really, 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 really trust them. And in our game, it's really much more about trading and economics. So there are systems built into the game that allow you to trust other players that you don't know. And so there's a lot more potential for trade and collaboration than there would otherwise be. I talked with Voxel a lot back in the day in early days of Temtem and later Monster Hunter Sub. Voxel is that's where. BitCraft Online, will there ever be sister city-like cities in cities? Whoa. Will there ever be sister city-like cities in cities? Maybe. I think. Probably.
Is this, if you're asking about like the concept of like a binary city or a like sister cities in the same area, definitely, and it's already been done in the pre-alphas. People made kind of two cities that were adjacent to each other. So I imagine we'll see more of that in the future.
So my thought here is let's give out a few more keys. Even if the server's full, people can at least get some keys for the future. If we could do that.
I just checked and actually the queue is empty now, so I'm giving out some more keys.
So we're going to hit you guys with keys. Keys, and more keys coming.
Yeah, so this is going to probably be the last batch of keys for today. So you need to be followed on the channel. So if you haven't already, consider dropping us a follow. Again, we've been enjoying doing the streams today. We will do more streams in the future as well. So definitely drop us a follow. And yeah, I'll just be going through chat and just dropping off the last few keys that we have here for today. But we'll probably do the same thing in the future where we'll stream and drop keys for people. So not your last chance to grab a key, but we do have some more that we are giving out today.
Definitely. It looks like I'm still being rate limited, so I can't
get your keys.
Add to the queue.
Yeah, and I would say if you haven't gotten a key yet, definitely don't lose faith. I think we've probably given out less than 10% of the invites that we're going to give out over the course of the alpha. So hang in there. We got a lot more people that are going to get access. We just want to make sure that we don't overload our systems, and also that we don't just put too many people. We don't want to give out so many keys that you think you're in the game, but you're actually in a 10-hour queue to play the game.
Also, if you take the Oprah GIF and you replace the bees with keys in the actual thing, and it flies and they fly around, you get a key. I'll make sure that you get a key. So anybody who decides to take that Oprah keys GIF will get a key. That's my challenge to you. But it's got to be keys flying around too. It can't just be just the word keys. It's got to be keys flying around. Yes, I do mean like bees. The Oprah GIF, the bees Oprah GIF, but replaced with keys with keys flying around, like Harry Potter. I don't even know how hard that is to do, so try it out.
So there's a couple of keys left, and now it seems that Twitch is now rate limiting the actual BitCraft online channel from sending whispers. So
that's kind of crazy. Do you want to Should we just dump them in? Is that
Could sign into the Spacetime DB one.
Yeah. What do you think?
Theoretically, we could run them through the Easter egg thing again.
Yeah, but
I think
these are Twitch keys.
I can just sign into Spacetime DB quick, if that's all right.
I'm gonna go eat an entire pizza. I think. Maybe I should go Chipotle.
You do it.
When it comes to empires, will players be able to have totems assigned to the empire and take those totems and use them to claim areas in the world to expand its territory like a settler? Yeah, kind of. Pretty much. Sort of. You'll see. It's coming. I think Pirate Software mentioned that Twitch rate limits bots to like some ridiculously low amount of whispers per day. Have good pizza, Tyler. Where do you redeem the key? There are instructions in our Discord. Excuse me. I will have a New York cheese pizza. Green peppers. Probably. Maybe. If I decide to get pizza. I don't know that I'm feeling that. We'll have to see.
What's everybody else having for their post-stream meal? What got going on?
Good question. Haven't thought that far ahead.
I'm about to down like 5 cups of coffee.
Somebody said New Haven style pizza. There is a really good pizza place I feel like it's New Haven, Connecticut, but I haven't been there in years. It might be closer to the border of Rhode Island. Will there be a conquering system in the future? There's going to be an empire system. You're going to be able to capture territory on the map. You're going to see it on the map. It's going to say your name. Maybe even have a little crown. New Haven Pizza is a chain. Oh, I see.
Oh.
Didn't know that. Does anyone know where to get shells from?
You can get shells by catching the small shrimp-like fish and then processing them at the fishing table.
Do the cities have a special bonus on certain occupation, like cities on a certain location give extra XP on that occupation? In a sense that certain cities you can build, obviously if you build them near to a particular resource, it's going to be easier to get that resource. Like if you build in the mountains to get a certain type of ore, you're going to get a bonus. Like that is to say, it's going to be easier for you to get that type of XP than it would for another player. I could get lost in this wilderness and love every second of it, maybe find a key along the way. I hope you do. The map has a size limit. It does. It's very, very large. It will hopefully be much larger than it is, even, but it's already very large. Do you ever foresee the game getting so big it has an economy the size of EVE? That's the idea. That's what we're going for. In fact, it's supposed to be more accessible than EVE, so hopefully it's even bigger than EVE. We'll see. And has the same impact that EVE has in real life. I would like to. I think that's super cool. I think that's a part of games that is often overlooked. And no one really has done it in that way for 20 years. Like, well, that's not true. I would say Albion Online has a pretty good, vibrant economy. They did a good job. What is SpaceTimeDB's user cap? So I'm going to have a whole blog post about scaling SpaceTimeDB and also about the permissions of SpaceTimeDB and the security model. I would say that the question of what is the user cap is sort of an invalid question because it's kind of like asking, it's like how many people can you fit in a parking lot of cars? It's like a lot depends. Like, what are we trying to do here? You can add more cars. How big is the parking lot? How big are the cars? There's a lot of questions to be answered there. It's a very nuanced question, and I think it requires a nuanced answer. That's a bad analogy, but you get what I'm saying. How about those benchmarks comparing CCUs to other frameworks? We're gonna get the benchmarks. We just don't. We've been working on getting it to be performant. As you can see, all of these people are playing a game inside a database. So once we're where we want to be, we're going to do a blog post. I'm going to release the benchmarks. In fact, I'll probably do the benchmarks in the same blog post. We will see.
Yeah. I was going to say a big part of the benchmarks is like when there's like obvious stuff that's keeping the performance from being anywhere near what it will be once we have these things, it's kind of pointless to do the benchmarks. It's like, yeah, we're going to benchmark it way under what it'll very soon be capable of.
People will see those benchmarks, assume it's something fundamental to how SpaceTimeDB works, when actually it was schema for table instead. And it's like, well, that's very dumb for people will just latch onto those as the first numbers. Like, oh, that's how fast this is. And we want to make sure that at least if we're putting up benchmarks, it's in the ballpark of what's representative, and we can go much faster too, but that's the idea. How does the day-night system function? The sun goes up and then the sun goes down. Can't explain that. That is how it works. There's not much more to that. Not yet, anyway. How big can a city be? Hundreds of players. What should I name the Seaport Trading Village? Seaport Trading Village? I don't know.
Seaport. That's how a lot of places in history get their name, right?
I know, they really have.
Yeah. How do you split stacks, Carter?
Just right click when it's in your inventory and split stack.
Oh, nice.
How many people can fit into the player's character render range before the client or infrastructure breakdown? Hundreds.
We've done hundreds.
So more than 500 certainly, but that's just rendering. I don't know. We'd have to see.
There's also, that's with no optimization either.
Right. That's just like, hey, let's try it. Fully rendering all players and stuff like that. Do you need to choose a tool that are using or something else? So you can put them on your character, in which case they get out of your inventory. I think we want to make it so you can use them from your inventory as well, so that's less confusing. How long does it take for the hex tiles to degrade when you terraform the land? They don't degrade. It's just that they become increasingly expensive to go further from where they are. How do you think the max player cap is going to be when the game is released for later beta releases? It's hard to say. I mean, the idea is everybody's going to get in here one way or the other, one world, but it's going to require more engineering. Question, does Carter have either the First Awakened title or the masks from the alpha quests?
They are not currently obtainable in-game for the alpha, so I don't have them. Technically, some of the assets are in-game, but I haven't done the config to make them obtainable.
Bees. Question, is there a way to get stuff back after death? You do not lose stuff when you die, currently. Will there be cosmetics to unlock and maybe crossovers with other games' content? Maybe. I don't really love the whole, I don't necessarily want BitCraft to be Fortnite, if that makes sense, but we'll see. Are there rafts or vehicles that can travel through water?
BitCraft character.
Oh, sorry.
And to go, you don't want people to look at BitCraft character and go, oh, that's the guy from Fortnite.
Well, true. Maybe if Tim pays me a bunch of money to put BitCraft in Fortnite, we'll consider it.
Yeah.
Tyler, you look like you could be related to my middle school band teacher. I don't think I am, because I don't know any of those, but maybe. How intricate do you see the character customization becoming in the future as someone who cares too much about making a lot more intricate? There's a lot we can do.
We spent a lot of time building out the systems and then putting like a pinch of content that the systems support in here for this alpha. What we're looking to do over the course of the next few alphas, but certainly over the course of the next year or two, is just add a boatload of content that the systems now support. That's very quick to add. It's very easy to add. It's just time consuming. And so we've just been focused on getting the essential functional features in. And once we have a bit more time, we're going to just put in a boatload of cosmetic optional content.
How are we doing on keys?
I think we only have one left here. So we have one key.
Ooh, yikes.
To give out. One left.
Chat is going crazy for maybe just drop it in chat. That's a little mean.
Yeah, I feel like that's the fairest thing, right? I feel like that has to be it, right?
All right.
Does anybody object to that?
All right, we'll give a fair head start. So in order to claim this key, you need to go to the Discord. You need to download the launcher and install the game. And then you need to select I have a key when you launch the game. And if you haven't already done that, maybe you should, and you'll have a chance to get the next key that we drop in chat. Anyway,
we'll give them like 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, we'll give people 5 minutes. I think that's more fair. So that's a good idea, John. So we'll give people a few minutes, and then we'll drop it in chat. And
I can't wait to destroy our web server because people are gonna be like clicking.
Once you paste the key in the launcher and click submit, you have not yet claimed it until you put in your email address, get a code, and paste the code in and click confirm. After that point, the code will be assigned to you. So just keep that in mind. Whoever manages to verify their email with that code first will win it, basically. Good luck.
And there'll be a lot of keys, a lot more keys coming. So drop on by, stay a while. More keys. Not today, to be clear, or at least not today on the stream.
I guess if you haven't already, go register on the BitCraft Online website. You can register for the alpha. As in addition to the keys that we're giving out on stream and stuff like that, the vast majority of the keys are getting given out by email. So if you haven't already registered on there, especially if you've already signed up for the pre-alpha, that does increase your chances some amount. So if you've registered for the pre-alpha, or if you haven't registered if you haven't made an account yet for the alpha, go do that. That is, among watching the stream, the best way to have a chance to get in.
2 really interesting questions. I'll just do maybe final ones here. Without PvP, how do you resolve conflicts between players who want the same piece of land? Is it all first come, first serve, or is there a way to contest it? With respect to cities, it's first come, first serve, but if you build near them, their cost will be increased. But it based in like if you're higher level, essentially. So 2 people contesting are just better off moving apart in general, but you could do that if you wanted to.
I would say it's not exactly based on if you're higher level. It's more based on like how much resources you're willing to kind of.
That's probably a better way to say it.
Yeah.
Then the other one, games like EVE Online and Albion Online have combat and item destruction to drive trade and economy. In Haven and Hearth, it's the quality race and individual progression. What will drive trade in this game? So you've asked a very complex question that I cannot answer immediately, but I will tell you that we have thought deeply about sources and sinks and where games go, where items go, and you don't want an accumulation of things. You would like to achieve a steady state. I actually was a chemical engineer in my undergrad, and it's shockingly relevant how close this math is related to game economy, because you can imagine items like, okay, we have chemicals, they react and they turn into other chemicals. Well, items can be crafted and turned into other items, and then they show up in your game elsewhere, and you need to do all the same math to figure out how am I going to have the steady state amount of items be this. And so you want to think about that carefully. We have done that. We're going to have durability. That's one thing, but there's a lot of other things. The towns are not a sink so much as they are a giant sponge which absorbs resources as time goes on. So in case you're curious about that.
The claim for them is a sink, though.
The claim is a sink, yeah. That's a good point.
And there's also an aspect which we haven't really shown yet because we've only been in tier 1, but as you reach the higher tiers, there is a funneling up of materials as well. So to craft like a single tier 10 ingot, I believe you need like hundreds of tier 1 ingots that funnel up to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, all the way up to the top. So the crafting at the highest levels not only requires an exorbitant amount of resources of every tier, but it also has a heavily skewed kind of tilt towards the lower tiers, which means that you really want to recruit lots of players, whether they're low level or high level doing low level actions. You kind of have a huge demand for this like low level activity stuff, which also kind of gives you something more thoughtful to do while you're grinding out the XP to try and reach the max level.
All right. Shall we raid?
Yeah. Should we drop the key?
Oh, we got to drop the key. Right. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry, guys.
Yeah. Tyler's like, yeah, we're done with this. Let's set out. Okay. Are we ready?
Are we ready? Are we ready, chat?
Yeah. Post it like 50 times, John, or whatever. Like, post it a bunch.
Okay.
If you can.
All right. Is everybody ready? So Carter has given the instructions. You have to have the game downloaded, and you have to put this in the game key box, and then after that, then you have to get a recovery code from your email, and then put that in the recovery code box thing. So those are the steps. So
you haven't won till you're in game.
Yeah. So may the best BitCraft person win. So here it goes.
Keys.
Okay.
Keys.
All right. Good luck, everyone. Chat's just gonna go silent with everybody. Just.
Yeah, I know. Right? They're all over there trying to plug the key in. I guess that makes sense. Not valid. I think it is valid.
Well, I don't think that was enough time for them to have actually said that. I don't know.
Did more than one person get in with this key? Oh, did we?
No, they think they've gotten in, but until they've registered their email.
Okay. Crash my game. I'm in queue. I think I literally don't know. There might be a race condition here where we might just want like hundreds of people.
No, because me and Alessandro tested this. Okay, I don't think
it says not valid. So okay.
Yeah, if it says not valid, it's been claimed. But thanks for playing, and we definitely will give out more keys in the future, both on stream and to our registered alpha accounts.
So let's hit somebody up. Who is streaming BitCraft?
So I think
let's go take a look.
Dvalin is streaming, but we've got a number of other people with less viewers streaming as well.
True, Sling and Stone and that Sky Demon. Maybe we drop in Dvalin and then see how that goes. Then they can drop in. We'll sort of cascade the wealth, if you will.
Okay. Yeah, that works. I'll get it started here for us.
Mighty Eagle official in our Discord. Message a mod or Coyote.
Question: is it allowed to stream this before launch? Yes, there's no NDA. You can stream or make content or do whatever you want for the game right now.
Okay, I'm gonna set up the raid. We can kind of do the outro if that's cool with people.
Yes, there are no amphibious vehicles. Also, not Leonard was asking that for a while.
Not yet. We'll see.
Okay. Do you want me to do the wrap up CTA?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the wrap up CTA, and then let's hit them.
Okay, awesome. Thank you everybody for watching. I hope everybody had an awesome time watching the stream. This is a very long stream, but I hope everybody had an awesome time watching us play some BitCraft. We are going to be doing more streams like this in the future, so if you haven't already, please give us a follow, and you'll get notified when we stream in the future. So thank you everybody for watching. We're going to go ahead and do a raid here, and yeah, we will see you next time.
So much more to come, guys. Thank you so much for being here. You guys are awesome.
Take care, everybody.
Awesome.
Cheers.